All right, good morning, High Lonesome 100 viewers. We are back in studio. I have Anime Flynn with me this morning. I'm Don Reichelt, and we certainly have a race to talk about this morning. Anime, how are you this morning?
I'm wonderful. Got my cup of joe, and we are ready to talk about how this race has unfolded.
Holy
Oh my gosh,
moly.
the men's race has just
Things have
real
changed.
changed.
I left
Like,
this desk at 9 p.m. last night, and I'm back at 5 a.m. and holy cow. All right,
yeah,
so
a lot
I'm
has
just
unfolded.
I'm just gonna tee it up with what we saw last night. Chris Hams came in and came from behind and won the race overnight. Holy cow. We were talking about Alex Nichols and Mark Hammond a lot yesterday afternoon about their leg speed and how that was
Mm-hmm.
going to be a foot race. And the dark horse, the guy with the big mountain experience, as you would have maybe guessed, came back overnight and put quite a gap and ended up winning by about 50 minutes. Um, and that's not even the best story of the night. McKendry. We
Yeah.
talked about her all day, how she kept just steadily going by in her second 100 ever, adding a couple of minutes against the course record every time. She had herself a night. You can tell that backpacking experience played off. She ended up dropping an hour and 21 minutes off the course record. Holy
That is,
cow.
yeah, legend in the making.
That
Legend
is
is born.
incredible.
Yes, that's
Her
incredible.
first big mountain
race.
100.
Yeah.
Like Javelina and then High Lonesome 100.
Completely different courses.
What are we doing
yeah.
here, folks? This is incredible. And
Yeah.
on top of that, we are imminently awaiting Laura Hansen, who is our second place finisher, who will be, so McKendry was 6th place overall. Laura will be 7th place overall.
Two women in the top 10.
Also
Yeah, it's
be
incredible.
under previous course record pace.
Oh, wow.
And that previous
Yep.
course record was Annie Hughes, and it wasn't a soft course record. So, all right. So that is the excitement that we are all waking up to. Chris Hams, Alex Nichols finished in second, and Elon Lieber out of Richmond, California. We talked about him a lot yesterday. He's been up here training for a month. It paid off. He is finished in third. Other finishers, Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning finished in 4th, and Kevin Stewart in 5th, followed by McKendry. And now we're waiting Laura, Nico, Mango, the crowd favorite. And it will be really interesting to go back now and listen to what happened with Mark Hammond. We saw him last coming in and out of Monarch Pass in third. He was running with those guys in third all day yesterday. And he did look a little slower in Monarch, and something caught up overnight. So, wow, like we're still just digesting this information too. Genuinely excited for McKendry and Anna Mae. I want to hear from you. You know this course really well, and you know what these athletes have gone through overnight. So talk me through this course overnight, what we think might have happened to some of these runners, and how they would have let that night play out.
Yeah, I mean, from just kind of being in the field and getting a kind of an idea of what athletes are going through, this area isn't accustomed to getting a lot of rainfall. And so it seems like there's a lot of athletes who are dealing with a little bit of swamp feet, if you will.
And Laura Harris has officially finished, not to cut you off. So she just came in 23:06.
Oh my
gosh.
Congratulations. Another woman under course record.
Yeah. Just
That's
wild.
Incredible.
So just for a little bit of context on that course record before I get back to you, the previous course record didn't finish until 5:40 a.m. and we're at 5:08 a.m. So this isn't these two lead women are not just a little under course record. It's been completely shattered.
And I would say that, the course conditions, may not have favored a fast course. I mean, I think it's tough to know until we hear from some of the athletes who finished what the course conditions were like. But it did seem like, at least yesterday, there was a lot of water, a lot of washouts, and a lot of the drainages. And so I'm just wondering what the state of the trails were yesterday in that kind of Hancock area, Elmo area.
There were
before heading up
definitely
the pass.
athletes coming in, and the majority seemed to be changing their shoes at Hancock. So the best guess that we could have without having cameras on some of those sections was that there was quite a bit of water on that course, because they're pretty unanimously, the lead pack was changing their shoes and socks as they got into Hancock yesterday.
Yeah, so I suspect that, over the course of the night, you have a little bit of, the temperature change, and just being a little bit colder than normal. Like maybe there's a lot of athletes who are also heat trained and just, prepared for a warm day. And then when you are going into the night and the temperatures are decreasing, it's just a matter of how well you're monitoring your temperature, and that can have a huge impact over the course of
well, It's
the evening
interesting
hours.
you say that because of our 7 finishers now, and Laura Hansen officially 7th overall, the second place female finisher, we have 4 from what I would consider warm weather climates. So
Mm-hmm.
3 Californians are coming through already, an Arizonan, and
Mm.
they're crushing it. Excuse me, 3, 4 from Colorado. It looks like 1, 2. No, 4 from 3 from California, 1 from Arizona. I'm still waking up too. Coffee hasn't had effect. So we have as many Californians finishing this so far as
Wow.
Coloradans,
Yeah.
and 1 from Arizona. So it is really
The battle
interesting.
between Arizona and
And
Colorado.
I'm not a data scientist, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to look through these times, and it looks like people were going pretty quick at night. We were talking a lot about
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Elam's men's course record,
Mm-hmm.
and the lead men were an hour off of that pretty early,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
Chris came back and he was only just about 30 minutes off of it at the end when he finished. So it looks like these times were picking up overnight, and
Mm-hmm.
so we had talked about that the course becomes quote
Mm-hmm.
unquote runnable,
Mm-hmm.
as runnable as
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
a mountain course is going to be. So what, from an athlete perspective, what goes into making sure that you have legs left at the end of a 100 mile to take advantage of that? Because I know firsthand it's very frustrating to
Mm-hmm.
get to a runnable section and not have legs to be able to run.
Oh, yes, 100%. Well, as you know too, it's all about managing your system. So, if your feet are bothering you, you tend to see that there's a lot of athletes who are changing their shoes, changing their socks, managing blisters, taking care of their feet. And then, the hydration, nutrition piece is obviously very crucial as well, and just gear in general. So, I think that in a 100-mile race, if you aren't able to manage those systems, or if any of those systems crack at any point, or if there's any weaknesses in those systems, that's when you can become, underfueled, dehydrated at any point, or managing with, some sort of ache or pain that you kind of let go too long. And that essentially will make it a lot more challenging to be stronger, later on in the race. So
Yeah, and
I always tell athletes that, it's important to not focus so much on the pace and the race, but be focusing on managing your systems.
yeah, 100%. And we're talking about a race that the average elevation is 10,600 feet, so that adds a considerable different
Mm-hmm.
element
Mm-hmm.
of managing the systems. And I mean, there's digestion concerns at play
Yep.
so many times up over 12,000 feet. There's
Mm-hmm.
obviously you're adding in steep climbs that are challenging, and the biggest climb of the day, you go up over 13,000 feet right off the bat.
Yep.
So, from your coaching mind and your athlete mind, what are you thinking about right off the bat to make sure that you're able to continue taking in calories the start of the race, but also overnight to make sure that you can
Mm-hmm.
survive ultimately?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people go off of just, your perceived effort. One thing that I find to be really helpful personally is monitoring your heart rate. And I think, oftentimes you're tapered, you're feeling great, and you think you're going easy, but you're really not,
Yep.
right? Like the first climb, the first 10 miles of a race, you always see, a drop in effort. And, I think the person who ends up winning the race, or ends up, executing their A goal, is one who is consistent over time, if
Yeah.
not even negative splitting 100, where, obviously it's course dependent, but, in a course like Javelina, for example, you would, as our winner ran, Javelina, which is, we'll talk about, which I think is super fascinating, or female winner, which is really fascinating. But, in a flat race, as a really good example, is you can see like these consistent, like if the athletes are executing consistent paces, are the ones that are able to manage their systems the best. And it seems like those who are going out too hard end up having, a tough time getting their legs under them when they need to really start executing the race piece of like picking off people, right? So I think there's a lot of patience at play in 100.
Yeah, yeah, and so just piggybacking off of that, talking about managing and these even splits. So we don't have a perfect midpoint split, but we have the Hancock aid station, which is at 49.3 miles. So that's the closest we're going to be able to look at, kind of getting an idea of how these athletes manage their day. So Chris Hams, who is our overall winner, again, 20 hours and 16 minutes. Previous course record was just about a half an hour faster than that. But Chris ran that first 49.3 miles in 9 hours and 51 minutes. And he ended up finishing in 20 hours and 16 minutes. So, for a big mountain 100, that's not a negative split, but that shows me that he ran a pretty good race overall.
He did. Yeah,
he didn't fall off the trail. He didn't fall off the wagon, if you will, at the end there. He was holding on strong.
But if I were to personally execute this race, I think I would at least have the mindset of being able to feel good halfway.
Yeah.
Or at least, as you're coming down off of, into Monarch aid station, if you can run, you will make up a lot of ground.
Yep. Yeah, that's the magic of 100 miles. And as we're looking at the sun starting to rise here in the Sawatch Range, you can see our finish line arch is now up and our static cam is finishing, and we're waiting on a couple of athletes that we know are getting close.
Yeah.
All right, Anna, man, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Do you know the mountains that we're looking at there in the background? I'm not intimately ready to answer that myself.
I feel like that's got to be Princeton.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, because I see the chalk cliffs there on the left, and that is kind of like the distinct landmark, if you will, to kind of point out where Princeton is. And it's also like kind of a big pile of rocks on the top.
Yeah. And now we do have a handful of folks in the UK in the chat. So shout out to our friends across the pond. For them, give them an idea of how big Mount Princeton actually is. Again, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Sure.
But
yeah, I mean,
you don't have to do metric math. I'll pull up the calculator.
Sure.
To give me the figure.
Yeah. So BV is at 8,000. Princeton's at 14. So you do your subtraction, and then you will arrive at 6,000 feet.
Okay.
Of gain, at least from BV.
So that the peak that we're looking for our friends that are not familiar with feet, we're looking at about 4,200 meters and above there on that range. So it's quite a climb.
Yes.
And our studio is situated right at the base of Mount Princeton right now. Kind of nestled into the valley, and it's beautiful here.
It is gorgeous, right? Yeah.
We're lucky to be able to spend time and recreate. And you live just down the road. I live just a little further down the road from here. And these mountains truly are magical. And to be able to create this type of a race in these remote areas. Anybody that followed along yesterday on the live stream saw our absolutely magical drone shots, and the people could not believe how beautiful this area is and how remote it is. And I'm glad we're getting the sunrise shot now, but there's something about this area that just calls you here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Nolan's route, essentially goes through, it starts in Salida and then goes all the way north into Leadville. I'm sure a lot of our viewers are familiar with Leadville just because of the famous Courtney Dauwalter lives there. And so does Annie Hughes, actually. Yeah. So previous course record holder of High Lonesome. Yeah. So, it is an incredible place. One thing that I think is really unique about this race is is that you've got hard rock on the other side of the range, or not the range, but of this slope. So we are situated on the eastern slope of the Rockies, and then you've got hard rock on the western slope. And I feel like, obviously, hard rock gets so much attention, and rightly so, but there's a big difference, I think, in hard rock compared to high low, and that I believe High Lonesome is a lot more runnable.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. So, I think that makes it extra challenging because you have to have the mountain
Yeah.
legs, but you also need to
Yep.
have some speed as well.
Yeah, and Hard Rock, right? Hard Rock's not a race; it's a run,
Okay.
as the
Okay.
organization
Yes, I
will
stand corrected.
constantly remind you.
Okay.
No, I think that's always their funny little catch is that it's a run, and Hard Rock it's a mountaineer's race. It's made for folks. If you look at the history of people that have done historically well there, a lot of them have big mountain climbing and hiking experience and just time on the mountains. Whereas this race, it is a mountain race, but it's a mountain race that is made for mountain runners, and we saw that unfold overnight, where Chris has an unbelievable experience in his background. He was second at Uray 100. He's been on the podium at Bear 100. He absolutely has been crushing some of these big mountain hundreds. And all right, so we are set up and rolling here in the studio. We have the camera rolling at finish line, and I believe we also have Luke J out at Purgatory ready for us to check in for the first time this morning. Luke, good morning. How are you, and how did you sleep last night?
He's still muted. Hold on.
Hold on, Luke. You're muted.
He thinks his microphone is.
Yeah, let us work out.
We'll work out some.
We're still getting our caffeine and coffee.
I like
rolling.
those lights.
While we wait for audio from Luke's mic, it is exciting to have this shot here at Purgatory. So runners through the night, we'll just give you a little quick recap of kind of the main field. So we're sitting at Purgatory. The last cutoff we just saw was just before this at Lost Wonder Hut. And Luke, let's see if we have you now.
Hey guys, can you hear me now?
Oh, we got you loud
gotcha.
and clear. Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How did you sleep last night? Did you wake up to the excitement that we did of seeing how this race unfolded?
So yeah, I did not sleep. I left Lost Wonder Hut, hopped in a Jeep, and then I hitched a ride up here to Purgatory to help this awesome crew out, helping runners through the night. And then I was maybe going to try to take a nap, but never happened. There was too much amazing stuff happening all night, as usual, when you're in the middle of the pack. Lots of great stories from the night, lots of drama, lots of puke and rally. But we've sent a lot of people on their way, and lots of good stubborn people leaving here. So
I love to hear that.
Do you have a story
Yeah.
that stands out?
Oh, we got a couple. Yeah, there's been a couple good ones. Let's see. So John Davis came in, and as most people know, he did Hard Rock last week and was doing this week, which is insane. He was falling asleep in the chair over here by the heater. So we set up a bed for him, and he slept probably 2 hours. And then Luke Nelson came in and has been throwing up all day.
Oh, no.
And
my.
he sat down next to John. And Luke was hilarious. He was cracking us up, giving us stories through his whole night of puking and not keeping anything down. But had like an amazing sense of humor. He woke up John. John started laughing, and they agreed to leave together. So that was really cool. One guy left with his waistband, pretzels in the front, Twizzlers in the back.
Oh, I love that strategy.
Cool.
I respect that.
I do respect that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good. Lots of soup, obviously. Lots of Coke. Let's see.
What do you think has been the most popular snack?
Oh, let's ask the cooks over here. All right, guys. What's been the most?
Oh, we got a pineapple.
Uh-oh.
A little fire out of control.
Yeah.
The pineapple, you can see he's a little stained from a long night.
Yeah,
Turn this way so we can see.
Oh wow.
Oh no.
Maybe take this guy off the grill. No live fire for him.
Roasted pineapple.
Grilled pineapple.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's been the most popular stack throughout the night?
Man, the veggie broth and the miso broth have just been
Mhm.
kicking.
Yeah,
And then
Electrolyte.
That
noodles.
tracks.
Sounds about right.
What else?
Banana bread.
Banana bread's been going
Slinging a
strong,
lot
yeah.
of banana bread.
And then Kelsey's chicken noodles been. We're almost out.
Yeah, we are almost out of Kelsey's chicken noodle soup.
Okay.
Mhm.
These guys have been crushing it. Hours just back here, slinging soup, slinging banana bread, cookies, pretzels, whatever we got. We got veggie broth, miso broth, scratch, Morton. Get them whatever they need.
Yeah, of course, Morton, one of our incredible sponsors. They're out supporting with their drinks and gels. Love to see that.
Morton needs to make a veggie broth, apparently.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Miso. Hey, who's that athlete right there? How's his race going? Oh, that's a pacer.
So we got a pacer here.
Yes, you would.
Who's your runner?
Rob Marks from Durango.
Okay, and is he in aid right now?
He's over there sitting.
Oh, what are you doing over there? He said he's going to get up and move. So, hey, let's cheer him on. You're on the live
Yeah.
stream.
Woo!
Peer pressure.
Oh, we've got also watermelon over there too.
So Rob is an athletic trainer at Durango High School.
So you are an athletic trainer, Durango High School.
That's right.
Yeah. So what words of advice would you give to high schoolers who might be watching you right now and you're deep in this mission?
Don't give in to peer pressure.
Don't
You
give
heard it
in
from
to
him.
peer pressure.
This is good. This is good.
I love it.
We got
Hey.
Downhill.
My favorite.
Yep.
Yep.
2.8 miles to Monarch.
Mhm.
And you're going to see this beautiful sunrise.
Love it.
And you're going to lose elevation. And you're going to start to feel way better.
I love that.
And then you're going to see the sunrise. And it's a new day. You
Pretty
ready?
crazy. Yeah.
You ready?
Hey, Luke.
Yeah.
This is the longest I've ever run. So it's all new territory from here.
His first 100.
Luke,
everybody.
remind
First 100.
him that his dad is with him for the rest of this race. He's got a tattoo on his calf in honor of his dad to remind him that his dad's always with him.
All right. The live stream said your dad is with you.
Oh, sweet.
They said you have a tattoo on your leg.
Yeah, it's just,
There we go.
There it is.
Flying
Aw.
tiger in honor of his dad.
Well, he's with
All right,
you,
man.
man. Let's go.
Good job.
Gosh, I love this stuff.
Me too. Might be crying right now, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we said it yesterday. We'll say it again. There absolutely is crying in ultra running. This is incredible. The pacer looks ready to go.
He does. Oh my gosh, look how stunning it is up there.
There's sometimes it's hard to find the words to say, and I just want to sit back and watch it with all of you guys.
Mhm.
And this is one of those moments. It is just breathtaking.
Yeah, Monarch Resort is definitely a hidden gem.
You guys,
It's not as crowded. You get views like this. The snow is pretty great, and it's got like a local resort vibe to it. So, yeah. Then they also allow touring, so you can bring your setup and do some laps and enjoy the mountains in the winter up here as well.
Yeah, we're so lucky in this area to have areas to easily recreate.
Hmm.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah. What else you got for us?
So I got this is Ryan and Sheena. They are doing this together, and they are getting ready to leave the aid station. They look amazing compared to a lot of people we've seen tonight.
Yeah. Smiles. We love
you
it.
guys look great. And you guys are doing this together?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I got in yesterday actually. I was gonna pace her for the last 50, but Caleb had a spot. So
That's savage.
Wow, that is savage. He's not racing, or he's not a racer officially, but he's her pacer.
No, Caleb got him a spot yesterday.
Oh, what?
He has the bib.
Oh,
like getting the drop bags and kind of crewing slash pacing. So
Wow.
Amazing. So if you didn't catch that, he was going to pace her for half of the course. You know, we had a drop. So Caleb had a spot open. He literally was like, I'll go for it yesterday. And so they're doing the whole 100 miles
Can you
together.
imagine? Can you
That
ask
is-
him like generally how he's feeling for attempting his first 100 and not expecting to be racing?
That's cool. Were you training to do 50 or were you feeling pretty good about doing 100?
I've been trying to do Nolan's. Oh wow! I made it. Yeah. A couple
Oh,
weeks
so
ago.
Okay.
so this is just a training day
Okay.
for him.
Yeah, he's
60. So it's like the perfect training run, I guess, for 100. So yeah, man.
That's such a
Right.
casually
that's a
savage
casual
thing to
stuff.
say.
Yeah.
So
We've
awesome.
been spending a lot of time out here.
Yeah. Well, you guys get your soup and get on out of here. Yeah, see the sunrise. And you guys mentioned Nolan's 14 earlier, which is here in the Sawatch Range. So if he's gearing up for Nolan's, not that this is light work, but he was prepared for this. But
Yeah, to say
really
the
cool
least.
story, right?
Yes.
Luke, have you attempted Nolan's?
I have. I did it in
Okay.
2018.
I
and
thought you had, but I wasn't going to put you on the spot saying you did.
Thanks. I did. I halfway through, I decided I had to complete it on my first try because it was so brutal that I didn't want to have to redo it.
That's how I felt about Badwater, which is also starting.
Yeah,
this
It's
exactly.
happening. Yeah. Monday, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are these ultra experiences that we're really happy we're able to do and do it, but you know for a fact that you're never going to do it again, and
Mhm.
you know you're glad you did it, and that was that.
And now we're done. I feel like a high low is one to come back to though.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
the take on a lot of the finishers. Luke, I know you're a multiple time guy here as well. What was it for you that made sure that you were coming back?
It's just such a good course that it's a course I would redo. Not a lot of courses out there that I feel drawn to come back to multiple times. Also, the fact that the aid stations are amazing, race directors are amazing, just ticks the boxes of a rad experience in epic mountains, beautiful scenery, you know, with a bunch of like-minded friends that are willing to push themselves. So you can see we got a few runners here.
Yeah.
Just
Who do
taking
we
their
have?
time. They got plenty of time, so they're gonna grab some snacks, and then they're gonna see this beautiful sunrise before they head down off here of Purgatory towards Monarch.
Yep.
So Monarch Pass is 2.8 miles down this road. Kind of weave your way through the ski area, Monarch ski area, and you cruise
Gosh, these shots are
right,
incredible.
I know.
right down and over there. And, you know, a lot of people are picking up a new pacer there
Mm-hmm.
or picking up their first pacer. But look at
Because
that sunrise.
that's the first time these athletes will have had a chance to see their crew in about 18 miles. So it'll be nice to see. We last night we saw some of the lead pack. They got reunited with their kids and their family, and you can tell that that's a big emotional lift. When
Yeah,
you can see
yep.
your loved ones again for the first time in a couple hours.
And I feel like, you know, I'd be curious to know how many entrants have pacers from, you know, essentially for as long as they're able to, you know, starting at Hancock. I think that can be quite a challenge to have.
Here we go. We got
you
a
know, enough
runner
pacers,
heading out.
so,
Great job.
Sometimes it's
Great
just
job.
picking them up
Keep
at
it up.
Monarch. Right. So you're kind of making it through the night yourself and then seeing friends and family potentially at Monarch, but also picking up a pacer. So
just a little kind of catching up on the bigger picture of the race. We started 199. It looks to me like there's 158 still on course or have
yeah.
finished. So pretty good amount. The sad story that I am just discovering is local fan favorite Jason Murphy ended up pulling the plug and ending his night at Monarch.
Okay.
So we had talked about him
Yeah.
quite a bit yesterday. He was leading
He had
the
a
race
strong
early.
start. Yeah.
But he's a local legend that crushes these mountains. But he's a carpenter and had a back injury a couple weeks ago. He was trying to run through. He re-injured it coming down Antero early, and it looked like he was gutting it out. But unfortunately, Jason decided to end his night early at Monarch.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and those are decisions as athletes we never want to make, but there's sometimes your body makes the decision for you, and we have to be smart, and that's sometimes the hardest thing when being tough is kind of the forefront of the sport. Being tough doesn't keep your body safe, and I don't know if you can talk about that. You work with a lot of athletes, and like I'm sure that they're challenged sometimes to make those decisions.
Oh, 100%. I feel like that there's a slippery slope there. And there's one thing to be uncomfortable, and there's another thing to be in pain for a certain amount of period of time where it's pretty obvious that you're doing you're doing damage to your body. And I always tell athletes that in an ultra, you will most likely experience different hot spots or sensations that are kind of like little green lights that are like, okay, this part of my body is feeling X, like a little achy, and your mind is bringing awareness to that. But it should shift.
Yep.
It should change. It should shift over the course of the race. If it ends up being that one spot never changes, then that's when you have a problem.
I always think about myself, and when I'm deep in these races, like I think there's a difference between hurt and pain. And what I mean by that is like you're going to hurt, like your body's going to hurt. That's not a problem. It becomes a problem when you consider it pain. Like, that is something I maybe need to be more acutely aware of. Like, is this pain something that will become a problem later? And the best bet is that you acknowledge it fast enough that you can get into aid, you can take care of it, you can do something that will allow me to continue on. But there is always that realization that this pain isn't going away, and then you have to make those tough decisions of is this something I can manage? And the other thought is if I manage it today, how long is this going to
take
impact
me out? Yeah, I mean, ideally, it's something that's gonna, aches and pains that are kind of gonna shift, to different areas of your body. Like I mean, I haven't completed a 100-miler, but I can attest to, racing 50s and 100Ks. And I kind of describe it as, like there's these little sensations or little green lights here, there, and wherever. And I think, you can get too acutely focused on it, and that can make it worse. But you do kind of have to know your body pretty well to be like, oh, my calf is feeling a little funky here, but it's, not something that I have to really worry about. And then usually that sensation will die down. And unfortunately, something else will kind of speak for a little bit.
Luke,
but,
you've been through this recently, and obviously know the pain cave and hurt and pain better than a lot of people do. So what's your take on both yourself and then seeing some of these athletes come in and like they're obviously battling? This is a race that there's a lottery, so they feel like they need to respect the slot, so they're going to fight through some stuff.
Right.
So give me your personal take and then kind of stuff that you're seeing people fight through out there.
Yeah, man, it's been a beautiful night of suffering and overcoming. You can't not be inspired. One thing my buddy Nash, who's over here behind cooking, said his dad told him, and I love this, is are you hurt or are you hurting? And so I think that's kind of been our motto tonight, asking runners like, are you hurt or are you just hurting? If you're hurting, we can help you. We can get you down. Bib number 113 is heading out towards Monarch. But we're at 11,800
That's
feet. This is
Brett
a high,
Rutherford out of New York. Man, that's
amazing.
Quite the elevation for coming from New York. Scarsdale.
Yeah.
What
And
has
so,
been what have you noticed has been the strategy for people who have had stomach issues? Because talking about this hurt or hurting, I think a lot of times dehydration can be masked as like hurt, but it is just a fact of like you need to just get rehydrated. What has been the strategy? Like, is it just kind of sitting in the aid and sipping on fluids for a certain amount of time, or what have you seen athletes kind of go through to help with that? Or is there something that they've been taking to help with nausea?
Great work.
Yeah.
There's the couple we talked to earlier that are heading out together, doing the full 100 miles together as a team.
Just a casual
jump in
into
the mountain.
100 mile the day before.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So back to Anime's question, I think it's been interesting to see the strategies, right? Because some people come in and they just need a few moments by themselves to kind of regain themselves. And then some people really need a cheerleader, somebody to come up and, put a hand on their shoulder, give them a pep talk, tell them that we believe in them. And great
We have a
work.
finisher on the live cam here coming through. Just going to pause you, Luke. That is. I don't have a bib on
him. Maybe someone in the chat. What now? Maybe he'll turn around.
Yeah, this is our first live view of a finisher coming in, so we're gonna soak this up. We did get some video from a handful of our previous finishers that I believe we're gonna have the ability to show at some point. But this is what it's all about. Like
the 754.
He's with his family and getting love. I believe that's Nico DeVries, if I'm seeing things right. Out of Denver, Colorado. He's going to be in that 8th overall spot for us. Nico clearly feeling it. both emotionally and physically here at the finish line. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Nico. I'm somebody that I get emotional for my own 100-mile finishes.
Yeah.
I will get 3 times as emotional for other people's 100-mile finishes. And this is just so incredible to see and be able to just sit here and take in the excitement of somebody else finishing their goal race.
Daniel, you were an amazing pacer. This guy.
I mean, he's with it enough to hold a conversation, and oftentimes you see athletes, they're good for 10 minutes after they finish, and then their core temp drops and they gotta go. But he seems like he's in really great spirits.
Nico, I love that.
Feeling the love.
Yeah, all right, we'll come back to Nico. Looks like we have Luke with a couple of aid station volunteers. We have one in a banana costume, I believe, if I'm seeing this correctly. Luke, who we have?
So this is Savannah and Justin. They're the aid station captains who ran Purgatory all night.
Our heroes.
Yeah, our heroes, getting runners in and out. So we had a rad crew of people that took care of folks all night. Kept them fed, kept them hydrated, kicked them out when they needed to, gave them love when they needed to. You guys, this is your first time doing an aid station, right?
Yes, it is.
You guys crushed it, number one. What was the hardest part about running an aid station?
What do you think the hardest part was?
I think in the beginning, the unknown, like showing up and like, do we have everything? Do we have enough food? All that stuff. And just setting it up right, make sure it flowed. And like as soon as we got like everything set up and we started getting runners in here and delegating, tasks, oiled machine, good to go.
I think just to echo what Justin said, just making sure everything ran as good as it could. And I think we did a good job considering it was our first time. And pumped to be out here, honestly.
Yeah, you guys ran it like seasoned veterans, I would say. Do you have any like funny moments through the night or anything that stuck out with anyone that was like unique or quirky or, you know, anything you'll remember and tell people about?
I don't think if I have any like quirky moments, but I will say just being able to interact with all the runners and just see them through all of their emotions has been really rewarding, and
Mm.
able to get them in and out, even if they're coming in a really bad mood, and get them out with maybe a more positive mindset. That's been the best part for sure.
So
Yeah.
true.
I think the most notable moment for me was there was a girl named Rachel who came in, and she was laying down a mile down the trail.
Oh my
And like we
God.
went down, got her up. I was like, let's just move 10 feet at a time. Got her up to the top. And I was like, hey, like you didn't think you're going to make it here. And she started crying. And I was like, take a nap. And like she got out of here and like told her like, hey, I'll see you at the finish line. So that was really cool. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Yeah, do
Rachel
we-
was not in a good
what-
spot.
What's Rachel's?
Do we have a
Do we
bib
get
number?
a bib number?
Oh, do you remember her bib number?
I don't
It was
remember.
Rachel Norfelt, I believe.
Norfleet.
Rachel.
I know
Norfleet.
her. Oh my gosh.
They're a Vipa team member. So she last, just to give you, she last is checked in leaving Purgatory and has not showed up anywhere else, but she left there about 4:30, so about an hour ago.
Was she with Ryan Montgomery, her pacer?
She was. Yes,
Yeah.
he was taking good care of her.
Yeah, talk
And,
about an ideal person to have get you through a low point.
Yeah.
Mr. Charisma himself, Ryan, will get her through that. And
Yeah, apparently she was dealing with some high altitude sickness
Okay.
over the course of the night.
And I believe Rachel paced Ryan at Western.
Western,
right?
yeah.
So
Yeah,
returning the favor.
turning the favor.
This sport is definitely tends to, you see pacers
Thank you, guys.
exchanging duties
Good
with each other.
Loved it.
Well, good work.
Yeah.
We got
Back here on
bib
our-
74 coming through.
'74.
With the-
Heather Josie. All right, another Denverite trucking through on our 7,000 feet running company cam here up in the sky. Again, these are the shots that our chat just couldn't get enough of yesterday,
Wow.
and I personally can't either. You're able to see parts of a course that most people never get to see in a way that we're really lucky to see it. A reminder that these areas are so remote that I left the studio last night. I drove for 2 minutes and I didn't have cell service immediately until I got back to the studio this morning, to give you an idea how remote we are. So the fact that we're able to live stream with drones and commentary is, it still blows my mind how
Yeah.
this all works.
Yeah. I mean, where we are right now, we have no service,
Yeah.
but it's happening.
Yeah. We, by the power of Starlink, we are here.
Yep. We are live.
Chatting with
We
you
have clear
guys.
images,
Yeah, it's
clear
quite,
audio.
quite remarkable.
Yes.
To be able to see this. So shout out to the Mountain Outpost team for
We
really
have-
coordinating this and
Capturing the essence
lifting
of
up-
this race.
lifting
yeah.
up this race and ultra running in general
Yes.
to new heights.
Yeah.
We got
And
bib
I think in
117.
particular, what's really appealing about this race that really stands out is the the emphasis on the women's field, and
Yep.
I think we're seeing how when women are really supported, we see how they can shine, and we can see that the competitiveness that leads to course records being broken, top 10 overall in the field. Just to kind of recap, what we saw from the top 3 female, or really top 5, but the top 2 went under course record, which is mind blowing. And
just bonker stuff.
yeah,
last
just bonker
night.
stuff happening.
And not just under course record pace.
But-
I believe
but
it's about an hour and 21 minutes
yeah,
under course
yeah,
record
yeah.
pace from a previously very stout Annie Hughes course record. So that was McKendry Hickory out of Oak Creek. And we're still just blown away.
Yeah.
Waking up to seeing
Yeah.
how quickly she finished, and so I want to piggyback off that. This race I think has elevated to the heights it has so quickly because of what they're doing for both the men's and women's field, but also the inclusivity of what they're doing. So if you guys aren't familiar with this race, they have a exact 50-50 split, men's and women's starters. They reserve spots for LGBTQ and biopic runners to make sure that everybody that wants representation here at this race has the opportunity to get it.
Yeah.
And that is something that this sport has badly needed. And it's really cool to see High Lonesome 100 kind of lead from the front in that regard.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, I think it's really unique. And I think, you know, if there's any people or anyone who has questioned this kind of format, I think it's clear that how effective this can be, and just like giving, you know, minorities the chance to, or, you know, to have this opportunity to shine and to, you know, have the chance to be able to enter into a race, especially a 100-mile race like this, especially the qualifier for Hard Rock.
Yeah.
Is so important for our sport, for the growth of our sport, and to see these women, you know, getting these tickets.
Yeah.
Is, you know, it's just
and
it's
time and time
incredible.
again, the races provide these opportunities, and this women's field today and last night delivered. They came ready to go, and holy moly, are we waking up with just seeing what unfolded overnight. And we were watching it all day yesterday, watching McKendry just chip away against that course record. And every time she was coming in smooth and steady, adding a few minutes under course record pace, and then just crushing the night with Laura just right behind her.
Yeah.
Holy moly. So the women are getting these spots, and they're proving time and time and time again why they should have them. So we're seeing some athletes climbing up the ski slopes here, and this is a section that they, you know, they're clearly up high. You're looking at some radio antennas and towers here into Purgatory, and it's exactly what it sounds like. You're in a tough spot there by yourself. This is the highest aid station on course.
Wow.
Just under 12,000 feet, and you can feel it. It's never a fun thing to know you're tired and you're standing right next to the top of a gondola there, a ski lift. Yeah, you get a look back, and you can see where these athletes have been and come from and are coming up. All right, there's Mango, the crowd favorite. Mango Mike has finished his journey through the Sawatch Mountains here. Congratulations. He's gonna maybe hear about the legend that he has become in the last 24 hours. We are still under 24 hours, which is just unbelievable time for this course and this elevation and altitude. I don't have an official clock on him, but our race clock is at 23:53. Just an incredible. He's been fun to follow. He's been just chipping away consistently at this race course for the last 24 hours. So he was officially he finished at 5:53 a.m. Yes, this would be our second Masters, first Grandmaster at 50 years old.
That's incredible.
Let's see what other information I can find on Mike, besides the best nickname in the field. Let's see about me. I don't.
Was the nickname given by Schlarb, or was it like, is this, Mango is in his last name. We see this clearly. Manganello, Mango. Is he a through hiker? Is this just his...
The crowd, the chat was big fans of Michael Manganello yesterday. So maybe if you know a little bit more on him, we're
love to
doing our best to look him up and share more on him. But he's been a fan favorite. Looking at his ultra sign up, he has and he's an I'm Tough finisher, Zion 100 miler. He's done some stuff. He is a past finisher here at High Lonesome. This appears to be his best time here by 3 hours.
Wow.
So he has to feel pretty darn good about his jaunt through the mountains last night.
It must be the big 5-0. You know, wasn't Ludovic Pomeroy? Isn't he?
Gosh,
50
yeah,
at Hard Rock?
49,
49,
I believe. But
yeah.
It's the era
The
of
era.
the grandmaster runners. Of course, we can't talk about grandmaster and without talking about the one and only Jeff Browning,
Yes.
who was 4th overall
It's
here.
incredible.
That dude just knows how to run these races. He was only 4 minutes off the podium, at 52 years young, absolutely crushing it. Looking down the list a little bit, we have Amy Hume, age 50. She is sitting 5th overall for the women, right behind Sarah O, who we're expecting to be coming in sometime this hour, I would guess. Casey Leaktig, fan favorite, of course, and then Melissa O, Liz Canty, and let's look at Arnita Ortiz has been
talking about grandmasters. For those of you who do not know this, we have
I'm just looking up. Anita unfortunately did DNF this race. I'm sorry to report that back. Yeah, she also ended up stopping at Monarch.
Okay.
So I was wondering why I didn't see her there at the top, and that's unfortunately why.
She seemed to have a pretty good race overall. Like at least coming into the evening hours.
Yeah.
She was holding, around 12th place there for a while, so just out of the top 10. But we hope that she's doing well, and definitely just such a legend.
Yeah, another crowd favorite that unfortunately ended his night early was Ryan Kaiser. So he was definitely feeling it. We had a live cam on him at Lost Wonder Hut last night, and he was feeling it. He went in and took a little nap. They got him out, and it looks like he decided to make the decision. One way or another at Lost Wonder Hut, or excuse me, at Monarch. So that's these are always sad things for us to go through and have to talk about. But he was such a big story yesterday of just kind of his background of him and Anita talking about just two savages of the sport that have been around, and unfortunately calling it a day early.
But that's okay. I feel like sometimes like you find your finish line, and there's a lot to be proud of for one, stepping onto that start line, and there's a lot that goes into preparing for 100 like this, and it doesn't diminish what you've done leading up to the race and the steps that you took in the race. Like, I think there's a lot of shame sometimes around DNFs, and it's like, hey, like, everybody's finish line is different. Some people maybe have no intention to even finish, but are trying to at least stay a step ahead of the cutoffs.
Yep.
Right. And I think that's beautiful to see that kind of, resiliency and determination, and just to see how far can I go. It's all about, pushing your human,
my
your
limit today was 50
my limit
miles.
was here.
Yep.
And
that's okay.
That's okay.
Right. It's sad. And I think we all will, that have been through that before. You mourn for your race, you mourn for the training, but you're no less of an athlete because you didn't get to 100. Yes, we all want you to get there, but we're just as proud of everybody for being here and trying this.
Yeah.
It's a community driven event that we're here, and kind of in this vein, it's worth mentioning we have 4 legacy runners in the field today.
Okay.
And unfortunately, Kevin Canaday, who has up to this point started and finished every single High Lonesome 100, he ended up dropping out. So that's another sad news to report back, that he also called it a night at actually at Hancock. So I'll take a look at our other 3. Because we had 4 runners that, for the most part, have been a part of this race since the inception.
I think Silke is still
is still rolling.
Yeah.
John Davis, of course, who we talked about just a little bit ago, who had done Hard Rock last weekend.
That's incredible. I mean, that is a big double.
Wait till you hear this. He's doing Never Summer next weekend.
I lost my breath there for a second. You know what? I would argue that I'm waiting for Courtney Dauwalter to show up and do the Hard Rock High Lonesome back to back. But I would argue that double would be harder than a Hard Rock UTMB.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
I mean, look at in terms of
a lot less time, obviously.
Yes, a lot less time, obviously, but then you've got the high altitude, effect. UTMB is a lot lower, obviously maybe a little bit faster and more of a demand to be then pushing yourself at that.
So it looks
caliber,
like our most recent out of Blank's cabin, which is mile 84, we have Melissa O and Silke leaving together, as far as we can tell, right?
Yeah.
They left at the same time mark. So those 2 women are working together. Looks like
they look happy. All smiles.
All smiles indeed.
Well, how can you not smile when you're greeted by a banana?
Yeah, we were talking about it all day yesterday, that these athletes are, and that's Reagan, I believe.
And just there's such a big difference in running, at night than to be greeted by the sun. It really changes, everything, I think. Just to have kind of it's a new day, right? It's a new day, new start. So a lot of these runners are getting their second wind, maybe their third wind, fourth wind, fifth wind, but regardless, they're looking pretty great coming through this aid station right now. And, we're loving to see their energy and their smiles. And
that's her pacer is Chris Roglaski, who's I believe a world's toughest mudder world champion.
Oh.
And absolute savage ultra runner herself and one of the happiest people on the planet. So you talk about having the right personality type to get you through a long night here. That's it right there. I don't know if can we try to grab some audio back from that aid station and check in with
look at
Luke
the colors.
See. All right, Luke, the sun has come up. How are athletes seeming to be a little bit more chipper? I always feel like the sunrise brings new life.
Yeah, definitely a little more upbeat than deep in the night. Really cool story. I just talked to a friend of ours. Her name's Nancy Stanley from Durango. She's bib number 31. She's leaving the aid station now. She's going to wave at the camera. This is her first 100.
Oh,
she's crushing it.
She's crushing it.
Yeah. Quick note, me and my wife and our boys met Nancy working the Raspberry aid station in 2021. And she had just had reconstructive knee surgery.
Wow.
And here she is a few short years later, smashing her first 100.
This is incredible.
So, I just hear everybody clapping.
Yeah. So amazing to see this stuff.
Wow. Resiliency at its finest.
Yeah. They get to head down Monarch, enjoy this beautiful sunrise. She's getting paced by her partner.
All right, they're off, and I believe we saw McKenna Reagan come in behind with Chris Wilgrowski as her pacer. I don't know if you're able to check in with McKenna and see how her night was and how she's feeling coming into the morning. as we
Thank you.
take
Great
in
job,
these
runner.
views.
Excellent work. Bib number 104.
104 is
Leaving the aid
Shannon
station.
Meredith heading out. Another one of our Grandmaster runner, 53 years old, out of Colorado
just
Springs,
incredible.
looking strong. I love this sport because you have Shannon heading out. She's 53. Right before her, Sherry is 47, and then right behind them is McKenna Reagan at 25. Like you just have this pack of diverse athletes going through different experiences all at the same time, sharing it together.
Yep. I think it goes to show you that you're never too old to, achieve your goals or work towards your goals, whether they're running related or anything else that you have aspirations to do.
Yeah, and going back to what I was saying before, this time of the day for me is always it's always magical because you've made it through the night. Things get a little easier, at least mentally. You don't have to worry about the headlight anymore.
Yeah.
Generally, this time of day in these mountains, you're not worried about storms. And these athletes are moving through it. So you've survived the worst of it for the most part. The sunrise brings a new day, and you can allow whatever happened yesterday to kind of be yesterday.
Yep.
And just reset your mind if you've had a tough night.
Yep. Yeah. And I think when you're running the night, it's really just you and your mind, there's no views to distract you. You just have, whatever is guiding you with your light and in the ground that you're able to, you're kind of in a tunnel vision as I kind of feel, and especially hours upon hours and upon hours focusing on the trail can get pretty tough.
Yeah.
So, being able to see, I can't imagine coming to this point in the race with the sun coming up. You've got, warm broth.
Yep.
You've got a bunch of really chipper, aid station members. You've got Luke there. You've got, a bunch of fruit people, and you can't ask for anything more.
You really can't. And the knowledge of they're only a couple miles away from seeing their crew again.
Yep.
This ultra running is all about ways that you can kind of manufacture happiness at some points because you're going through it, and being able to okay, sunrise is one big one for me. Seeing my crew and my family is another big one for me. Finding these just little hidden pieces of joy at times. Just look around, right? We're here on the 7,000 foot running company cam here. It's pretty hard not to find joy, even if you're going through it, to look around at these mountains when the sun is coming up. And as somebody said in the chat, absolutely, and coffee.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that there's also back to the kind of the tunnel vision at night, you're really zooming in, quite literally and metaphorically, and then when the sun rises, you're able to actually zoom out. I think you have to maybe get that, that reminder at an aid station or a friendly face or whatever, that reconnecting to your why, why you decided to do this race, whether, that runner before who's doing, seems to be doing this for his dad, those reminders of okay, why am I here? What is the reason for me to take another step forward?
Yep.
And then I think once that is reinstilled, then it's okay, you find that fifth wind and you
have to have those thoughts coming into the race of you can't just be here to be here.
No.
They're whether you're here to win or survive or just see how far you can make it, you have a why, and it's okay to evolve that on the fly sometimes, because I can tell you, I go into a race with I'm here for this, and that might change midway through that. Okay, my why is just to prove that I can do this now, and before it was for something else. So these athletes going through the night, you do have that kind of tunnel vision. You can't see the world around you. You're kind of stuck with your thoughts, and if you don't have any kind of a positive thought process, a long night can become even longer.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, you find yourself looking at your watch and it's like, I've only gone 1 mile
Yeah.
since the last time I looked at my watch.
Yep.
You know, you get in that kind of.
We have another
We've all been there.
athlete coming in.
I mean, just seeing, you know, on this cam here, the difference between the people who are coming in right at,
Yep.
you know, it was still, you know, dawn and a little darker compared to right now. You can just see the smiles. You can see people really moving through this aid station pretty quickly, I
Yeah.
would say. Like
Yeah.
there isn't a lot of lingering going on.
There's not. And so just to reset what we're looking at here, this is the Purgatory aid station. This is the highest aid station on course. It's about 11,900 feet at about 100K into the race, 62-ish miles. So we're just over 24 hours in. Luke, since we last talked to you, we've seen a couple athletes coming and going. Anything new to report? Any more stories of tough nights or triumphs that we need to hear?
Yeah, it's been cool because as the sun comes up, there's like a new energy coming into this aid station, and it seems like a lot of the runners are kind of feeding off each other and kind of teaming up and coming out of here. Great job. Nice work. And so that's cool to see some good energy. Even some people heading jogging down this road.
Oh, I love it.
You saw, actually, I'll give you a little tidbit. A friend of ours, Hillary Osborne from Lakewood, Colorado, just came through with her pacer, Mickey. And Mickey told me that Hillary came back from the dead in the middle of the night. And Hillary told me that that's the first time she's ever thrown up in the race.
Oh, wow.
man.
She looked good, and they actually were one of the few teams that took off running down the hill. So she was in good spirits, running good. This is her second attempt at High Lonesome. Either last year or the year before, she dropped, I believe, at Blank's Cabin,
Okay.
which is painfully close to the finish. But
Yeah.
you know, like you guys mentioned, sometimes a DNF is okay, and sometimes a DNF is the smartest
Yep.
thing
Yeah, it
to
was
do.
a
I think
2022
sometimes-
DNF. We're talking about Hillary Osborne here, and yeah, she's still fighting through it. Looks like Mac Reagan heading out with her pacer Chris, heading down to Monarch, and just again, so there is no cutoff at Purgatory. The next cutoff these athletes, which they are well ahead of, is going to be at Monarch, which is just a couple miles away, and that's at 9 a.m. So a little under 3 hours to the next cutoff that we're looking at here from where Luke is.
They've got plenty of time. She's got this.
Yeah, and this is the point of the race that they're not yet panicking. I said it a few times yesterday. I'll say it again. It's never good when you're doing math in an ultra, because that means you're pushing a cutoff. And so these athletes, I would say, they're not yet doing math.
Yes. And I mean, I think we can argue that like the hardest part's over. I mean, granted, you know, they're managing their systems appropriately, but they've overcome a lot of passes. We're on the highest, you know, the higher point of the course for majority of the race. And so now they're going to lower altitudes and heading onto the Colorado Trail where it's going to be a little bit more runnable.
Luke, we have is this a pacer that we have here?
Yeah, we got a quick pacer interview. What's your name?
Matthew.
Excellent.
From Arkansas.
Oh, there he is.
How is he doing with the altitude?
He's not enjoying the climbing, but we've got the big climbs out of the way, so I think he's going to enjoy this last 50K a lot more than what we just went through.
Yeah, what was the most challenging part of his night?
Yeah, it's definitely the climbs. It's just, I mean, I could hear him behind me. You know, he was working just to crawl up those things. Tough coming from sea level. So
yeah. So did you guys both come from sea level?
We did, yeah.
All right. And how's he feeling now? Is he kind of rallying?
Yeah, he was just on the phone with the family there, trying to get them out to Monarch. So hopefully we'll see them in a couple miles.
That's awesome.
So yeah, he's feeling better. Looks like he's smiling a little bit.
Is this him here?
This is him. This is Chris.
This is Chris.
All right, Chris.
Chris, you got a few words for the live stream?
This is really hard. That was a hard section.
Yeah, really hard course. You're over the hardest part. And now you got a downhill
really looking.
You're gonna feel better at Monarch, and then you're gonna feel better at Fusis, and then you just gotta cruise it in.
I'll see my family at the next stop.
All right.
I just called them. So
Excellent.
So that's
Well,
Chris
you guys
Lyle
head
out of
on out.
Arkansas.
So great work. Great work. Yeah.
have
Good
fun,
job.
man.
Keep it up, Chris. We hope you see your family in Monarch, just a couple miles away. It is pretty remarkable coming from sea level to this
Oh my
race.
gosh.
So again, the average elevation of this course is 10,600 feet. The high point just about 13,000. To come from Arkansas, of course he's going to be feeling those climbs.
I would have to fact check this, but I believe that Monarch Resort is the highest resort in, I want to say, North America.
Okay.
Like A Basin. I think fact check with A Basin. But yeah, I'm pretty sure because it's almost 13,000 feet at the high point at Monarch.
All right. Well, I'm going to fact check you. And I don't think you're going to like the answer. Silverton Mountain,
Yeah,
13,000.
Silverton.
Telluride, A Basin
Okay,
is the
that was
biggest
13.
kind of official one at 13.
Okay.
And we have Loveland and
I was way wrong.
Breck. Yeah, that's all right. It gives you an idea of how many pretty
Wait,
expansive.
Monarch's not even on there.
Yeah.
You should look up Monarch. Look up Monarch.
Monarch
Oh,
Mountain.
Okay, 11.9.
11,009.
Okay, I was
It's
wrong.
number 11.
I thought it was 12.9, but I was off by 1,000 feet.
Yeah, so it still gives you an idea. You know, they're coming in at 12,000 feet after spending all night up and down.
Yeah.
To 12,000 feet. It'll take it out of you. I live at just about 10,000 feet in Fairplay, and when I run over in the Monarch area, I can 100% feel 12,000 feet. So
Oh my gosh.
coming from sea level, I cannot imagine
Brutal.
the lungs that is happening right there. His lungs will not be happy tomorrow. I can promise you that.
Absolutely brutal. I would have, if you find another sea level dweller, I'd be curious to learn about their strategy for preparing for the altitude. I know we don't want to just take up all their time and energy to ask them these things, but I'm actually very curious about this.
All right, so we've been talking a lot about Monarch, and we're gonna switch from Luke at Purgatory over to Colby at Monarch and just check in and see some of these athletes that we've been watching leave Purgatory and now maybe seeing how things are going there. Colby, how are you this morning? Hang on just one moment. We have no live mic. We should be good now. All right, we'll try this again. Colby, rocking the Altra, who is our presenting sponsor here, rocking the bucket hat already this morning, looking good.
Oh, it's sun protection at all times. You can never be too careful. We're here at 11,500 feet here at Monarch Pass. Dawn is here, and it feels like a glimmer of hope is in the air. We've had a lot of people come through, starting to feel a little bit more life in their legs and get moving. We just saw Rachel Norfleet is sitting over under the Altra tent, battling some altitude sickness.
Has she left the aid yet?
She has not. She's taken.
Can you go find her?
Yeah.
Because I know her pretty well, and I know her pacer, Margaret, there. Thank you. Cameraman.
We gotta move.
Let's go. Oh, is it a tripod?
It's all right.
Sorry. Sorry, guys. We're on a mission.
Anime.
This is my girl.
Needs
I
to
need
give
to-
Rachel a pep
Yes.
talk here, and knowing Rachel, she'll be
really
smiling even
appreciate
though
it.
she's hurting.
Yes.
All right. What questions do we have for Rachel? Oh God.
Hey, Rachel, it's Anime here. Just wanted to say that I love you. You're doing amazing. And I know you can turn this around.
She loves you. You're amazing. She knows you can turn this around. Here, I'm gonna put this in there.
Hey, Rachel, it's Anime. Hey.
Oh.
I'm thinking of you. I know you've had a rough night, but the sun is up. You're starting a new day, and I hope you can, get back on, getting your hydration back in line and rehydrated and get some nutrition in. And you got this.
Thank you. Yeah, we had some acute altitude sickness I lost it overnight. Okay. And we are just taking a moment by the fire. It is Christmas themed here, so we're just enjoying this aid station.
Love it.
But yeah, so good to hear your voice.
Yeah, hey Rachel, it's Don. I've been with you all day yesterday as well, and following you today. And I knew we heard some reports that you maybe had a tough night, but we knew that you'd still be smiling and having a great experience. And sure enough, you're there smiling, enjoying Christmas at Monarch Pass.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been an awesome experience so far. Thank you.
Rachel said you guys were cutting out, but she appreciates the kind words. And the Christmas spirit is in the air here at Monarch Pass. We've got the Beach Boys on the radio. Aid station is in full swing.
Welcome to Merry Monarch. That's so great.
One of the things that we saw a lot yesterday was the themes. And so it's really fun to see that Monarch is living up to that as well. Christmas isn't in the air. Generally, what's the vibe? You've been there, right? The sun is coming up. We've been talking a lot about, like you said, the kind of you get new life when the sun's coming up. Are you seeing that, people coming down from Purgatory and even if they've been through it tonight, are they ready to greet this day with some toughness and fight?
Absolutely. I think the witching hours between 3 and 4 a.m. were pretty rough for people. It's still dark. We've been moving all night. It's still cold. So we saw a lot of people really kind of going through it when they first came through here. But now that sun's creeping up over the horizon, you can see people starting to kind of get their stuff together, get a little more food down, feeling a little more energy. So that is palpable in the air here at Monarch.
Nice. Can you guys give us a look at the aid station
I was
spread?
just about to say, is there any candy canes? Or
that's a great question.
Like gumdrops?
Pierogies. Okay.
Pierogies. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola's
we have
technically
Christmas cookies.
Christmas. Oh, yes. All right. Excellent. Crushing it. Pancakes? What do we got? What's being flipped and tossed around here? Pierogies?
Yeah, you guys can see the chaos behind the scenes.
Yeah, what's the warm food? What would you want?
Yeah,
At this time of the morning?
Kobe, your audio's cutting out a little bit here, so if you're talking, I apologize. But I love me some pancakes, and it's a good emotional support food. So hopefully, it looks like maybe they're flipping some pancakes over there.
I saw that Zach Miller was kind of making his way over this way just through Strava. So I was like, maybe there's some donuts. Like that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Right. Like donuts, pancakes, just some really dense high carb would be amazing.
Yeah. What would you wake up on Christmas morning and want to eat for breakfast? What are we wanting?
Pancakes for sure.
Yeah, looks like we've had somebody from that Hawaiian theme aid station make their way over to Monarch. A little mixing theme. We're good with that.
Yeah. There's Christmas in Hawaii too.
Of course. Palm trees. So again, the course cutoff here isn't for a few more hours. So these athletes that are hanging out here still have plenty of time. There's no rushing. It's at this point, if you've had a tough night, this is a good opportunity to maybe get some things reset.
Regroup.
Get some food down, let it digest a little bit, and then get out on your way. So the cutoff there, we have just about 2.5 hours until we're facing the cutoff there at Monarch Pass.
Look at that view, the finish line there.
Yeah, that's what these athletes are dreaming of. Sometimes we talked about our why, like this is this becomes the why at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Is I say to myself, like, I haven't come this far to only come this far.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that finish line is in the back of my mind, and no matter what I'm feeling, it's like, okay, like that's the why
the
now.
goal.
Like,
Yep.
we've evolved the why.
Yep.
It was for these beautiful reasons and these well thought out reasons. Now it's just to survive until I can sit down at that finish line.
Or someone says, I had pancakes there last year. Such a great aid station, missing the race this year. So maybe they are serving up pancakes.
Yeah, Mal. Hopefully you can make it back in to this race. If you're in the chat and you've done this race, chime in, let us know, your experience, how it went, because we're seeing these amazing performances unfold live in front of us. So I'm happy to hear from some people that might have finished this in the past.
Still hear me, but we're talking pancakes.
What? Oh, still.
Yeah, I didn't hear much, but I heard the word pancakes.
So yes, I think we can confirm.
Can confirm.
Can confirm pancakes at Monarch. Everybody at Purgatory,
All right.
hurry up.
All right, so
pancakes are being served fresh and hot.
Yeah, so last night the pizza at Lost Wonder Hut was the stuff of legends in the chat, and everybody was talking about the pizza at Lost Wonder Hut. We're just gonna lean into the pancakes at
yes,
Monarch now.
yep. Okay.
You can tell it's breakfast time for us.
Start
too.
spreading the word. Start spreading the word. Hurry up, Purgatory peeps.
I know it's nice knowing that when you're leaving an aid station like Purgatory, you're pretty close to a full aid station. So there's a difference. For anybody listening that aren't intimately aware of this type of mountain race, some of these aid stations it's really hard to get stuff to.
Yeah.
And you won't have a full aid station. So you might just have fluids and Cheetos and cookies, and it's not always what you want.
Yeah.
But you have that knowledge leaving Purgatory that you're only a couple miles away from this full aid station, not only with a full spread, but also your crew. And that we're talking about these mental strategies. Sometimes it's like, hey, let's not linger in Purgatory. Let's get down to Colby and Monarch.
And I think, for people who are pretty familiar with 100-mile races, like once you have a crew it's coming to crew you, time and time again, you get into this routine of knowing what your racer really likes. And I've seen the crew bring the warm, hot food, and it is like a spread. I mean, they're cooking up pancakes for you, whatever, waffles, like you've got like the full spread. And I think that is the way to go.
Those are the people that are here for the full experience.
Yes.
We have 37 hours, and this is a course that I that's a long time, and these athletes are going through it, but kind of at some point, sounds like fun. Like, let's take the full 37-hour vision quest. Let's get the pancake experience. Let's celebrate
Let's get the pizza.
Christmas.
Yeah, let's celebrate Christmas at this aid station. Then we'll go to Hawaii next.
Yes. I have mad respect for people that come out here that, they take off their job on Friday, they do this, and then they show back up on Monday, and nobody at work knows.
No clue. That's actually my favorite, because it's like when I used to be a teacher, I come back from the weekend and even not just racing, but doing these longer training runs, and you have the Monday meeting in the coffee room and everyone's talking about their weekend. And I just got to the point where I just didn't even tell them.
Yeah.
I'm like, one, it's boring now. Right. And two, they're just mind blown. It's over their head.
Yeah.
It's over the top.
Yeah, it's just a conversation that, this is like, I need two different sides of my life.
Yeah.
Like, I left that other life behind, and now I'm checking into work, and
you get labeled as the weirdo.
Weird one. Yeah. Now I work for myself, and mostly with active outdoor brands, and I'm not the weird one, and it's kind of great.
Yeah.
So just to reset for people just waking up, it's about 6:30 here in Colorado. Exciting news: McKendree Hickory absolutely savagely crushed the course record.
Not by minutes.
I believe it was an hour and 21
an hour
minutes.
and 21, almost an hour and a half.
I did my 5 a.m. math correctly.
Annie Hughes had the record before, which was the stout record. She's a professional runner based out of Leadville. And her time at the,
she was Annie Hughes was the first woman to ever go under 24 hours here.
Yep.
Which is, I remember when that happened. That was 2 years ago. Just holy moly, it happened.
Yep. And now the bar has been raised.
Yes, as it continues to do in ultra running. And even cooler, so right behind McKendry was Laura Hansen. We talked a lot about Laura yesterday. She works for Knowles, National Outdoor Leadership School, is doing some amazing stuff out into the wild. And Laura wasn't too far back from McKendry. She was 45 minutes back, but also under the previous course record.
That's incredible. And she... McKendry is based out of Colorado, so she is not, unfamiliar with altitude. But then second place female, she is from California, right?
Yes.
So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we have, I believe it was 4 out of our top 7 were from warm weather climates, California and Arizona, which to come up here to a high alpine. Again, the average elevation of this course is 10,600 feet. They go over 12,000 feet, I think 6 or 7 times. They go up to 13,000 feet. So to come from warmer climates, lower elevation, and come up here and crush is quite remarkable to see and quite impressive. So the men's race. So we've talked about the women's race, and the women's race still is unfolding. We have Sarah O. She
coming
is
in
on her way into the finish for that F3 position. Right behind her, Casey Leektig, Amy Hume, Melissa O, Sarah's sister, Liz Canty, and Silka, all kind of right there, rounding up that.
Yeah. How about Casey Leektig?
So,
any word on?
So Casey, of course, fan favorite, Western States champion, absolute incredible ambassador for the sport of ultra running. A reminder that she lives and trains out of Omaha, not necessarily known for their big mountains. So like what she's able to do consistently is quite remarkable. So I have her leaving Raspberry 2 at mile 93.7, about 6 miles to go just after 6 a.m.
In what place?
So she was last at, I believe, F4, 15th overall. So really, really incredible race from her coming off of Western States just a couple of weeks ago.
It's a big turnaround.
It's a quick
turnaround. Yep.
So all right, let's recap the men's race quickly, because the men's race that we watched unfold all day yesterday changed dramatically overnight. We were watching the top 3 of Alex Nichols, Chris Hams, and Mark Hammond go at it all day, and we watched them last leaving Monarch Pass within 20 minutes of each other. Those are the top 3, with Alex leading first, looking good. And as we all woke up this morning, we saw Chris Hams take the win. He passed Alex overnight, looks like going between Shavano and Blank's cabin. So somewhere in that early mile 82 to 84, and put the hammer down and ended up winning by about 50 minutes, only about 30 minutes off of Jimmy Elam's absolutely bonkers course record. So shout out to Chris for coming through, Alex finishing in second, and then another athlete that we were following closely all day. He was running a steady 4th place all afternoon yesterday, Elon Lieber, again, Richmond, California, but put an asterisk on that because he's been out here a month training in these trails. So he is a California athlete, but he's been here with Jeff Browning and Kevin Stewart after that. And then immediately behind them is McKendry, our first overall female, in 6th place. So what a race. We are still looking for Mark Hammond, who was leading, is running in that top 3 all day. We were talking about his leg speed and thinking that if he had the legs, he might be a contender to pulling it off. Something happened during the night. We can safely assume. I remember him not looking the best coming into Monarch last night. You could just see some of that fatigue setting in. So it'll be curious to hear some of the battle stories from him. That guy knows racing really well, so he'll be pretty honest, I think, about what he went through last night. But overall, what an absolutely exciting race. This race has every single year raised the bar on excitement and what we're doing here with the women crushing it. An hour and 21 minutes off course record is just bonkers. It is. I've used that word a couple times this morning, and it's the only word I can think of. It's so impressive for a second 100. Look out for McKendry on the circuit. She's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
She is. Yeah, I mean, just having that equal representation with a 50-50 split, you know, is so important. And this is proof in the pudding that, you know, being able to have that kind of access allows for people that may not have had the opportunity otherwise to be able to showcase their skills.
100%.
So,
yeah, and I want to see, I'm going to put this out there into the world and see what happens, but so High Lonesome 100 is a Hard Rock qualifier, and Dale, the race director for Hard Rock, has the ability to pick 3 men and 3 women every year to be in the field for various reasons. I'm gonna put this out to the world that Dale, I think you're looking at McKendry Hickory as somebody that needs to be on that start line of Hard Rock. She's going to be a force and is somebody that's going to, you know, whether Courtney comes back next year or not, McKendry's going to be there pushing the front of that female pack. And I would love to see it based on her performance here. Laura Hansen.
Second that.
You can't.
Laura. Yeah.
You know, here are 2 women that, you know, I know Laura has pretty deep experience with these big mountain hundreds. So I'm guessing she's put in for the Hard Rock Laundry, but this will be McKendry's first Hard Rock qualifier, so she'll have 1 ticket next year. The odds are not in her favor, but you never know. And then, like I said, let's put the magic out into the world that maybe Dale has watched this stream and seen the absolutely amazing performance that McKendry put up, and has her on his short list for the Hard Rock start list next year.
I mean, we are at Christmas aid station, so we might as well.
Yeah, get your request to Santa.
Get the request to Santa now.
All right, Santa Dale.
You know, that would be actually incredible if they had like a little box.
Oh my gosh.
Where you could, put in your wishes.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna have to
get
that out
that
there.
happen.
Maybe Colby can check in and let us know if there's a Christmas list box, letters to Santa.
Yeah.
Here next year for runners to sit on his lap, give him their wishes.
Okay, so
Christmas.
So there was Santa.
There was?
Yes, and I don't know if you know this, but Anime is actually drinking out of a Santa mug from our studio house.
I'm in the Christmas spirit for all those.
We're not on camera right now, so you're not going to be able to see it. But whenever we come back, we'll share this. But amazing that there was Santa there.
So no, there wasn't Santa here last night. We had several elves, but
Okay.
Elves. Okay, next year we'll have Santa and a wish box.
Real Santa, yes. Maybe get the NORAD tracker on top of Monarch Pass.
Yes. Yeah, that's always, you know, obviously being in Colorado, we're aware of NORAD. They put out their little Santa tracker every year for the kids to watch. It's a fun, whimsical thing. And for anybody that isn't familiar with the acronym NORAD, that's the North American Aerospace Defense Command, who's based here.
Okay, I did not know. I wasn't about to ask. I was like, should I know this?
No, most people wouldn't. But it's Space Force Base. It's in the Springs, and they do a big Santa tracker. They're known for you know, tracking things and aerospace. So it's a fun, whimsical thing for the kid to be able to go to the NORAD website every year and and see.
What do you? So Santa doesn't. Wait, what are you trying to say?
I think it's amazing that you can track Santa. I make no other statements about the whereabouts of Santa the rest of the year, but NORAD exists, and apparently now we have Christmas in July, and Santa has not yet made an appearance, but who knows?
Yeah.
The day is still young.
It still is very young.
2.5 hours to cut off.
We've got
there we go. All right, we're back. Here's here's proof that Anime is drinking out of a Santa mug here at our studio. This was not planned.
No, and I had no idea that Monarch was Christmas themed. So
Yep.
But here we are.
It works out
It works.
sometimes.
Yeah.
We blind lucked our way into it.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, and so again, Monarch is sitting at about mile 68 for these athletes, so about a 50K to go.
Yep.
To complete their day. And based on your course knowledge, what is ahead of them for their last 50K here?
The easiest part of the course.
There it is. That is that.
Done.
There's your why, right? At
That's
some point,
it.
it's like, okay, if you can get to
Yeah.
get to mile 68, you got the easiest part of the course.
I mean, it's all downhill from here to Fusas. So you've got gravity on your side, bearing that your knees are feeling okay.
Yep.
And then, from there, you are on the most beautiful, I think, section of single track in this area on the Colorado Trail, from Fusas into Blanks. And that area, or that part of the course, is not technical. It's super smooth. And so you can really kind of find your running legs at that point. After that, it's a little bit more techy, a little bit more punchy, as you go into Raspberry. Once you hit Raspberry, it's smooth sailing again.
Right,
So
we're flipping over.
here
to
we
the finish
go.
line.
That is not
that's
a racer. Woo!
Yay!
Yay! Go kid.
But we are expecting.
Yes.
We don't know who the athlete is at this point, but we know it wasn't the child. But we have an athlete inbound that we should be expecting here shortly, and we'll get a name on that. It could be, depending on how Mark is moving. We're still looking for Mark Hammond. Sarah O is expected soon, so we could have our F3 coming through here pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Lots of excitement. Haven't yet rounded out our overall top 10, so we're waiting for our overall 10th place finisher to come in, and we're gonna keep it here, I believe, knowing that they're close.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hear the birds chirping, and it looks like an absolutely beautiful day here in the Sawatch Mountains.
Couldn't ask for it. This is classic slide of BV weather. So the rain that we've been getting as of late is not a normal phenomenon.
Yeah, it's definitely unique here.
Yeah.
And as we're waiting, it's a good time to just jump in and thank our partners. This is all presented by Altra. These partners are here allowing us to elevate the sport and bring these live shots, so we couldn't do without them. Altra, platinum sponsors Rourke, make some great apparel. I was rocking some Rourke pants all day yesterday. Martin, some of the stuff that Martin is doing in the fueling space at the highest level has been so impressive. Making gels that are actually palatable for athletes compared to some of the other stuff on the market. Our local running store, shout out to all of the local privately owned running shops out in the world. 7,000 Feet Running Company in Salida. Andrew is the owner of that shop. He was co-hosting with me yesterday for a handful of hours. Talk about a store that does things the right way, community driven, building the space up, and just right for the sport. And then we have our pack company, Osprey, a good Colorado company that has been around, I think, as long as I have been. I remember my first backpacking backpack was Osprey back 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
I still have that pack. It's still great. It's still usable, but now they're doing some absolutely phenomenal things for trail running specific athletes. I know Tyler Green runs for Osprey. And say no more about what he has accomplished at Western States the past few years, as a whole, as a master's athlete.
I think his wife is also.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, Rachel.
So we're sitting here. I believe the finish line sits right around 8,000 feet, give or take, a little bit higher than that.
Yep.
Waiting for our 10th official finisher here at the High Lonesome 100, put on by Freestone Endurance. I'm Don Reichelt.
I'm Anna Mae Flynn. Yeah.
This is so cool. Yesterday was my first ever opportunity to be on the mic for one of these races, and I tell you what, this is a really incredible perspective.
Yes, this is my first time as well, and I've always really appreciated Mountain Outpost for putting on this kind of coverage. It's to be able to kind of have this intimate kind of connection with the course and the racers is truly magical, and also just to be able to see how your racer is doing really goes a long ways for the people at home that are worried or tempers their anxiety a little bit.
Yeah, and it's really special. I know even for like my family, when I race a 100+ mile race, doesn't really ever get an idea of what I'm truly going through, and being able to see these incredible drone shots. I think to use a term that I've heard a few times, opens the kimono on the race, and you can see everything. And it's such a special and rare look that we're getting. And here's an ad. That is Sarah O.
Making it up the last climb to the finish.
So
yep.
She has moved up, it looks like one position.
Would she
overall.
be
I think she's going to be 10th overall.
That's
amazing. Assuming she has passed Mark and Mike. But that is definitely Sarah
from Flagstaff.
Sarah is an athlete so she has course records at Cruel Jewel 100, which is the most savage race that I have ever done. I've never questioned my decisions in life more than that race. Another race that she has done that I also questioned my life in was Cocodona. She also has the course record at Muggy on Monster 100.
Wow.
Sarah is no stranger to this type of race.
Yeah.
And clearly, and she was one we watched a lot yesterday, make her way up through the field.
Here,
so we do,
this is 10th place.
This is Mike Cassidy, I believe.
Okay.
Coming in. So Sarah is somewhere behind Mike. This will be our 8th place male overall.
Ridgeway, Colorado.
Just outside of Silverton, just outside Durango.
Yep. So he is training in the San Juans.
Yeah.
So he is prepared for the
he
mountains
knows what he's
here.
doing here.
Yes.
Great race for him. You're obviously you get that satisfaction and that overwhelming sense of relief when you get that finish line that you can finally sit down and stay sitting down.
Yep.
I've felt that many times, just like, you know what, all right, we're good, we're gonna sit here.
Yeah. And we're done. Let it all kind of sink in. I think it always takes a little bit for
the emotions
to kind of catch up.
Don't forget to stop your watch.
Yeah.
That's a big faux pas.
Strava, or did it happen?
Yeah, exactly.
He's in good spirits.
Yeah, he is.
As he should. I mean, that quite accomplishment after, seeing the images of Purgatory and Monarch, and you get
the buckle.
An idea of what this athlete has overcome to get to this finish line.
Yeah, and of course all of our finishers. This race is sponsored by the Race Overall by Law's Whiskey House. We've got our bottle of Law's.
Haven't opened up.
I promise it's still sealed. But all the finishers here get a specialty engraved bottle of Law's whiskey with the High Lonesome logo. So pretty cool. Pretty cool takeaway. Yeah, you can, if you look on this side.
Denver, Colorado, distilled.
Law's is one of my favorites. They add the High Lonesome logo right there to it.
Pretty great.
It's pretty impressive stuff. Their bourbon, right on. All right, and you can see Sarah. She's back on the road that we started on early yesterday, a little more than 24 hours ago. This road yesterday lulls you into a soft sense of reality, a fake sense of reality, because it's like, oh, this isn't too bad. You start, and then you immediately go up part of Mount Antero up to 13,000 feet. So we're back, and so I don't know exactly how close she is, but it's pretty darn close within a few minutes.
Yeah.
She'll be making the turn.
This is like the road that goes up to the Mount Princeton trailhead. So you see the Chalk Creek cliffs there. on your left in the background, which is a signature feature of Mount Princeton, which you see that kind of pyramid poking up there in the middle between those two peaks. And that is Mount Princeton right there. And they are making their way to the finish line, which is at the base of Mount Princeton, or the trailhead access. So yeah, the maybe the en route to the Nolan's 14er. A lot of people have probably heard of this famous FKT. Starts in Salida, Colorado, at Mount Shavano. Or ends, depending on which direction you're going. Thank you. Well, it is normally like
I know
south to north,
most people
right?
go
because that's the official. Or I guess
You
there's
can go
one for either way. Yeah.
But most people traditionally start here and end in Fish Creek.
Yeah.
Or at the fish hatchery.
There's word that on the street that maybe Francois Dehane is interested.
Oh,
yeah.
now we're talking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's something that it's pretty gnarly if you guys don't know. 14-ers, I don't know the official distance. There's no route. It's a lot of wayfinding and kind of knowing the land really well. There was this recent attempt at it. Erin Tunn, she pulled the plug after a couple of the 14ers. A handful of people do it every single year, but Luke J, who has been our man on the ground, has done it. It's super gnarly. It's not a race. It's a challenge. I believe it's 60 hours for the quote unquote challenge. And again, there's no route. You just have to hit all the 14ers. Most people start here and head towards Leadville. A couple people have tried it the other way. It's on my bucket list, but my good gosh, is it a gnarly feat to think about.
Yeah. I mean, you're having to route find and through the night. It's one thing to be able to pick these lines in the day.
Yeah.
But so I feel like a lot of my friends who have attempted this traverse or this Nolan's 14 have spent a lot of time projecting each peak and the distance between each peak, and they think that they found the route, or there's a lot of just communicating with other athletes who have done the course and trying to get that beta. But it is definitely no small task.
So I'm gonna shout out, I believe this is our drone pilot Luke holding on Sarah O here. Just absolutely incredible shots here, being able to follow her as she makes this what feels like very, very
eternity.
long climb.
Yeah.
It's you're
She's running now though. I mean, she's got a little bit of a jog going.
She knows she's close.
Yeah.
But sometimes these uphill grades, and this is steeper than it looks from the shot. Gosh, they can just go on forever. Even though you're like so close. So you can see in this drone shot, I believe off to the right, you can start seeing some campers and things like that. We're gonna make this right turn, and then we're getting closer and closer to the finish line here. I'm not 100% sure how far away she is, but again, we're minutes away from seeing Sarah finish third place female. And if we can pull back, we should be able to get the finish line in sight here in this field up ahead.
Wow, this perspective is just so beautiful.
Just remarkable.
You can see how rural and remote this area of Colorado is, and I mean, it's just spectacular trail systems, and just so lucky to be able to have a course like High Low and in this.
So there's our start finish line
right
that is
there.
now coming
so
to
she's
the
coming
frame.
in.
So you can tell she's probably within a quarter or half mile. She's going to go around this bend and tuck into the field, and the crowd and the finish line is waiting for her. And again, this is our female third place finisher coming in. What a night from Sarah. If you look back, I don't have her exact splits, but she's run a really smart race. She was probably back of the women's top 10, if not even out of the women's top 10 for a lot of the first half. And then she made a push probably around 50K to 50 miles and got herself up into this podium contention, and then has just been doing what she does best and just run a very solid, consistent race. What a cool shot of seeing how this is. And We're here in the Arkansas River Valley, and you get some of these plains that we're lucky enough to be able to host a race like this in. So Sarah will make this turn, I believe, and
she's feeling it now. She's got the jog on.
Yes.
Part of me also wonders, like, if athletes, are taking a moment to really take it in before.
I hope so.
It's
like, one of my biggest regrets in races is not doing that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I mean, like, you can see that she's really opened her stride.
Yeah.
Part of me she was just, taking it in before this last little push, into the finish. Well done, Sarah O.
Sarah, congratulations. And of course her twin sister is behind her just a bit. So my guess is that Sarah's going to hang out for quite a bit and be around waiting for her sister to finish.
Maybe we can get, I don't know if we have anybody at the finish to
and we're gonna
do a little quick.
Okay. So we have just camera only right
Camera
now
only.
at the finish, but we are grabbing interviews, I believe, with all of our finishers. So
Okay.
We'll be able to post those later and share those stories. But this right now, if you're just tuning in, Sarah Ospozowski coming in F3, 11th overall.
Incredible.
Into the finish of the High Lonesome 100. Just remarkable that we're able to capture this. You can see some of these mountains that she has spent the last almost 25 hours running through. We had some storms. It's been a night, and here we are. Here we go. Yeah, and she's looking so good. She's got to be really happy with this performance. Into the finish line chute, and I'm just gonna step back and let's listen to the ambiance of the finish line. One of the special treats of races like these is it is so remote. It's a little intimate at the finish line. There's not a ton of people, but it's usually the people that you want to see. And again, this race only had 199 people, 37-hour cutoff. It's pretty long, so you're going to be pretty spread out here, and it's cool to see these finishes and be able to watch this.
I gotta admit, I'm pretty impressed with her hair right now.
I'm impressed with anybody with good hair.
I mean, just with the rain and the humidity. I mean, she looks like she just...
Oh, and we have a dog. Somebody called it out in the chat too, but we don't currently have somebody on the ground there at the finish line. But if anybody was with me yesterday, you know that I will stay committed to getting the names of dogs that show up.
Oh, that's great.
Somebody mentioned, you can see my laptop. It says, tell your dog I say hi. I'm a big dog person
fan
over here. And
I actually don't trust people who are not dog people.
I feel that.
I'm like,
yeah. So we will do the hard reporting and make sure we get the name of that dog.
Okay.
Who is, I can confirm, a good boy or girl. So yesterday we had, to catch you up, I know you weren't here, Anime, we had Trout was the first dog.
Okay.
Trout was wearing a rainbow costume.
Oh.
That
decked
lit up.
out.
Yeah, Trout was full at our unicorn aid station, which I believe was St. Elmo, but
that's amazing.
I could be forgetting. And then the dog that everybody seemed to love was Trout, and Trout was up at the hut.
Wait, you mentioned Trout. Who was the
Spike? No,
Spike.
Trout.
Okay.
Sorry, still early here. So Trout was the rainbow. Spike was at Lost Wonder Hut, and Spike strategically positioned himself where the runners had to exit, and so Spike got a lot of pets as people were leaving Lost Wonder Hut overnight. Spike, again, certified good boy, getting pets on the way out, and such it was so cool. I remember clearly Casey Leaktig leaving Lost Wonder Hut, pizza in her hands, like jamming on the brakes to go say hi to Spike, and her pacer as well dropping down to say hi. So we cannot do these races without our dogs. I know one of my good friends that has his dog out. He was volunteering at Raspberry Gulch aid station. All right, so Rainbow was at Tin Cup 8. Yeah, thank you for filling me in.
People are really into this.
I know.
This is
great. We were on top of the dog situation yesterday. I'm not somebody to miss an opportunity to meet a dog, even if it's virtually.
If anybody knows the whereabouts of these dogs at the current moment, please let us know.
Yeah, so we've just seen Sarah finish. Again, that rounds out the top of our women's podium. This is going to be a nice time to take just a short break, give some love to our sponsors, and let your studio team refresh our cups of coffee as it's just hitting 7 a.m. here in Colorado.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
All right, we're back here with our finish line camera here at the High Lonesome 100. Our stream here presented by Altra Running. Just to do a recap, it is 7 a.m. here now in Colorado. Runners have been out on course for 25 hours, absolutely crushing it. We had some storms yesterday that rolled in, and they battled through that. They've now successfully battled through the night. And the sun has come up, brought new life to a bunch of athletes that we've heard some stories from our team on the field of what they've gone through, but new life is in the air. They have about 12 more hours until the final cutoff. Our next cutoff that we're looking for is going to be at Monarch Pass, which is mile 67.7. And that is going to be at 9 a.m. So we're a little under 2 hours to that cutoff. But for the most part, athletes seem to be soaking in the sunshine, feeling new life. Excuse me. And allowing themselves to take in this new day.
Yeah, as you can see here, this is the drone shot on Monarch. This is over by Purgatory aid station. Just a stunning place to be running into a new day. You can see the racers there on the course making their way to Monarch Aid, which is a full aid station, to see their crew. They haven't seen their crew in a while. So there's a lot to be excited about and rejuvenated, going in and feeling more rejuvenated going into the second half of the race.
Yep. So we're gonna be with you all day today. To the last finisher comes in at golden hour. If you haven't experienced a golden hour of an ultra race before, get out your Kleenex. We said it earlier, there absolutely is crying in ultra running, and a lot of it happens at golden hour. So that last hour where you're cheering in the final finishers, gosh, I get goosebumps and emotional just thinking about experiencing that. Those are the athletes that have been fighting cutoffs for quite a while, pushing, persevering through. I have so much respect for anybody out here that's getting the full 37-hour experience and going through multiple days of these mountains.
Yeah, it's pretty spectacular. I think there's a lot of time. There's an emphasis on, the podium, top 3, top 10. But I think when you, really, immerse yourself into the essence of a 100-mile race and like get that experience, whether it's racing them yourselves or pacing or crewing, you really do have this utmost respect for those who are chasing those cutoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the runners out there for 30 to 37 hours as well, chasing those cutoffs, but their crew is with them as well. This is ultra running. Absolutely is a team sport. There's not a single race I can look back and say like, I could have done that without my crew. They get you through spots that you can't imagine how you otherwise would have gotten through. And somebody sent me some of this in the chat, but this is a great call out, is for people that are looking for tips and tricks how to crew or pace an ultra. Watching these live streams gives you a look into how athletes manage their aid stations, how their crew handles them, and it might give you a leg up on your next opportunity to pace or crew a runner.
And I think too, like not everybody has the the privilege or the to be able to have a full team. It can be, especially, coming from out of state, people getting off work, or even having the, pacers to be able to have, the ability to be able to pace these distances or the time on feet. So that can be a tricky balance for a lot of these, a lot of athletes. And so being able to also just utilize the aid stations is a huge skill as well. Just, that I think that takes like a different level of resiliency and, working on that mental strength to be like, okay, my external reward is not based on like my team, but I'm going to find a way to continue to, persevere and to continue to move on. So,
And all right, so we David chimed into the chat. We have the news that we've been waiting for.
Dog news?
We have the dog's name. That was Freddie. So thank you, David, for giving us the information that we've all been anxiously awaiting. We'll add Freddie to our roster.
Oh, and it's Sarah O's dog.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I did not know this.
Freddie.
Is this Dad? Is this David? Who's David? David O.
Clearly a relation.
Are you a relation?
Thank you,
Brother,
David, for
Dad.
chiming in. Our roster is now complete of dog names that we've interacted with. We'll whenever we have somebody at the finish line, we'll make sure that Freddie gets a good pat and a belly rub, and then we'll not do that to Sarah, but we'll get some information from her on how her night and how her race went.
If Freddie went to Monarch, maybe there were some dog treats, because I'm sure Santa doesn't discriminate.
Yeah, at least a Christmas cookie. So going back to, you had mentioned the aid stations and things like that. I think it's a good time to call out just how important those aid station volunteers are. Like, this sport wouldn't be what it is without the volunteers. I think there's something about 350, give or take, volunteers out there making sure these athletes, and you want to talk about a selfless thing to do, is to show up and serve people food in the middle of the night. And sometimes, like, I can tell you right now at tough aid stations, we have another dog. Our camera team now is knowing that
What
we're
to be
looking
on
for
the
dogs.
lookout?
So we'll
Oh,
try to
he's
get.
got a little toy.
So this is, I believe, if Kobe's still here, we're gonna
Oh,
get
so
the dog's
great.
name and maybe the figure out that that's his favorite toy. But until we can report back on this dog, I'm gonna keep.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Kobe's here. I don't know if we can get audio from Kobe.
Sign language. Oh.
What's his toy's name?
This is Susie. This is his sister. His sister who went to the Rainbow Bridge.
His sister.
Oh my God.
Wait, what?
Right here, on the ground.
Oh my God, that's
Sister?
that's sister went over the Rainbow Bridge. That toy is in honor of his lost sister. If I'm hearing this right, so heartstrings were pulled officially this morning for the first time.
Let's say hi, Frankie. Yeah.
Frankie is making his on-screen debut.
Susie was 15. This is Susie.
Oh, that collar is for her sister.
Susie was 15.
Yeah, Labradoodle.
Labradoodle.
Frankie's a German Wirehair Pointer. Afraid of guns.
German Wirehair Pointer, afraid of guns. You heard it here first.
He can't be a hunter. And drones.
And what's your name?
Is that your drone up there?
That is our drone up there.
My name is Lynn. And Heather Josie is my partner. She's running for the 5th time.
Running for the 5th time.
Yeah, I don't know, Kobe, if you can ask. We've seen Heather a little bit in this aid station of how her night was, and kind of what her experiences have been so far. It sounded like this was her partner, if we heard that correctly. But would love to hear some of the thoughts on Heather's night.
Yeah, they're asking how Heather's night was, what the experience was like, any big takeaways.
Do you want to know how many F-bombs there were, or what are we looking for? She did it without a pacer, which she was really scared about, so she's a little bit behind time, but she's doing great.
Nice.
She's going to get her money's worth, maybe 35 and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
What was her favorite item at the end? Did she take a lot of food when she came through here?
No, she doesn't like to eat.
Okay.
Every year she thinks of something amazing that she's going to eat throughout the race, and we take it home and it's still in our freezer. So this year was bean burritos.
Burritos.
She's
Okay.
had a half of one.
Okay.
A half of a half.
Half of a bean burrito.
Half of a bean burrito.
We just had some eggs.
She had some eggs as well. Still moving. She said she's going to get her money's worth, probably close to that 35.
Frankie's the dog's name.
But that's good enough.
Good enough. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, we're excited to see Frankie and Heather again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at him and
We
do
are
that. That's
too.
so cute.
Thanks, Frankie.
Have a good one. Take care.
Frankie, another certified good boy. We are bringing you the dogs of High Lonesome.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh gosh, our camera team knows my weak spot now.
Oh,
We have
he
a-
just
we
woke
have
up.
a-
He slept so
We
well.
have a Vizsla on
Vizsla.
screen.
We'll keep you guys updated as more.
He can smell
Yeah,
those pancakes. He can smell the pancakes.
So again, looking at Monarch right there, that is mile 67.7. Final cutoff is about 2 hours there at 9 a.m. here this morning, and that aid station sits at 11,300 feet. So athletes they're hanging out pretty high.
Yeah.
And that for anybody that hasn't spent this much time above altitude or high alpine or above tree line, it does sometimes affect your ability to take in and digest food. So we're seeing some of those come through the night, some reports of vomiting and GI distress. That's pretty normal, I would say, at this point of this type of a race. So as runners leave Monarch Pass, they're going to head to the Foose's Creek aid station, which is 74.7 miles in, and then on to Shavano and Blank's Cabin, where they can then see their crews again. So as they leave here, 67.7, they will not see their crew again until mile 83. So you'll see hugs on their way out, pats of the dog, and they're going to head off. Anime, I don't know how well you know that section between Monarch Pass and Blank's Cabin, but can you just give us an idea of as they leave, what are they looking for? We know it's a little bit more runnable maybe than they've seen overnight.
Yeah, it's a little bit more runnable. So they'll head out on the crest trail. And it's really smooth, buffed out, flat section before you descend down towards Fooses. And the first, couple miles coming down from the pass is a little techy. But there's some switchbacks in there. You just gotta kind of keep your head up and keep good form. And hopefully just be able to let gravity, assist you on this downhill, make up some time here as you go into Fooses. I think the hardest part of the course is now over. So I think athletes will find that the remaining, miles of the course are going to be a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah, you've been rewarded.
Yes, you've been rewarded
by surviving the night, getting through some of this tough technical sections.
Mm-hmm.
The sun is up, and you're greeted with more buttery smooth trails.
Yep. I think there's a few patches I can think of that are a little techy, but for the most part, from here on out, it is smooth sailing.
Yeah, and smooth sailing only means the trails.
The trail.
Right?
Yes, just the trails. Yes.
The legs have still run 80 miles.
80 miles.
Something like that, once you get into these sections. You're still feeling it.
You're still feeling it. You're definitely still feeling it. But like we had kind of seen some shifting going on in the top 10, overall athletes. So is that there's some shifting happening in that kind of mile 50 to 70 time frame. And I think it really is like how you've paced yourself in those first, in the first 20, 30 miles, straight out off the bat, you're climbing up to almost 13,000 feet from the start line as you head towards Antero, and you're climbing up that pass, and you're dropping into Elmo and heading, into more mountainous country at higher altitudes, very steep terrain. And I think if you are pushing yourself maybe a little too out of your limit or above your limit early on in the race, you can really suffer greatly as kind of the race continues to unfold. So we're seeing a lot of athletes who have practiced a lot of patience, a lot of self-control, which is really hard to practice.
So hard.
But
they're being rewarded
rewarded for it. Yeah. So we saw a lot of shifting going on there in the men's, at least in the men's top 5 field.
Yep.
And just to kind of recap that, we had a local favorite who kind of took the charge early on.
Jason Murphy.
Jason Murphy. And a couple other people kind of gunning it from the beginning.
Yep.
And it didn't quite play in their favor. And then we had a kind of change of the guard. And now we're looking at
looks like we have
top 11th or 12th.
Yeah, 11th, we have another
12th
runner
finisher
coming in who will be 12th overall.
Yeah.
I want to. It's so hard from a drone shot, but I think that's Mark Hammond coming in.
Mark Hammond was one of those who was in the top.
Yeah, he was
top 5.
He was running in the top 3 up until
yeah.
Monarch,
Mm-hmm.
and he was one that we were pegging. Yeah, I can see that those are the Mont Blanc Ultras, and he was rocking the bucket hat and yellow shorts.
Yeah.
So that's got to be Mark Hammond. He was having a good race. He started showing some cracks around Monarch, and we were wondering, how it was gonna look overnight for him, and unfortunately, wasn't his night. But talk about the perseverance to. I think one of the cool things about ultra running is you see these top athletes not have their day, and they're still not willing to just quit.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's fighting through it and is going to finish this race one way or another. And it might not be pretty at times, but he's going to finish.
I think what's really, I have a most respect for elite athletes who, you know, their A, B, C goal goes out the window, and they're like, you know what, like I also had a D goal to just finish the race.
Finish. That should
And
always be.
It should always right. And I think also, you know, it's wonderful that High Lonesome is a hard rock qualifier because I think at the end of the day, you know, pretty much every athlete that I have racing this race is like, no matter what, I want to get to that finish line because I want to have a ticket, you know, and so.
Yeah, no, and for anybody looking at this view, what Mark's gonna do, and we're 99% sure this is Mark Hammond coming through after a tough night. He's gonna come up and make this turn to the right, and then the finish line is just to his right now, so he can probably start hearing the cowbells in the distance. He knows he's close. He's there. Probably about just guessing here, maybe about a half a mile. Touch more to the finish line. So this road is uphill. He's clearly feeling the effects of 100 miles in pretty gnarly terrain, and he's gutting through another 100-mile finish for him.
Yeah, he's a legend in the sport, and no stranger to hundreds.
Not at all.
Not at all. And you know, also seems like he's living at altitude, and you know, he's just a legend in the sport.
It seems like he's been around.
He's been around for a long time, and I'm like,
and he's 39.
He's 39. I would have guessed like.
I know. We looked that up yesterday, and we're like, holy moly! Like,
not.
I think his first ultra was about 2012, or something like that. So I mean, he's been competing at a pretty high level for 12
I feel like
years.
every 100 that like historical results I look up, Mark Hammond's on the list.
Yep.
Like in the top 10 fastest times.
Yep. And he's
FKTs, everything. Like
he's run, I believe, like
everywhere.
12 and a half hour 100, something like that at Jackpot. And he has the range as an athlete to do these fast hundreds and then come out here and run a race with, I think it's 23,000 feet of gain, 23.5 thousand feet of gain, average elevation 10,600 feet. They go over 13,000 feet, over 12,000 a bunch of times. Like this is not a walk in the park, and you know, for Mark to come out here and survive a tough night and keep gutting to the finish just outside of the top 10 is, you know, kudos to him on an impressive performance here.
Yeah, and I think like speaking to also the diversity and executing different types of 100-mile races and different types of terrain and different altitudes is Casey Lichtig, who we should be expecting, you know, quite soon.
Yeah, she's on her way to the finish line.
On her way to the finish line as well. So yeah, I mean, it's just, I think it's fascinating to watch, you know, these 100-mile racers really fine tune their craft and like are up for different types of challenges. I would love to know what Mark, you know, feels is his bread and butter in 100.
Yep.
Like, is it the flatter, faster, or is it more mountainous? You know? Or like
and just to give you an idea of maybe the struggles that Mark has seen, he left that final aid station at mile 93 and change at 4:30 this morning. So we're looking at 3 hours for this 7-mile stretch for him. So this is it's definitely, he's gutting it out, but he's within sight of the finish line now. So he's going to walk up here. He's going to take that left onto that little dirt road, and he's right there. So he's survived what we can only assume to be a pretty uncomfortable few hours for him. But he's done it, and he hit that goal, right? That was the goal, is to finish. You always have the idea that, you know, I know Mark well enough to know that he came in here with the hopes of competing for the win. But you know what? Sometimes it's not your day, and the fact that he's finishing is a win in my book.
Yep, agreed.
So yeah, you can see this absolutely incredible shot of the crews assembling in the background. I know a lot of camper vans and things like that. A lot of people were spending the night in that field waiting for their runners to wake up and finish. But yeah, there's Mark on this last quarter-mile stretch into the finish line.
Well done, Mark. So exciting. I wonder if I'm sure he I wonder how many tickets he has into Hard Rock. Hasn't done Hard Rock yet.
I don't know if he has.
So.
Either way, and somebody called this out in the chat that it's unfortunate we didn't have a camera going live for some of our first finishers, and while I don't disagree, it's some of the logistics of that makes it pretty hard for a 2 a.m. finish and a 3 a.m. finish and whatnot. But I can assure you we do have interviews with those top athletes that were taken at the finish line that we will be able to share and give you their immediate thoughts and give you that coverage that we weren't able to bring live. So we do our best to showcase those athletes as much as possible, but we didn't have the live cameras, but we do have the footage.
Yeah.
So we'll get those posted and share those when we can as we watch Mark. You can tell he is feeling it.
Yeah.
He's struggling, and this is just.
This is all he's got right now.
This is what ultra running's all about right here. Is like clearly not your day. The body is aching, it's hurting, and he is refusing to quit, and he has refused to quit all night. You can tell somewhere around mile 70 to 80, he hit something like a wall and has just been battling all night, probably at similar paces that we're seeing now. Again, he was running 20 minutes off the lead past the halfway point, and now is just committed to finishing this race.
Just getting it done.
Getting it done indeed. And there are a lot of athletes in this field and I know Mark is disappointed at a 25.5-hour finish time. There's a lot of runners that would be absolutely ecstatic if they could run a 25-hour 100. So this time on this course is still very impressive.
Yeah, I think you always have to put things in perspective. I think, we always are our worst critic.
Yep.
So I think, it's humbling to be in a position where you are just willing your way to a finish line.
And the chat always here to fact check us.
Yeah.
Mark finished Hard Rock last year.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, our bad on that. It's hard to remember all of the athletes and all of the amazing things they've accomplished, especially somebody like Mark who's done literally everything. It seems like in this sport.
I'm like, what has he not done now?
I'm 0% shocked that he was there, and I was there, so I should have known that. But kudos to the chat for calling that out, and kudos to Mark here for fighting through whatever he's been through.
It's got a little bit of a shuffle here.
And there's the smile. He knows.
Let's go, Mark.
He knows his journey.
He does.
Through these mountains is done.
He's like, I did it.
We will try to get an interview with him, whether it's live or just something to post later. But he absolutely has some stories to tell.
Oh yes.
And I know that the people are going to be excited to hear those stories. He might not be excited to tell them, but he knows the sport well enough to know that he's going to give us a peek behind the curtain to what went down. Yeah, he was one at Monarch that was there with his family, I assume, with his kids, and again, you could kind of see that he was starting to feel the race, and we all expected that he was going to fight through it, and it looks like he had a tough night. But congratulations to Mark Hammond. I believe that's our 11th or 12th place finisher, 12th place finisher overall. In under 25 and a half hours on this course. He absolutely should be smiling.
Yeah, he looks like he's in great spirits.
That's a heck of a performance.
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes the body gives out before the mind does, and your mind's
like,
oh.
Well, here we go. It's one step at a time. I always tell athletes this too, is that, there are all these benchmarks, like literal benchmarks where you think, okay, I'm going to take it one aid station at a time, or I'm going to take it 1 hour at a time. And then at some point it becomes 1 mile at a time.
Yeah.
Then it becomes one step at a time, or 1 mile, half a mile, maybe you're going into minutes, right? You're counting okay, I'm going to run for 1 minute and I'm going to walk for 1 minute. I'm going to walk for 1 minute. And then it gets to a point where you're just one step at a time.
That's what you got.
And that's all you got. And that's okay.
Yeah.
And you know what? It could just turn around.
That one step, all of a sudden now it's
becomes
2 steps.
and then you.
It's amazing how the
it's
sport can happen like that. Shout out to Kelly Newland in the chat. She is with Rad and made the food that is here in the Aravaipa and Mountain Outpost house. Kelly, I crushed
We
some
love you,
lasagna
Kelly.
last night after I turned off the mic. That was excellent. It was much needed. So thank you for providing some good food for our house.
It's amazing. He's telling the story right now.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could throw a camera or a microphone in front of him and catch some of this.
That's okay.
We don't yet have that going live, but we'll grab Mark.
I can hear a little bit. Another runner coming in.
It sounds like we have.
Casey? Whoop. There's the
We'll
sky.
get there.
Where did I miss her?
I
Casey?
think that is
Yeah,
Casey.
that's Casey. That's her run there.
100% Casey Leakey.
100%.
Holy moly.
Wait.
Yeah,
Is that? Yeah, that's her.
That's definitely her.
Definitely her. That's definitely her. She's
What a
always
run for
running.
her.
Yeah.
F4.
Amazing.
Coming off of Western States
Wow.
just a few weeks ago.
Just incredible.
The trademark smile at the
Oh
end.
my gosh, always. I do not know
the
how
hug.
she does it. She is
Caleb.
just incredible.
Oh my gosh.
She's got a lot in her pack.
Casey Leakey.
She is well prepared.
Yeah.
Go Casey. Woohoo.
Talk about a finish.
Yeah.
For her. Like she's another
I
one
would
that
say
just-
she's up there with Mark. I feel like they're both,
just
like
legends. Well, Casey,
legends.
of course, is a Western States champion.
She's a Western States legend.
Yes.
Like specifically.
Just finished her 10th
Yeah.
Western States.
But what I love about her is it's not limited to Western States.
Yes.
I feel like people who are Western States performers, end up gravitating just to Western States. And she has shown time and time again that she has, an incredible diversity in her ability to run the runnable hundreds, and then as well as the mountainous ones. Yeah, so much talent.
Yeah, good for you.
So I think they're looking at the times coming out of the past aid station. We might see a couple of finishers starting to trickle through a little bit quicker now. We're outside of the top 10 overall. That was our 4th female finisher. Again, if you're just waking up to our feed, our first 2 female finishers were both well under previous course record pace, with McKendry Hickory absolutely destroying the previous course record. I think she's like 1 hour and 21 minutes off of it, finishing in 22 hours and 19 minutes. So we have been blessed with an absolutely incredible race on both the male and the female side this year.
Yeah, and Casey is one to kind of hold her position, it seems like, or just her effort. She's just so consistent with just executing her 100-mile effort and really knowing where her limitations are. And so I'm just not surprised that Casey has just kind of held her spot. If anything, she's moved up in the second half, and has just, coming in so strong into the finish line.
And of course, Casey having one of the best Instagram handle names on the planet, the Pixie Ninja.
Yes.
I quite enjoy that. And here we go is another finisher coming off of the road onto the dirt field here, coming up. Well, like I said, if you're looking at this shot, once they turn off that, they have about a quarter mile through this field before they hit that finisher chute. We don't know exactly who this runner is. But we'll get a name as soon as we're able, or if somebody in the chat recognizes that stride and that gate, please chime in.
Casey is just. I wonder what she's got next on her calendar.
I feel like she had something. Casey had something like 2 weeks from now. Knowing her. She has Wasatch 100 on
Looks like
September
she's trying
6th.
to. She's eyeing Hard Rock. She is not done her. Correct. I think
Should be fine.
She's done Hitchcock a few times in Iowa, but no Hard Rock finishes for or starts for Casey, to my knowledge.
Oh my gosh, look at her ultra run sign up.
Yeah.
That is just insane.
If you take a second on Casey League
you guys should look at her. Oh my gosh,
races,
you were just scrolling.
Yeah,
you were scrolling
like,
forever.
I'm gonna stop scrolling.
And like 1 DNS.
Yep, 1 DNS.
No DNS.
No DNFs listed.
Oh my goodness.
Bib number 39, Scott Hollister.
Okay.
Thank you to the chat for helping us out there. Seeing who this is coming through.
From Colorado Springs. 13th male.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got some family members running him in.
Yeah, he's another one that's been running a really smooth and consistent race. Earned that hug from Caleb there at the finish. Get that buckle, the fist pound. Now go hug your family.
He's like looking fresh.
Yeah, there's a fine line of looking fresh and just looking like really happy that you're done.
Yeah.
And sometimes those lines get blurred a little bit.
Yes.
Because he's obviously put in some work
Yes,
overnight.
he has.
So he's a father of 3. He has 3 teenagers.
Oh wow.
He's been married for over 20 years. We're checking out some of the fun facts we have on Scott. So congratulations again to him. He has, I think, done this race before in 2021. And we'll be interested to see. He said he always gets emotional running between Tin Cup and Hancock. And we'll just be interested to see how that section went for him. 'Cause it sounds like he was really looking forward to it. This pacer Tim Scanlon. He was a Leadville finisher last year. Congratulations to Scott. So we're taking in his finish line here, ending up, where was he? Did we decide 13th?
13th.
Losing track of how many people
yeah.
have come in. It's so easy to get caught up in the excitement of all this going down.
So many hugs.
I feel like U-Haul needs to become an ultra running sponsor.
I agree.
Just a sport, not necessarily a brand. Just sponsor the sport. I guess they don't need to pay for it because it seems like every finish line has a U-Haul truck in the background.
Yeah, whether it's triathlons or ultras. Probably big time, bit 5Ks.
All right, Ian's parents waiting for their son. They have made the appropriate choice of tuning out of Tour de France and tuning into to the live stream here of High Lonesome 100.
Don't give any spoilers. I would like to go watch the stage. And if anybody out there watched yesterday's stage, that was something. I won't give away any spoilers, but man,
I will check up. I was here all day, so
I won't say I won't.
We've
but
gotten
it was
very
I'm just
firm.
gonna say it was like the best.
Yeah, don't share.
Hands down, the best endurance race I've ever watched.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that sets the table for some epic.
Yep. Well, maybe
viewing.
Walmsley's
I was gonna
first
say
course record. Yeah, it's like they're even.
Okay.
Maybe Courtney's
Yep.
Western states is kind of up there, but it was pretty incredible to watch.
Well, knowing that was the Tour de France experience yesterday from Ian's parents, that they probably watched that, but they are now willing to switch gears to watch us. I'm gonna take that as a little pat on the back to our coverage here. So I think it's a great time and an easy segue to thank the partners that allow this to happen.
Yes.
We're here presented by Altra, but brands like Roark, Martin, 7,000 Feet Running Company, the local running shop here in Salida, and Osprey Packs. They make this possible. So we're not quite to the level of the Tour de France to be able to bring these races.
We're getting there.
Give us a couple years.
Yeah.
The trajectory is definitely
there. Yes.
For this is the first time this race has ever been broadcasted for us to be able to bring some of these shots here on the Martin Cam, allow people the look into these gorgeous mountains. This is pretty incredible to be able to bring this stuff. So the trajectory to get to the Tour de France level is definitely, it's there. I believe in it. So last check, we were talking just a little bit.
We got our next runner coming in.
Next runners. Oh, yeah, here we go. Moving well.
This will be finisher number 14 or finishing 14th place. Wow.
Good.
Look at that.
Strong finish. It's always such a relief to have that little extra in the legs to at least look good for the camera.
That's 14th. I was confused on who is pacer, who is racer. So this guy's the pacer. Or is he a racer? He looks.
We're not getting a bib here in the studio. And,
anybody?
You'd think that
in the chat
mustache should be distinct. So somebody's got to know who this is. We have a handful of guys, and I'm guessing it probably is, but I think this is Ryan Kiewit. Based on
he's got the pacer.
He doesn't. I got thrown off. He doesn't have a mustache in his athlete photo, so maybe not him. Cameron, there we go.
52.
Yep. Cameron confirmed does have a mustache in his finish line photo, or start line photo. So we're looking at bib number 52, Cameron.
I think that's Dad. That's got to be Dad.
Yeah.
Dad and Mom.
29-year-old out of Denver, rocking here. We're working on filling out the top 20 now. So we're middle of the teens as we see these finishers start coming in. Cameron, another athlete that's just had a really solid race. It seems like he's been hovering 20s and 30s and now finishes strong here in mid 15. Yeah, you can see he was in 20th male overall, so he was in the mid 20s because there's some females in that top 20 back at the halfway point, and so he's made up some ground.
Yes, he's made up some ground.
He's definitely an athlete that probably paced that first half pretty smart.
Yep.
Had some legs left and caught some people to be able for him to catch up to Casey Leakty.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Clearly an impressive performance from him. And hopefully he's got some friends and family on the phone here congratulating them. It's always one of my favorite phone calls to take.
Yeah.
So other runners that we've mentioned that we're kind of on the lookout for that might be coming through. Ryan Kiewit, we have David, Amy Hume. So we're still working on that women's top 5, looking for F5. Amy Hume is our potential first female grandmaster finisher. She's out of Frisco, Colorado, so she's also no stranger to the higher altitude running, putting up a really impressive performance. So those runners are definitely on their way here to the finish line. Also with Melissa O and Silka and Liz Canty. So that the race to the top 10 on the women's field is
pretty deep.
Is strong.
Strong. Yep. Silke is a previous high-low winner.
Yeah,
so.
her and her husband, legends in the Boulder running community, with Rocky Mountain runners. Saw a couple of Rocky Mountain runner shirts out here this weekend. But yeah, Silke is one of the legacy runners. I think she started and finished every single race here, except for the very first year. So since 2018, she's been here every year. And her husband, of course, is a Leadville champion and a winner.
High-low too. Yep.
Yeah. So,
Ryan, I believe.
Yeah, Ryan is an absolute savage of a runner. Yeah, we gotta make time, get some finish line photos in.
Yeah, soak it all in.
So looks like we haven't had we don't have any hard cutoffs again until 9 a.m. But as of the most recent updates, we have about 156 athletes still on course or have finished out of 199. So for these rugged mountains and some of the conditions with the weather that athletes faced, to still have 75% basically out on course is quite impressive.
Yes, I agree. And then we've got our shot here of athletes on Monarch on Monarch, probably dropping into Purgatory or have just left Purgatory aid station. And they are headed to the Monarch aid, which is 2 miles ish from Purgatory, and hopefully going to see a pacer, some crew members.
Yeah, and I have an unfortunate update that I just refreshed, and I'm gonna have to pass along. Is that our good friend Rachel Norfleet has dropped out of the race. If our tracking is accurate, Rachel has decided that her day at Monarch is now done.
These things happen.
They do, and it's hard. I know it's hard for the athlete, but sometimes it's harder for the people that care about the athlete that knows what it took to get there.
We've got another finisher coming in, 14th place, I believe, overall.
I'm pretty sure then that this is Kiewit coming in. I recognize the hair from the picture I pulled up earlier. Yeah, so this is Ryan Kiewit.
I think his gear system is spot on. I'm a big fan of the naked belt and just like the easy access to be able to have some gels there, some snackies, and then your hydration kind of more up top. And then he's got the quiver for his poles. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he was definitely prepared for time in the mountains.
He was.
And this is a race. Again, this is a graduate level race. You have had to have completed, I believe, at least 100K, a mountain 100K to be able to be in this field.
Okay.
So you're seeing athletes that know what they're doing for the most part. And I do acknowledge that there was another dog on camera, so we will figure out the name of that dog, as is our sworn duty now.
Yeah, who is here for the dog feed?
Yes, yes. I'm perfectly comfortable capturing the reputation as being
there he is,
the live feed guy that grabs dogs.
Looks like also masters aged dog.
Yeah. Not to take anything away from Ryan. Okay. All right, so we're refocused on Ryan. He looks happy as can be. He's got a fan in Ross in the chat, it looks like, giving us some information on him that said he was coming in. So thank you, Ross, for being pretty close to being able to tell us. I'm guessing it's obviously a family member of some kind there with him. And it reminds us that this is a family sport. This is a sport that the family members are there watching them go through it and making sure that they're successful and super, super proud of their family member or loved one's accomplishment. So thanks, Ross, for giving us some information there, and congrats to Ryan for getting to the finish line here of the High Lonesome 100.
His hair is also on point.
I know. I'm quite jealous
Yeah,
of
like, how
anybody
are
that has
they-
these flowing locks.
Yeah. Like how are,
That era
how
has
is he
long since
maintaining-
left my my life, but I can appreciate somebody that's rocking nice hair.
I'm just impressed that he just looks so
I know.
put together. Maybe some new shoes.
Yeah, that's
before-
always
yeah.
that's always one of the
That's
the,
a big
the
one.
great reliefs
Yeah.
of finishing an ultra trail race is taking off the shoes.
Mm.
It's also, it can be a little scary.
Yeah.
I'm somebody that I do not change my socks during 100
He's
plus mile
giving it a
runs.
minute. He's like not quite
yep,
ready.
Yep, there's always the fear
Yeah.
of like what's the carnage. I've been lucky in my career to very rarely have anything going wrong, and only just like a couple blisters during Cocodona, which I think is acceptable. But there's always that like unknown of taking
Yeah.
your shoes and socks off for the first time. But my lord, does it feel good?
Yep. Yeah, I feel like you're either somebody who has foot issues or doesn't have foot issues. He's doing it. Someone in his family is like, all right, let's take it off. Maybe this has been something, he's had something that he's been kind of managing.
All right, we have a.
Well,
there we go.
it's sticky.
Coming off. What do
oh,
we see?
Boy.
That's, not
Okay.
not
Yeah.
bad.
No.
All things considered.
Yep.
We also have somebody in the live stream that has now decided we need to make shirts that says I'm here for the dog stream. So we're gonna rock the here for the women's race and here for the dog stream. Yep.
Okay, who's ready to make
Altitude Life,
some we
FPV.
need some t-shirts.
Yeah. We'll definitely. I'll come back if I'm lucky enough to be invited back to one of these live streams. I'm gonna
keep
gonna
it
figure out how to
going.
make that shirt. Yeah.
You could just be that person. Like
I'm gonna own it.
You could just yeah.
All right,
Be
Altitude
an
Life FPV. Reach out to me offline. We're gonna
an
tackle
employee
this.
for this network
Yeah.
that you can go around to all the different races and jump in just for the dog feed.
Yeah. Anybody else in
Love
the
it.
chat? If you have an athlete that you're logged in, waiting for, watching for, let us know. We'll give them a shout out. We'll let you know what we know. Probably not much more than you know, but we're gonna try our
Yeah.
best. So we have a shout out to Nathan Bib192. We'll take a look at where Nathan might be. So Nathan is.
We're back
from
looking at the
Denver.
Monarch.
He's on his way. to
Happy for all
Foose's
those who trained and those who have helped them along the way.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Go Nathan.
We're expecting Nathan in Foose's Creek at some point. So he is out there somewhere around mile 70, 75, pushing through. Looks like he's having a steady adventure out in these mountains.
Look at how vibrant it looks there now.
Gosh, it's
different.
It
Yeah.
has been a quiet. I don't know about this area specifically, but I can tell you just about an hour away where I live, it's been a very wet year, which means the mosquitoes have been
yes,
a problem.
Yes, they have.
Which is something that we are not used to in these
No.
the high country. So I know Luke, when we were talking to him live from the hut yesterday, that we had some mosquito issues, and he went to the long sleeve because of that. Oh gosh, we have
an aerobics instructor.
Yeah, we talked about David
since
quite a bit.
1980.
We're gonna put
8:15.
We challenged Jamil to do a live stream of a bunch of ultra runners doing 1980s aesthetic. And we were just all picturing jazzercise.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure what that is, but we got a good kick out of that yesterday when we hit our loopy hour. That
You guys were asking on the live feed if you knew of any racer that had done.
So that in his bio.
Oh, it was in his bio.
He
Got
said that
it.
he was a level 99, like 1980s
level 9.
Yeah, aerobics instructor.
Well, that's amazing.
So, he has a little cult following just from that, and I'm a fan. I don't know who this guy is. I've never met him, but I can confirm I'm a fan.
I'm a fan too. Well, I'd be more a fan if he has a dog.
Well, that is
maybe
true. All right, we're getting some more shout outs. Jim Skelding, number 2. Jim Skelding is another one of the legacy athletes in the field.
Yeah.
I believe he started and finished every single race. We have a shout out to Cade Anderson, bib 115. And yeah, so it's awesome to see what these live streams are able to bring to friends and family that aren't able to be in this area. Even sometimes if they are in the area, like I woke up in my condo and I'm just sipping coffee, watching the live stream, knowing, okay, I need to make my way to the finish now because they're coming in. So it's just bringing new looks to things.
I think there was a lot of talk early on about the trail condition. I'm seeing there's a little bit of rutting on the course there, just from the the rain that we had gotten over the past 24, 48 hours, and really for the past like handful of weeks, we've been getting a lot of afternoon rainstorms. So I also wonder with some of these people who have dropped, if it could be a little bit of altitude, obviously, but also just not being accustomed to having wet feet.
Yeah.
I had one athlete who dropped at Hancock for that reason.
Yeah, we saw yesterday a lot of athletes coming into Hancock and immediately changing their shoes and socks.
Yeah.
And that's the halfway point. And like you said, this area is we're not used to getting as much rain as we've seen lately.
Yeah.
So there's definitely moisture on the course. And it's what's really interesting about a race like this too is one athlete could come in and say, I've been in torrential rains for the last hour. And then in a couple hours, another athlete will came in and they're bone dry.
Right.
They're walking through the puddles, but they haven't been rained on.
Yeah.
And that's just a neat feature, if you will, of these remote mountain races and mountain weather in general.
Yeah, that's a great point. You just happen to be in the storm.
Yeah, it's such weird. I remember a couple years ago in Leadville, top of Hope Pass, getting hailed on, getting absolutely just
I was
lit
there
up.
crewing that race that year.
And somebody just a little behind me, they're like, I didn't get anything. And I mean, it was like 10 minutes behind me.
Yeah.
Like, wait,
How?
what? I got absolutely destroyed
and that
by
can
hail.
make the difference between like finishing and DNFing.
Yeah, it's wild how fast weather can move in and out of mountains, that somebody 10 minutes from you has no idea what you've just been, or you'll come up and oftentimes you'll see the hail all over the ground and it's fresh and you're like, what just happened?
and then there's of course am I making this up? Like, this, depending on how long you've been out there and how long you've been on a vision quest for.
Where's reality?
Where am I? Am I really at the North Pole? Is Santa here?
So
we are officially at the Monarch.
This is Monarch.
Yeah, this is the Monarch aid station, Christmas themed. I think there's a lot of people who are relieved to be here, getting some pancakes, some warm food, greeting their family and friends.
And I believe we met Frankie here,
feet of Ultra,
the dog a bit ago, who was with Heather, one of our athletes out. Another athlete heading out for the bit. It looks like she was just putting on maybe some sunscreen. Another reminder
move.
It is only 8 a.m. here, but when you're running above 10,000 feet, the sun is absolutely brutal. And even at 8 a.m., you need to make sure that you're taking care of your skin up here. It is no joke, the exposure that you might get on some of these trails.
Yeah. I'm also really loving the fact that the bucket hat has like really taken off.
Fully made a comeback.
Because I'm
oh yeah. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. I'm here for 360 degree coverage.
Yeah. When I first moved to 10,000 feet, one of the first things I did was I went to a local hat maker and got a custom wide brim cowboy hat, because you don't realize, like, normal hats, your ears are still exposed at 10,000 feet and they can get fried. And so I never thought I'd be a cowboy hat person, but within just a short amount of time of living up this high, I was like, I'm all in, got a custom hat.
The one thing that is challenging around here is the wind, and luckily we're not having a super windy
Yes.
day today. But that I could see being problematic because I also have a cowgirl hat, and it's like,
well, so
have
the
to-
difference between you and I is I have a lot of skin that it sticks to, so the leather band in a cowboy hat will stick to skin. You have hair, which doesn't necessarily stick as well. So yours might go. Mine could survive a Cat 5 hurricane.
Well, I want a cowgirl hat with a
The
drawstring.
The drawstring.
Yeah.
All right.
It might not be as aesthetic or whatever, but you know what? I'm not here for that. I'm here for the coverage. I'm here for the
I'm here
sun
for the-
protection.
Okay, and I'm here for the dogs. So we are at 8 a.m. Officially, which means we're at 26 hours into the High Lonesome 100. Our next cutoff that we're looking at is in exactly 1 hour.
All right.
Which is where our camera just was, and where we have Colby on the ground. So
How many people are we looking at that are kind of in that 1 hour? Anybody? He still no. No.
So we have a light audio on Kobe. We cannot hear him very well. So it looks like athlete 73 heading out.
Let's get an idea of the. So it's 8 a.m.
That is Megan Blazak. Excuse me for if I
Megan Carbondale.
Yeah,
Just over the hill.
So she is out with an hour before cutoff. So we're
Okay.
still in
And what,
a good range.
What place is she
So
in?
she's we don't have it's not fully updated, but she was
Ish.
hovering around 137th.
And then we have 175 in the race.
Yeah, and so 156 were still active.
Okay,
the last check we saw. So
about 20.
Yeah, we're looking
20.
at about 20 athletes that haven't checked in and
Yeah.
out.
Yep.
So we'll keep our eye on there. And one of those athletes it's worth calling out is we're still looking for Jenny Jurek. She is.
Does anybody
somewhere
recognize
around
that last name? I don't.
Who is she?
Jenny who?
Yeah, Jenny, of course, is a legend in her own right, but
Yes.
maybe has a mildly successful husband in the ultra space as well. Of course, we're talking of Scott Jurek, but Scott and Jenny, absolute legends of the sport. Their ability to give back to the sport and be a part of it,
100%.
second to none. What was Scott, like 7 straight Western States victories, something like that. He was the Mount Rushmore of ultra runners before they even started chiseling Mount Rushmore of ultra runners. And we have just going through this field, there's a lot of, I use the word legend, maybe a little too loosely, but you have Jenny Jurek, you had Anita Ortiz, who unfortunately had to drop out. You have Chrissy Mail, even at the front, Jeff Browning and Alex Nichols.
Right.
And, let's look up Chrissy. See where she's crushing along to. So she's rocking in 40th. Of course, Chrissy, UTMB Hard Rock winner, race director of the Chuckanut. I think she took over Chuckanut when she was like 25 or 26 years old, and now has been race directing it for 20 years.
Yeah.
Talk about a legacy in this sport that she has built. She has a book that she wrote, and so we're looking for her next at Raspberry. So she's left Blank's cabin. She'll be next at mile 93. So she is well on her way to making herself a High Lonesome finisher.
Yay!
Yeah, I caught up a little bit with Chrissy at TRE, which is it's called the Running Event. It's a big retail running expo. At the end of the year, basically, and I was talking about her, and she had this race circled, and this was a race that she was really excited about doing and experiencing. So it's really cool to see her out here in Colorado, getting the 100-mile experience at High Lonesome 100. And of course, all these athletes are what they're really running for is the bottle of Law's whiskey that they get.
She was out here last year training, I
Okay.
believe. I ran into her randomly at the July 4th local BV Buena Vista 5K and was like, oh, Chrissy, hey.
Yeah, random, right?
Yeah. But they seem to come here or been frequenting this area more and more. So part of me wonders if there was a lot of, just getting to know the course, a little some recon, course recon before. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've said this on and off, but this area, this Arkansas River Valley that we're sitting in, Salida, Buena Vista, and yes, I know I'm pronouncing it weird, but that is how the locals pronounce it. Unfortunately, it feels awkward, but Buena Vista is how it's pronounced here.
Mm-hmm.
There are some absolute savage trail runners that call this area home. If you were to look at a list of the who's who of trail and ultra running, you're gonna see a lot of Salida and Buena Vista, Colorado popping up. It's quite impressive. And it's one of the reasons that we're able to get so much support at a race like this, because there's so much visibility now on these trails.
Mm-hmm. And you see, I think Courtney comes down here during the winter, at least to Buena Vista. Yeah, and it's temperate. It's pretty mild.
Yeah,
so
and we're talking about
for 8,000 feet.
Courtney DeWalter, she lives just up the way in Leadville, Colorado. So as the crow flies, we're closer to Leadville, but driving from BV, as it's easier to call it, to Leadville, I think it's about 25 or 30 minutes.
Yep.
It's not a long drive at all.
No.
So we're a lot of people famously know Leadville in the Leadville area because of the Leadville 100.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that the Arkansas River Valley and Chaffee County offer better trails than Lake County. I don't want to be.
We're biased.
Yeah,
but I agree.
Yeah. Okay. I think the trails here are second to none, and it's just an incredible place. If you ever find yourself traveling to Colorado or wanting to travel to Colorado, add this area to your bucket list.
Yeah.
And of course, make sure to stop into 7,000 Feet Running Company. Andrew, who owns that shop, he was on the live stream with me last night. His wife owns the bakery in town. Like, this is a
Little Red Hen
community-driven event, and it's a tight-knit group here.
Devin Yanko's husband Nathan was a baker for Little Red Hen for a long time, and for those of you who don't know, Nathan is like a famous baker, and so to have that kind of that caliber of a baker in little small town Salida, I think Little Hen is pretty amazing.
What's the population of Salida? Like 2,000?
I think it's 5,000.
5,000? Okay,
yeah.
maybe BV's too.
Yeah.
We're not talking about large cities here. We're talking about very remote mountain towns. We're a couple hours from Denver, if you're tuning in.
Yeah.
It takes a purposeful trip to get to where we are.
Yes. Yeah.
And we're back to Monarch Mountain. Athletes are leaving here. We're pushing within an hour now of that cutoff. So these athletes are heading out on their way out. They're going to go up this little paved road past the tramway and then drop in onto the Continental Divide Trail. Yeah, can we get Colby? Give us a little update from the ground.
Yeah, got the shirts right now. Players, vests, some hugs. Strong, put on the grease layer.
No. Hey, Colby, we know you're giving us really, really great information, but unfortunately, I don't think your audio is coming through loud enough for really anybody to hear anything, unfortunately. So we're gonna work on that. I know you have some updates for us, and we'll get back to you as fast as we can. Again, the chat always coming through, fact checking us. The BV local, BV is 3K people, and Salida is now 7K. So Shelby, thanks.
Thanks, Shelby.
And I'm
always surprised with how many people live in
I know, and
Salida.
I'm just down the road in Park County. I live in Fairplay, and we have about 700 people.
Okay.
So I come here, and I'm like, oh, this is big city living. I come to BV to.
Well, there's a Walmart
to
in
hit up a-
Salida, so you
yeah,
know it's like
Walmart, and like
big time.
I drive an hour for a real grocery store here in BV.
Was that Scott? I see a Scott.
Yeah, I
think-
briefly heard. I thought he said Jenny. And so I'm
Yes,
guessing this is
yes.
Jenny Jurek
Here we are.
in the aid, which would track that this is Scott Jurek, of course, her husband. Jenny has spent a lot of time on this course training with Chrissy, actually, and one other gal, and knows this course really well. So
Yeah.
I have all the faith in the world that if there's any two people that know how to finish this race from this point out,
It's these two.
It's these two.
Yes. Yeah. I think she seems to be in good spirits. She's well taken care of. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
She's just
Yeah.
preparing for the next leg of the journey.
And this is where experience pays
Yep,
off.
yep.
You know, I if you see an athlete here, if it's their first 100 or they're not 100% sure what's going on, you might be a little bit more worried about them at this point,
Mhm.
thinking about what they're thinking about going forward. But somebody
Mhm.
like Jenny, there's zero worry. Like,
Zero.
she knows
No.
what she's
Yep.
doing. There's a plan in place, and she's executing it. So, you know, this is a spot for her that, yeah, she's gonna grab some hugs. Looks like she's maybe drinking a coconut water.
Yep,
a
electrolytes.
fan favorite of ultra runners at this stage. She's gonna stick to her plan, get her fueling in, and it looks like maybe heading out with a pacer. It's hard to tell. She's got one pacer with the pacer bib on in a pack, which is, I'm guessing, who she's running with, and of course her
Mhm.
husband Scott has the pacer bib still too.
He must
And-
have
and
have
I'm
brought
guessing
her.
He came in with
He must
her.
have came in with her, and then you see one of their kids there on the right. Pretty amazing to see these kids grow, man. I'm like, I must be getting old because
know.
I feel like
It's ages,
they just
doesn't
had
it?
kids like yesterday.
Yeah,
but
and
they are.
Scott, you know, is the reason. Scott's basically the reason I got into ultra. I read his book, as many of us
Mhm.
have, Eat and Run, and thought, well, like, that sounds really cool. Like, I'm going to give this a go. Hearing some of his stories of Leadville and Badwater and things like that, and like he's a legend. And now seeing him go full time supporting other athletes,
Oh,
and of course his
Kelly.
wife is
Kelly
really
coming in saying Jenny and Chrissy ran 88
Yep,
miles
there
of
it
the
is.
course
Yep,
for training.
So I remember reading that yesterday. Thank you for that. Raven and
Evergreen. Oh, there's other. I didn't see the kid there in the
Yeah,
middle.
so both of their children are with them. Yeah, so Jenny and Chrissy, a lot of time training on course. Look at Chrissy look at Jenny looking happy.
Mhm. Yep.
It's a good feeling.
It is a good feeling.
To
Yeah.
feel good enough to smile, and
Yeah.
you know, she's not sitting, and she's doing all this standing. So it's always good signs when you see an athlete that's smiling and standing and taking what they need. You know that they're under control and in
Yep.
control of their destiny here.
I think that shows, like you said, a lot of maturity too. When I think there's this typically a rush to go through the aid stations quickly because you don't want to spend too much time and don't want to sit and this and that. But it's like, you know, actually take the time. If you need to take the time, take the time. And I think, 5 minutes, even 10 minutes in an aid station can go a long ways, especially when you've just gone through the night. It's just a reset, regroup, and just really make sure that you have everything that you need. You've gotten intake. You've taken in all.
We'll get there.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Hey,
Nutrition,
we're waking
hydration.
up with all of you guys.
Yeah.
We've now been talking for about
For like-
3 hours.
yeah.
And
I'm getting there.
we're-
But yeah, she's got her, I think she's really, infamous for making, her snacks and her foods. And I think they're, a vegan family. So,
Yep, of course.
just being very conscientious about what they're taking in, what she's taking in.
She's got a dog in her crew.
She's got a dog too.
Yep. She just came off San Juan Solstice. So she's definitely put in the work for this race.
Mhm.
And she knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
we're gonna have to. Does anybody know the?
Anybody know the dog?
The Jurik's dog or crew dog? We gotta make sure we get checked in with the dog here.
She was really excited. She was really excited about this race. She was down to the last 4 minutes at her last 100, the bear, and her goal was not to be so close.
Yeah,
time.
that's fair.
Yeah.
4 minutes is stressful.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly. I feel like Kelly has been clutch the last 2 days, chiming in with lots of fun facts on a lot of different athletes and keeping us in check here in the studio.
Yes.
She's basically our fill-in Google machine in the field unofficially. So thank you, Kelly. Not the Jurik's dog, but we're gonna stick to the cause and try to get a name of that dog.
Okay. Dog did not, obviously. It'd be wonderful if dogs could be pacers.
So the one race that I know dogs can pace is Salt Flats. That
sounds brutal for the dog.
Yeah, I would think so too.
Yeah.
They do allow dogs in the Salt Flats race.
100-degree weather.
Yeah, that race is quite warm.
I would definitely want my dogs to be my pacers.
Yeah.
I'm more of a person who doesn't like, maybe I don't know quite yet, but I don't really like to chit chat.
Sure.
So, I like to just, when I'm running on the trails, I'll just be chatting with my dogs.
Yeah.
Just like whenever, like, hey, good boy.
So one of the more famous dogs is Harley.
Oh yeah, Harley.
Right, Allie Mac's dog.
Yeah.
You always see her finish, and Harley comes just bolting into the finish line. So, this is a sport that definitely gives a little leeway to allowing your dog to be a part of the experience.
Yes.
And I'm here for it.
Yep, me too.
I'm here for the dogs.
If there are anybody that know of any mountainous races that allows for dog pacers, please drop a comment in the chat.
Yeah,
I'd be very
for sure.
interested.
And if you're a race director
and you want to welcome this edition.
So I don't know where this dog is, but Portobello the mountain dog. That is an incredible name for a dog.
Portobello.
I love that.
Yeah.
Is confirmed. So we don't know if that was the dog that we just saw at Monarch, but again, we're doing the hard news reporting here on the dogs and making sure that no dog gets forgotten or unacknowledged during our race. That is confirmed. Thank you, Colby.
Fun fact.
Colby is reporting on the ground for us that is the crew dog with the Jurek. So
Kelly also is back. The year pre-Jenny, Scott had a husky named Geronimo.
Okay. Yep. Husky named Geronimo. They were very, very close. Ride or die training partner. Yeah. So it's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jamil knew that this was going to happen when he gave me the mic and if he's going to regret it, but I'm going to take this opportunity to shout out dogs as much as I can. My dogs are some of my most important training partners living in a town of 700 people. They keep me going on days that I don't want to run. And during tough races, I think about them, that like how much they love to run. So, if I get a chance to acknowledge the dogs of Ultra, you bet I am.
Yeah, I have 2 girls and they are quite a bit older now. So I'm dealing with the separation anxiety and just how tough it is to be leaving them, like leaving the door, and they just know. They know, right? And I'm trying to prepare them for a 14er this summer. And for my bigger dog, I have a Great Pyrenees. I think it might be her last.
Yeah.
So
it's so
one of those, so
tough.
heartbreaking.
So as we have some time here to kill, I got my first dog. I've had dogs my whole life, but I got my first dog just out of college, and she was at the finish line. I was never much of a runner, but I started my first half marathon just after college, and it was around Halloween, and I'd just gotten this dog. She was a Basset Hound. Her name was Wrigley, and I put her in a banana costume, and she was at the finish line of that first running race, and I have a picture there. And from that day forward, for the next 13 years, she was at every single one of my races and finish lines, and she sadly passed about a year and a half ago. And I got the picture of her in a banana costume tattooed on my leg. So Wrigley is now with me every single race I will ever be a part of. And that's how important dogs are for me. And that, you know, that dog got me through some of the toughest races, just the knowledge that I get to pet that happy creature here in just a little bit. So, dogs mean the world to me, and seeing other runners embrace bringing their dogs to these races, being able to know, I can remember distinctly at a tough stretch, asking to see my dogs and give my dogs a pet. Like that's what I needed at that point. So
embracing it all.
Yeah, we're nobody in the live stream knew that we were going to pivot hard onto dog commentating this morning, but the live stream seems to be eating it up, and we appreciate the the support to talk about dogs. Back to the race.
I think Scott, our SJ, is still in the tent. So if anybody wants any selfies, you know, well,
Colby, are we able to maybe, if we have you, do we think we can just grab a second with Scott and just
just shove the mic in his,
just get an
update. We gotta get a little. Okay. Everyone's
Let's try the sound first. Can you guys hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Woohoo! Yeah,
okay.
We'd love to hear how Jenny's feeling and if he's on plan.
All right, let's see what we can get here.
He's like, oh boy, here they come. Here they come.
You guys want to add some commentary to the live stream? People are wondering how Jenny is feeling.
She's she really turned things around the last hour and a half, and
love it.
Yeah, it was bricklaying work last night. Okay, like she worked hard. It wasn't easy. Hard on me to give her enough motivation without, having her scream at me. Spoutful piece is not easy. But yeah, we did. She's ready to run. Like she has legs. She has legs, stomach overall. So yeah, she's in good spirits. She's psyched to get here with an hour. Yeah, so that was a big switch. So literally the last hour and a half of the hour. Awesome. Her feet are banged up. Okay. So we all have it. Yep. Whether you run 15 hours at Western States or you run 37 hours at High Lonesome, you gotta just forget that there blisters under calluses, blisters on top of blisters, and so
love it.
Proud of her though. Yeah, she's expect her to hook up a lot of folks here.
All right. Expect Jenny to start hunting. 12-year anniversary last night.
I don't know if that's love or I don't know what is. If that isn't love, that's
love it. Well, you guys have a well-oiled crew here.
Night. I mean, of course, that full moon last night or near full moon was unreal. So I actually got to see it because, and the fact that she was a little slower, got to see so much out there. I mean, it's beautiful. So hopefully it doesn't get too hot for everyone.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet.
Good luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, you bet.
Just like the kindest human of all time.
Yeah,
kindest, non-assuming.
Incredible. Thank you, Kobe, for getting that.
Yeah, thank you, Kobe. Like this was clutch for your mic to finally work.
right.
Yeah. Well done, team.
Jenny's ready to start tracking people down.
That was the best news out of that. Is that she's got her legs back.
Heth Bell saying legend. Like we can actually say legend now. Like we've used legend probably
I've used it pretty liberally.
Like
and now we have gotten. Where do we go from here?
Yeah.
But no, totally like being able to live stream an interview with Scott Jurek in the middle of the High Lonesome 100 while his wife now has his legs back and quote is ready to hunt. Like this is the stuff that we're here for.
The stuff we're here for.
Nobody's really ever seen before. Like not at this race for sure.
Yeah.
And
so to get that beta that like her and Chrissy have been training a lot on the course. It's just great to see both of these women out.
So they know the course. They know.
They know it, and they they're doing well, moving really well. So yeah, I think we can confidently say that that Jenny is going to reach her A goal today.
Yeah. So one of the things that we heard Scott mention was if it doesn't get too hot, it does get warm in this area. So it's an interesting area because it gets cold at night and warm during the day. So we're going to be pushing 80 degrees in the BV area, which at 8 to 10,000 feet, it's a cooker. It is very hot, and we're also we have chance of some afternoon thunderstorms today as well. So the athletes that are still out there that are going to be running are going to maybe have to do some heat management and potential put on a rain jacket, which is always a hard line to walk. You're dealing with both heat and rain is never a total fun, but sometimes that rain feels really, really good and refreshing. As we have another runner out rocking the bucket hat, smart, keeping those ears covered.
We are all about
got some sun sleeves on. And again, this is a graduate level race. So runners have to have completed at least 100K, I believe, on the mountain trails to get into this race. So for the most part, you're seeing athletes and runners that know what they're doing. They're not going to come unprepared.
Okay, so back to the sun protection topic. I definitely come from a generation where it was like popular to burn yourself. No sun protection. You were the dork if you were in the pool with a shirt on, the long sleeve kind of.
You're the weird person.
Yeah, you were the weird person, so you're always trying to get tan. I just love how this kind of quote unquote nerd look is popular.
Yeah.
I want this to stay forever.
No, I rocked
let's keep this going.
I rocked an entire long sleeve hooded sun shirt for all of Cocodona and a wide brim hat. And I didn't care how stupid I looked.
No.
I didn't have to wear much sunscreen at all.
No.
And I protected my skin. Because that's, again, exposure is it's
major.
Really rough up here.
It's major.
Especially on these days where we have not a single cloud in the sky and you're sitting at 10,000 feet. It's a real problem.
It's a real problem.
And we all know an athlete that probably got introduced to sunscreen a little too late in their career. and the new generation is wising up to that.
Yeah, embracing it.
And you're seeing companies come on that are actually sponsoring ultra races. I believe is it Tannery? They're a sponsor of Cocodona and some other races. So they're understanding the need and they're filling that void, which I'm here for. I think it's great to support these athletes. And I think it was Hard Rock last weekend. They were sending people out at 3 a.m. up Handies, and the aid station was making them put sunscreen on because you're not thinking about putting sunscreen on at 3 in the morning, but that climb up Handies up to 14,000 feet in Hard Rock takes long enough that you're going to be at 14,000 feet and the sun's going to be fully up. So if you're not putting on sunscreen at 3 a.m., you're going to regret
You're going to regret it
come just a couple hours. And all right, so we're just for people tuning in and just waking up with us. We're looking at the Monarch Pass aid station. We're just about 30 minutes away from the cutoff here at this aid station. So the athletes you're seeing coming in are comprising and making up the later part of our pack. And now we're flipping over to another finisher. We're still working on the back half of the top 20 overall. With another athlete coming in here. So we'll get a name on this athlete as soon as we can.
14th? 15th?
Okay, somewhere.
16th. I'm losing track now.
It's hard to keep count. I think this is 17th, actually.
Okay, 17th.
So this could be David? Yeah, this is David.
Good job, David.
He is a local from BV. He's been one we've been seeing all night as well.
So strong.
A good race.
Wow.
Little hop at the end.
Wow.
It's always nice to have legs to be able to jump. I'm sure he felt like he jumped about 6 feet high and could have dunked, but he really only jumped a couple inches.
Yes. At this late stage in the well, the race is over. If you're jumping at all, it's a good sign. He definitely paced himself well. Oh, David Hetena.
This is our
am I saying that
aerobics
right?
instructor.
Hetena?
So We have some
tennis?
questions to ask David if we are able to at some point. But yeah, David has developed quite a cult following, at least from the studio staff here. I don't know if anybody else is really into it, but yeah, his bio was quite fascinating. So he's a full-time endurance coach and believes that 1980s aerobics are superior cross training for running.
Superior?
Yes. Yeah. I truly love that. Yeah,
I want to get on his program.
And he's a
like, can you imagine?
Self-confessed big boy. He's a 208 pounder, crushing these races. So if he looks pretty chiseled at 208 pounds, and so there must be something to this aerobics.
There's definitely something to it. I'm very curious to know, like, because when I think aerobics, because I'm not familiar with any like 1980s like male aerobics like videos, but I just see Jane Fonda. Like that's all I see.
I think of, and I think this is more recency bias due to recent events, but
like what are we talking about?
Who just passed away? Richard Simmons. Yeah, I had it last night. My brain is not picking up. Richard Simmons just passed away.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he's maybe not the same genre of aerobics as David, but it's who I think about with just over the top charisma and excitement for moving your body.
I love it. Like, are we talking like ribbon movement? Ribbon dancing?
I have questions.
I have so many questions.
I have questions. He lives locally to both of us, so we're gonna track him down at some point, even if it's off camera. I'm gonna find this guy. I'm gonna grab an interview with him, and maybe I'll throw it up on my Instagram.
I remember
or
like
my YouTube.
kind of getting into ribbon dance, like exploring it, and then in the early '90s, like as a young kid.
Yeah.
And so, but then it was gone. So I'm like, maybe ribbon dancing was
missed
in the 80s.
opportunity.
Yeah, maybe. Very much so. But maybe that's why I am the endurance athlete that I am.
There you
maybe
go.
I had this foundation.
That was it.
That was it. That was the catalyst.
Well, I think David would agree with you. That was the reason you are where you are today.
Yeah. Richard Simmons. This altitude life for PV is really into this.
So if I was the one to break that news to you, I'm sorry. But yeah, Richard Simmons, I believe at 76, passed away within the last week. Quite sad news. I just keeping on David here. He put shout out to my pacer Jeff, who never stops talking ever, which is an ideal distraction from tired legs.
Ever.
I feel that. I firmly feel that.
I can't do it.
Appreciate my pacers that will chit chat. I'm known as I'll ask you open-ended questions, and I want you just to keep talking.
Keep talking.
I don't care what it is. I'll ask you stuff that like you probably never thought of in 20 years. Tell me about your first girlfriend in college, your boyfriend. Tell me about the first car you drove. It's stuff I
tell me about the sun protection that you are so.
I do not care about the story you're about to tell me. I just want you to keep talking.
Are you a bucket hat person or not a bucket hat person?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. I also. You wouldn't probably guess this because I am very much extroverting right now, but I am an introvert, so it drains me when people talk. Like if I'm sitting here listening to somebody just talking at me, I like get tired.
So I'm exhausted.
Yes, right I'm like exhausted.
Well, you're holding in like a champ. We'll get you a Red Bull or something.
No, it's fine. But I guess my point is that like I've just learned that like I need every ounce of energy to be able to do what I do, and it's not helpful to have because I can't digest and that kind of information.
All right, we're getting some hot tips.
But look at the Crystal Light aerobics.
Crystal Lights Aerobics Championship. David is a good friend of mine. I've gone deep on aerobics. Is David in that video?
Yeah.
Can we confirm?
Okay, look it up.
Yeah, we're gonna
look it up.
I'm taking a side.
He's a good. Can you explain like what are you getting your heart rate up for a sustained amount of time? Like are we talking like an hour session a day? Is it 2 hours? are we, because when I think of aerobics, like at this point in my life, if there's any kind of like movement, aerobics associated with movement in like a dance format or routine format, I think of water aerobics, and I just have a hard time thinking that anybody's getting their heart rate up doing
All right,
water aerobics.
In honor of David, we have now pulled it up.
We're pulled it up.
We're not going to be able to stream this.
National Aerobic Crystal Light National
here we
Aerobic
go.
Championship date December 23rd, 1985.
Now a
in Los
live
Angeles.
reaction video.
Yeah,
that you're going to see.
I'm
here.
going to.
All right, we got a countdown. Okay.
Oh,
this is everything.
It was what I thought it was.
Everything. A lot of like Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell. Yeah. Got the leotards.
Gosh, a lot of purple leotards.
They're in the gym. There's punching going on.
We've gone to white leotards now.
They were on machines. Now they're coming off the machines. There's a tanning bed.
All right. So we have dramatically switched gears from calling a 100-mile race to, in David's honor, who anybody tuning in right now is going to be very confused.
Flexing. Yeah.
This is not the live stream they tuned into. What are these people seeing? So just assuming there's at least one person that has tuned in the last minute, David has recently finished. You can see him there on the screen. He is a proud aerobics ambassador. I don't even know what we're going to call him, an aerobics instructor. I don't know if this is true or if it's just a persona he's made up. Either way, I am here for it, and we are now, because of him, watching the 1986 National Aerobic Championships, which is nothing that I expected on the day. And
how are they grading this? Like, are there multiple teams?
They're all winners. Look at that hair. So whoever posted this video is going to be all of a sudden getting like hundreds, maybe tens of 13s of views. And what happened?
There's a lot of dancing.
There's a lot.
There's a lot of dancing.
Our production team is like, what the actual heck has just happened in the studio?
I can confirm heart rate is definitely elevated for these folks.
Lots of motions.
Yes, and to argue the case that of his point that this is like this sort of aerobic would be beneficial cross training for.
I get it.
I get it. There's a lot of lateral movement,
a lot of plyo stuff.
Which is a lot of jumping. Like there's a lot of dynamic movement here.
Guys, this is a 46 minute video, so we will not be talking about aerobics for the next 46 minutes. But just know that. This is something that exists.
This exists.
This is when this championship happened. I was 1 year old, and it is glorious.
I was not born yet, unfortunately.
Okay.
I missed out.
Yes, the mustaches are strong. All right, we're gonna move back to the race, David. Just know that if you happen to go back into this live stream, I hope you do. If you're friends with David, encourage him to go back and just know that because of him, we are now, I guess, more educated on at least the 1986 National Aerobic Championship. All right.
And what it entails.
Yes. You just sometimes never know when you're given the mic. I'm over, I'll be like 16 hours of live mic time. You just never know where things are going. Yeah.
Okay, well, and now we can it makes sense why he was able to jump at the finish line because there's
There it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of all the hopping, skipping, and jumping and his aerobics, his dance aerobics.
David, he wasn't born yet either. That's a good call. He's only 37.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's what you're here for, and in these ultra races, especially a race, again, there are 199 athletes that started, a 37-hour cutoff. When your first runner is at 20 hours, you're going to expand the field a little bit. So you get these opportunities to maybe do some rabbit holes that you weren't expecting when you get runners. And this is why we ask for some of this background information to see, and can confirm that his friend is going to get him to watch the live stream. So David, I hope you get a chuckle, at least a little bit out of this.
If only we could have mirrored this into the live stream for you guys to see, but definitely check it out. It's fascinating.
So we're awaiting more finishers here. at the High Lonesome 100. Our stream here is brought to you by Altra. We are able to, take a little bit of time because, again, the field spreads out quite naturally. These runners are all running absolutely incredible races and surviving a very tough course. 23,500 feet of climbing over 100 miles. Average elevation that they're going to be running on 10,600 feet. High point about 13,000 feet. Multiple times above tree line. Lots of challenges that come with that. Luckily, David lives here in the area. He knows these mountains, but impressively, we have a lot of competitors that have come from sea level.
Yes. Shocking amount, actually. Mind blown. He wasn't born yet.
Yeah, and thanks for everybody. We have a bunch of people that are active in the chat. Definitely makes it fun for us this morning to interact. Some of these things about these athletes that we don't know or don't have the opportunity to look at. If you're able to throw them in the chat, it helps us go down these fun little rabbit holes that hopefully you guys enjoy and are waking up, at least in the US. I know we have somebody from Ireland that just checked in. Thank you for chiming in. It's amazing to see the global reach of a race like this here in our little backwoods, back mountain where we live. There you go. So apart from being trashed afterwards, is there research on the effects of a 100-mile high mountain race and guidance on recovery time? Anime, I think that's a great question for your coaching brain.
Well, I mean, I feel like Western States has done the most research. It's not technically a high altitude race, but I can't riddle off any stats off the top of my head, but I would recommend looking into that to kind of glean any kind of information for how athletes kind of have responded to at least the heat and you know, being in the high country for 50% of a race. So.
It's a lot of N of one research too. Is just every athlete's a little bit different. The longer you've been doing it, look, if you look at an athlete like Jeff Browning, who has been doing these races for what seems like my entire lifetime, his body is a little bit more prepared to maybe recover a little bit faster. There's elements like nutrition, both how did you fuel your body during the race and what are you doing immediately afterwards. I generally would recommend maybe don't hang out at 12,000 feet immediately after one of these races. Let's get you down a little bit lower in altitude. The better oxygen, the better blood flow is going to help your recovery time. But it is very unique.
It is very unique.
For the most part, you're going to be trashed. I can tell you, I think I've done 1,600 plus mile races now. And it feels like all of them are a little different as far as recovery is concerned. But I generally, the better that I fuel myself during the race, the better I'm going to feel after. It just kind of all goes together. And there's little things that you can do after to increase that. But for me, I'm looking at a solid 2 weeks where I might be running, but I'm not training. And I think there's a really important line of delineation between you can still be running, but you're not back to training yet. And even 2 weeks is aggressive for a lot of athletes coming back from, especially 100. I wouldn't recommend that, but I've been doing it for long enough that I feel comfortable saying, okay, I can start kind of training. It's still much lower mileage than I've been at.
And I think also like fitness is fitness. I think there's a lot of speculation on like, oh, well, if I try, the boot recovery, system or the foam rolling or the, ketones or all of these different things that, I think are all great tools. But I think at the end of the day, your body best and just getting to be as fit as humanly possible is going to be your greatest, like source or of being able to get through 100 effectively and to being able to recover effectively. I train a couple athletes that are, at the elite level, and I mean, their turnaround is incredible. Like it's like a week and they're back to, almost a full load of training volume. And and I attribute that to like just the years and years and years of consistency.
It takes a while.
So,
And I generally have, I say 2 weeks. That's not a firm thing. I have generally 3 things that I look at.
Yeah.
One is how do I feel, right? First and foremost, do I have aches? Do I have pains? Do I have anything that I say, yeah, that's not recovered yet? And that's physically. The next one is how do I feel mentally? I think it's a really important thing to acknowledge that going through a long training block, doing a 100-mile race does take it out of you mentally. Because there's no point of going back to training if you don't want to.
Yep.
Right. You should never be in a situation to say, oh, I need to. It's like, no, you should want to. So I check in with myself physically. I check in with myself mentally. And then I look at data. I'll look at my overnight heart rates, my HRV and things like that, and actually say, okay, does the data I'm looking at confirm that I feel like I'm rested and I'm recovering, or is my body still fighting like hell to recover?
Yeah.
So those are kind of my 3 boxes that I will look at, and it's usually somewhere around 2 weeks that all those check boxes will be hit.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I always say, no matter what, even if athletes are used to kind of getting back on their feet sooner than later, is to give yourself a week just for that reason. Because I feel like it's also like a cumulative effect situation too, where like I've run races where I felt great the next day and thought I could go out for a run, and then like 5 days later I'm feeling it, you know? So I think give yourself permission to listen to your body, get a massage,
100%.
Get a massage.
Yes.
Like if there's not a massage, available at the finish line, get one as soon as possible.
Get that,
get
the
the
crap
blood
that's built
flow.
up in your legs. Get that flushed out.
Yeah, get the flush out.
I actually just had a massage 2 days ago, and can't speak highly enough of massage therapy and physical therapists and anybody that's helping athletes perform at their best and recover from these epic accomplishments.
Yeah, I mean, I've been coaching for about 5 years now, and I initially started, my coaching philosophy was just based on the endurance piece.
Yep.
And it's just evolved over time into like a more holistic philosophy.
Yep.
And I think the longer that you're in ultras, the more you realize that you need to be, in tune with your nutrition. You need to be in tune with the mental, side of things.
Yeah.
You need to be in tune with the strength training, the PT.
Yeah,
like
it's all
it's
encompassing.
all encompassing. And I think a lot of times, I mean, we all love to run. That's what we want to do. If we could, we would just run. But I think you need to make sure that you attend to all of these other things.
We're so much more than just runners.
Yes.
And shout out. And I have learned early in my life that don't try to pronounce Irish names or Scottish names because you're probably going to be wrong. So I'm not going to try. But person in the chat shouting out Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning's Tough 21. Jeff was actually my first coach when I got into ultra mountain runnings. Cool. And so I learned a lot of the things, and I was with him for a couple of years and learned some of those principles that you just talked about. Like we need to be strong to be able to run a race like this. And to be successful, you have to have the strength to get through some of this stuff.
Yeah.
So, with that, we had another question about weekly mileage to build up, prepare for 100. I think this is another very individual answer. I can tell you, I'm just coming off of a long block of doing 24-hour specific training, which is flat, obviously. Run as far as you can in 24 hours. That weekly mileage looks a lot different than now I'm training for Run Rabbit Run 100. It's much different. So I tend to look more at cumulative time that I'm spent because if you're running flat terrain, it's much different than that. So I wouldn't even put a number on it out publicly of what I do, because what I do doesn't matter for another athlete. But I don't know if you as a coach have that. And we actually, I'm gonna put a pin in this. We've been flagged that we've been talking a little too long about dogs
coaching
and training and coaching. So we are gonna jump over to an ad break. It sounds like we have some other athletes coming into the finish in just a little bit. So we're gonna jump to an ad break, and then we're gonna be back where we can jump into that answer for that 100-miler.
Altra running shoes help you stay comfortable and stay out there. With room for your toes, you can run the way you were designed to. Because you get better inside by getting outside. So get out and stay out. Run wild. Run free. With shoes made to actually fit feet, you'll get comfort and performance you have to feel to believe. Stay out there with Altra.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
Well, hello, we're back. We're back at the finish line. We're expecting the 5th female to be coming in. Seems like there's a pack of women coming in here shortly. So we've got Amy Hume is expected to be 5th, but right behind her. I mean, they're right together. 2 minutes behind is Melissa O. And then we have Silke Coaster, who is about 10 minutes back. And then a minute behind her is Liz Canty. And then we've got Lindsay Wagner, who is about 15 minutes behind her. But yeah, just to finish up our conversation about the coaching piece. I think it's all individualized, but essentially, consistency is the most important piece, and allowing for adaptations over time, and
Agreed.
developing, a really strong aerobic base. Aerobic metabolism pathways take time to build. And then with that, you can kind of sprinkle in the muscular endurance piece with strength training to kind of condition your legs for that eccentric loading on the downhills is kind of the biggest piece.
Yeah. And
right. And all these different.
There's a reason if you look at the ages of some of the top finishers in these races, it's not right out of college.
No.
It's 30s, 40s, even. Right. I mean, Ludo last weekend crushed the Hard Rock course record, 49 years old. You see some really, really impressive performances by athletes that are in their 40s and 50s. Jeff Browning, 52, right, was 4th place finisher here earlier this morning.
And I think people see they jump on. We can jump on Strava now, which is amazing, but I think sometimes it's like, oh, everything's so out of reach. Like Killian's doing 20 plus hours a week, 20 to 30. Zach's doing 20, 25 hours a week.
Yep.
And it's like, well, how do I even have a chance? And it's like, well, if you start now, I tell some of my athletes that are in their 20s, I'm like, you could get there.
100%.
Like, you see people who are winning these major races in their 50s or their mid 40s. It's all about patience with the process. Patience is, I think, tough in our sport. We were seeing this with the 100 itself, within the confines of, or the specific, the racing of this race itself, but also zooming out to the training. You can rush the miles, you can rush the hours, and then you end up, limiting yourself with your full potential over time, because you end up hitting these, you end up hitting these hurdles and obstacles. You get burnt out, injured, all of these things. But if you're just patient with the process, you know.
And I
you
believe
can
this
achieve
is
your
a
goals.
new look that we've just gotten here from the Shavano aid station.
Oh yeah, we haven't been here.
We have not been here yet. This is at mile 81.2. You're seeing the look behind the scenes on some of these really remote aid stations.
Is that Luke Nelson?
I believe it.
Was that Luke? I think it was. Not this guy. Can we turn the camera to the left? Okay.
Yeah, so we're Luke Nelson was number 20. If he's out there somewhere, he should be at Shavano right now. So that would be
that's
Luke.
him right there eating the banana.
Yeah.
Crusher. It's had a day, but he's hanging in with number 122. Who's 122? Pocatello, Idaho. Woohoo! John Bruno. John Bruno.
Yeah, they're heading
Basalt,
out together, it looks
Colorado.
like. Yeah, and Luke Nelson, another very well-known name and face of the sport.
Yeah.
He race directs his own race, which also does a 50-50 split of men's and women field. So again, this is our first look at Shavano, and as I was saying before, is for some people that haven't gotten a look deep behind the scenes, that these are some of the basic aid stations you're seeing. They're these really remote places that are rather hard to get to at times. So athletes aren't, for the most part, hanging out here for too long. You'll get some fluids, maybe an Oreo. Looks like there's a bag of Doritos there. These aren't the most accommodating aid stations, but of course they have the Morton, one of the fantastic sponsors that we have here. You're going to get the basics, everything you need.
Yep.
Sometimes this is really nice because there's nothing that's going to keep you there
Distract
long.
you,
Whereas
yeah.
the aid stations that have the full buffet with the pancakes and stuff like that, they suck you in a little bit. And
Capri Suns, I see.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
amazing.
Capri Suns. We have cookies.
What?
We have Capri Suns.
Oh my gosh! Everybody, hurry up!
There's
joke 5 left.
That the overlap of stoner food and ultra food is basically a circle. It's not even a Venn diagram. And that's what you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
Is just cookies, chips, and Capri Suns.
It's amazing. Oh yeah, and speaking to again, Luke Nelson, his races, the Scout Mountain Ultras.
Of course, yeah.
If you guys haven't had a chance to go to that area or have been traveled to the wonderful state of Idaho, go check out Scout Mountain Ultras.
Yep.
Just a little tag there.
So it looks like the registration for Luke's race will be in December. In Idaho. I lived in Idaho for a short amount of time.
I've never been.
I lived just outside of the Boise area. Another town that they will correct you if you mispronounce it.
What is this?
So
Boise?
Most people will say Boise, and you will get corrected. It's Boise. It's very specific. Boise. Yeah.
Oh.
I learned that
Instead
the hard
of
way.
Yes.
There's no Z. It's C.
Oh, okay.
So all
Now we know.
the folks from Idaho, I got your back, but. It's in Pocatello is where Luke's race is. Really beautiful trail racing out in Idaho. Of course, Beaverhead 100K is a super gnarly 100K race.
Have you done it?
I have done it. I had a really tough race. I was running in the lead pack up until there's a talus field near the end that it stole my soul a little bit because it was exposed and hot, and I was running in this lead pack, and then I ended up, there's a stream about 4 or 5 miles to go, and I took like an hour and I laid in the stream. I was so hot. I was almost heat stroked at that point that I just needed it. And I was like,
That's brutal.
I gave the chance of the win up, and I ended up just laying there for quite a while. And we got to the end, and that was a good reminder that sometimes you just got to do what it takes to finish. And even if it involves laying in a creek for almost an hour. Another athlete and pacer coming in here. Again, this is our first look at the very remote Shavano aid station just after mile 80. Is that Ryan Lawson?
Ryan Lawson
Ryan
from Boulder.
is a well-known face around the Boulder trail running community. He's been around the block for quite a while. I think I ran Bighorn with him in like 2015, I want to say. He's done a lot of stuff in the ultra space, worked for some various brands in the ultra space as well. And just a really nice guy in this industry. And then
De La Rosa sitting there in the chair.
From Centennial. So he's just outside of Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's definitely Ryan Lawson.
He's got the rut tattoo on his knee.
Okay.
That was a thing. I don't know if it still is, but
would you get like free entry or something like that if you get the tattoo?
No.
Or is it, they just had a tattoo
They just
artist.
had
at
a
the finish
tattoo
line,
artist,
right?
and it were the antlers.
Yeah. He's rocking the Capri Sun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get another one for me. Bring it to the finish.
I've now
Meet you
seen
there.
2 people drink a Capri Sun in the last 2 weeks.
Ugh,
One was
that's
3
so
years
good.
old, and now one is Ryan Lawson. So
Did you ever stab it in the back on the bottom? That used to be a thing.
No.
Like instead of going from the top, you would just stab it on the bottom. Drink from the bottom.
I guess I'm too old for that. I missed that. Ryan heading out with the road Capri Sun. Mad respect.
Yes.
Again,
Can't ask for a better.
I think a really
better
strong
aid
aid station
right
strategy
there,
is to get what you need and just start walking.
Yep, just go. He knows what to do.
You don't
Yep.
need to sit
No,
and eat your
no,
food.
no.
You can walk.
Yep.
Eat and walk. Even I am a big fan of a pocket quesadilla. Like I might not want it at this moment, but 10 minutes, 20 minutes from now. Best advice, make sure you clean your packs of said pocket quesadillas, because that is not a fun thing to find next week. Made that mistake before, but
Same.
you
Or
know
like
what?
old gels that have
just crusted.
Oh
You've got
God.
that, old gels become Gorilla Glue.
Yep. Rock hard.
Yes.
I still have.
All right, so we are looking at the aid station here at Monarch, and we are officially at the cutoff here. So
okay, let's.
So Kobe, I don't know if we still have athletes in there that unfortunately aren't going to make it out of there, but what's the vibe right now in camp? It can't be too excited.
We not too excited, not quite as excited as we were at dawn today. We just got 2 athletes out and up the hill. But we've got Dawn Strauss here in the chair, Catherine Greer coming in right at that 9 o'clock mark. So it looks like she's just going to miss the cutoff here. Great effort from both of these athletes, but looks like this might be the end of the trail for Catherine. She's talking with her aid station leads. They're checking in with her, making sure she's good. But it was an eventful morning here at Monarch.
And do you know, and I apologize for not knowing the answer to this, is this a cutoff for getting out of the aid station or for getting into the aid station? Because some races are a little bit different in that regard.
My understanding was that it was getting out based on Caleb's race briefing. But we'll see. There seems to be some commotion going on here.
It sounds like we have maybe somebody heading out.
Oh, she's just going straight through, it looks like.
She's
Here you
like
go, Catherine.
not taking no for an answer.
All right. Do we have a bib number on Catherine?
Yeah.
Well, it is down from here, so
She's getting some
maybe the
nutrition.
next
Looks
one.
like they're gonna maybe load up.
Is this Catherine
give her what she
Lemasters?
can to carry. And she is just sending it right up the slope.
Okay,
Good for her.
incredible. So I'm guessing this might be our last athlete that they're going to let out of the aid station. Depending on how strict they are, maybe one more that's in there. But either way, you can't say no. This is the hardest part of the day to work at an aid station, to be a part of a race, because having to tell somebody that their day is over when they're not done fighting, it's emotional just sitting here watching it, because you know what they've put to get to this point, both in their training and this race. And it's not the day that they envisioned.
No.
Yep. Really cool. Looks like we're going to get to see Catherine fight a little bit longer. So
I love that. So
Ultra Splits open.
So she's leaving Monarch right at 9 a.m. Her next cutoff is going to be at Fooses Creek.
Yeah.
She has about 7 miles and 2 hours to go. And it's a lot of downhill.
Yeah,
so
I think she can do it.
That's a pretty, I think, liberal cutoff between these two. So I think if she's feeling good and she keeps moving, she should be able to get in and out of Fooses. And again, we don't know exactly what she's been going through and what maybe that, she kind of knew coming into today she was going to be fighting cutoffs, and she's just happy to be at this point. We don't know, but 2 hours to go these 7 miles, I think is it's realistic.
Yep.
Sometimes these cutoffs later in races, they're like, oof, you just barely made this one. That next one's going to be tough. This one I think feels more accommodating, especially with a lot of downhill. So we're going from 11,003.
She's overcome the hardest part of the course. So hopefully this next, stretch goes really well for her, and she bank some time. Cushion, have a little bit more of a cushion for herself going into the next cutoff at blanks.
Yeah, you're seeing this. She has this one little uphill. It's a couple 100-foot climb. It's nothing.
A little bit. No, it's nothing
drastic. It's a lot of paved and a Jeep road, and then you drop in on a really nice flowy, I believe, single track, and you can cook through there if you have any legs at all. And she was hiking uphill at a decent rate that I would guess she has some legs left to go down into Fooses Creek, and hopefully she picks up a little bit of time. Maybe she'll leave that aid station with 30 minutes to spare. And again, it's never good doing math in an ultra. Hopefully she can do less math when she gets to Fooses.
So I'm guessing at this point then, this aid station would kind of start wrapping up.
Yep. Looks like the Christmas lights are coming down.
Oh man,
I've
they're
got some
quick
Altra
to
tents
work,
to
these
break
elves.
down. They're fast moving elves here at the Monarch pole. But it was a great time here at the aid station. I've been out here for about 13 hours at this point. And,
Wow. Thank you.
Really cool experience.
Do you think we can grab maybe the aid station captain for one last little chat and just to get a recap from the event?
I will track Matt down.
It's always nice getting a little behind the scenes look and get their recap.
Like you did. The one higher up did a good job up there. Camera guy can't really move.
There we go. Going mobile. And again, if you're just tuning in, we have just gone past the cutoff. We do have a dog with a stick on screen. We'll come back to that in a bit.
You want to give us an aid station recap?
Another certified
while we're breaking down.
You guys check that to know how many people are.
Yes.
Still giving out some helpful information here.
Okay. We'll keep standing by here. Again, this aid station now, we've officially gone past the cutoff.
You here and give a little recap of what we did tonight.
Sure. Are we already doing it right now?
We're wrapping up Monarch.
Okay, Monarch. As you can see, this is the worst part of getting everything done. It's all said and done. All the runners came through, did a wonderful job. We fed them. We fed their crew. It's a great time.
Wonderful time was had by all.
I love it. Do we have a sense on what the most requested items were at that aid station? Oh, we lost him already. He's gone. These guys are so dedicated to
These
cleaning
guys
up.
are locked in.
I love it.
I'll add a little bit of commentary. I think the pierogies were a hot ticket item here through the night. I saw Sarah O take down a few of those when she came through here. And then this morning, the bacon was a hot ticket item as well.
Okay. All
We
right.
got a
Well,
we got a vomit and rally over at the
Yeah, we're
we
looking
got
at
the motocross
Shavano.
coming in here.
And we're looking at, I think this is Portobello, the mountain dog behind us, signing out, I guess, from Monarch. Man, thank you, Kobe, so much for sharing some of this stuff. It was so amazing to hear from some of your stories and from the Jureks, of course. Like the chat loved that. So you've put in your time out there. What's next for you? Where are you going to pop up somewhere else, or are you going to take a nap?
Catch me a golden hour tonight. I'm gonna go get some sleep, and then I'll be at the finish line cheering people in.
Love it.
Amazing.
Love it. Well, thank you for all your coverage out there. Go grab some sleep, and we'll see you back at the finish line.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Yep. All right. So we have our look here at Shavano.
Looked like
maybe a little stomach issue going on, but we have another Capri Sun in hand, leaving the course or leaving the aid station. So
ready to go.
Yep, and
we missed 2 dogs, but that's okay.
Yeah, there's a beagle with a very playful looking personality and a stick. So I have not forgotten that. I will stick to my guns and make sure that we get all of the dogs' names.
The dogs of Ultra.
Mercedes was first on the ground to get us Trout. The dog with the rainbow.
We got to figure out.
There's our beagle.
Cameraman, can you acquire the name?
Yeah, somebody drop that in the chat. Somebody's got to know that dog.
Yes.
Soon to be me. I got to know that dog.
We've got another racer coming in.
This is Tucker.
Tucker from Buena Vista, PV.
These are cool looks behind the aid station. You come in and volunteers will grab your stuff
right away. I know.
They know what they're doing at this point. They want to make your life as easy as possible and as efficient as possible. So they're going to, as quick as possible, ask you what you want, take your bottles, and allow you to kind of recollect your thoughts, and they'll hand it back. And then it's your choice to how quickly you get out of there, with or without Capri Sun from this one.
I am very curious about those who do not grab a Capri Sun. I mean,
I'm Capri Sun curious.
I
can't tell you the last time I had a Capri Sun.
I would be immediately drawn to it.
I have childhood memories of Capri Sun, but lately things that I've gone back and tried that I ate in my childhood, I have ruined those memories. Oh my God. We actually, breaking news, folks.
Breaking news.
We are, we have a Capri Sun.
We have a Capri
live in
Sun.
studio.
Okay, it's time for you to try it.
Do we have a couple of? I don't want to try this alone. I feel like Capri Sun is something you shouldn't drink alone.
Okay, we're gonna do it my way, where we stab it from the bottom too.
So hot commentary. You guys, we are looking at dogs. We are about to try a Capri Sun.
We're having a moment where we're actually experiencing blanks at the studio.
More breaking news. Gosh, we are just on a roll here. This is Peanut. Peanut, I'm not a dog expert, but I'm pretty confident that's a beagle. Peanut looks to be eating some mulch. This is the stuff that we are here for this morning. Capri Sun and Peanut the dog.
Okay.
Shout out to our team in Shavano Aid. Like, you guys are crushing it out there. They're having a good time too.
Capri Suns galore.
Hey, if you guys want to pick up a Capri Sun,
sponsored.
We are going to do a shot at Capri Sun here in the studio. We would love it if you guys would join us in a ceremonial shot of a Capri Sun in honor of Peanut the dog.
Yes. So, in my day, it was popular to, instead of going and insert the straw where it's supposed to be inserted, we would insert it from the bottom.
Okay.
So I'm going to still see if that's something that we can do.
This is like shotgunning a Capri Sun. Okay.
Brilliant. I can still do it. Okay, you can.
Okay.
You can give it your first.
I cannot.
When was the last time you had a?
I mean, probably
like soccer, rec soccer,
probably
like 12 years
more
old.
than 20 years ago.
At least, yeah.
So I.
Oh, we've got another one. So
okay, we do have another one.
In the age of herpes and corona.
This is fruit punch flavor here. I don't know what flavors they have out in the field, but
what do you think?
It's what I was expecting.
So not good?
Not good.
What? So disappointed to hear that.
My tastes have been refined since I was in my single digit ages.
Really good.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm here for it.
I'm here for the dogs. You can be here for the Capri Suns.
I mean, I would say like
cheers,
fruit
at
punch
least.
is not really my favorite flavor.
Okay, so you're a connoisseur. What's the go-to Capri Sun flavor?
I have no idea, but I'm not a fruit punch in general.
Okay.
So.
Well, breaking news: Capri Sun not as good as I remember 20 plus years ago. But you're in.
I'm in.
Okay.
Like if I was running around the mountains for 18, 20 hours, I would definitely grab one of these.
I just love these like classic old packaging. No labels. No idea what's in it. How many
definitely
calories.
high fruit corn syrup. Oh, they definitely put it here.
What does it say? You can see it.
Yeah. No. Never mind.
Yeah.
It just says natural flavor, just like all of these drinks. Kool-Aid.
Who truly knows what that means? But well,
Gatorade, just
shout
all
out
natural
to
flavors.
the Shavano aid station.
We're here
team
for it.
For getting us to
Oh,
try
and the
a
doggo!
Gosh, look at it just.
So into his stick. What's his name again? I kind of missed that because I was so excited about the Capri Sun. Peanut?
This is Peanut. Yeah, we can confirm this is Peanut.
Hi,
We
Peanut.
are still batting 100 of finding the name of every dog that we have sought out to find, which is when I sign off this afternoon, it'll be a point of pride for me in my first ever broadcast with Mountain Outpost. I'm gonna take that with me and be proud of it. We have gotten all the dog names, folks.
I can also now say that since I haven't had a Capri Sun in forever and I don't have that much in my stomach, I'm feeling a little bit cramping going on. So maybe not.
So maybe a good reminder not to try anything
Maybe
new
not
during
try
an
anything
ultra
new.
or
Yes,
while you're
yes,
commentating on an empty
yes.
stomach.
So we'll put these
to
the side for now.
Thanks for the crew for making that happen.
Got to relive my glory days as a soccer player.
I am, speaking of childhood snacks that are at aid stations, I am very pro fruit snack at aid stations.
Okay. Gushers?
Gushers,
No.
okay.
It's
Mott's fruit snacks.
Mott's. Okay, very much just fruit.
I'm
Okay,
and I know my brand. I'm a Mott's guy. Welch is okay. I like the
Okay.
consistency of Mott's better.
Okay.
So if I come into an aid station, and a lot of Air Viper races have Mott's
Mhm.
on them,
Mhm.
I get excited. Those are the ones that I'm pocketing for sure. We had somebody earlier that took their waistband
Yes,
full of Twizzlers
I was
and
about to
pretzels.
say that.
I'll be the guy
Yes,
taking a
yes.
pocket full of Mott's fruit snacks with me. Not a sponsor, but
that is the
hit
way
me
to
up
go. I
if
feel
we wanna
like
talk.
I feel like I always feel bad
Mhm.
for taking
Ah.
food from the aid station, but I also know that it's there for the taking.
Yep.
But I'll just grab like a handful or snack a bit, but it's like stock up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if you don't have a crew.
Have a meal. Yeah.
Have a meal.
Have 1,000 calories of fruit snack. See what happens.
See what happens.
You
Time
could-
to experiment.
Yeah, things get weird. in
I think you
ultras
might need
and
to experiment
lean
sometimes.
into it.
Yeah.
I think we've really reached the weird hour here.
We
It's,
definitely have.
Taking Capri Sun shots, talking about fruit snacks, waiting for finishers to come through.
If anybody has any favorite snacks
I know.
in the chat that you guys, want to rave about, feel free to.
Kieran keeps jumping in from Ireland, reminding us that I'm Tough is another great Idaho race. As we were talking about Idaho, totally right. That one's gnarly, and that I believe is a hard rock qualifier as well.
Oh, feeling the effects of the Capri Sun shot.
I know. Getting wild.
Getting
It's like
wild.
we're giving our kids this stuff, and they're getting all jacked up on Capri Sun, and it's like catnip.
Oh God.
Wild.
Definitely hits different now than when I was 12.
Every once in a while, speaking of cats, every once in a while in the mountains of Colorado, you'll see somebody walking their cat on a leash. I don't know if that's common in this area, but
No.
I see it in my neck of the woods.
Really?
We have not yet seen a leashed cat sighting during this race, but
Or I always see them inside the backpacks. That always freaks me out.
that's another one.
freaks me out.
People here love to hike with their animals, and
Yeah.
sometimes it's a cat, and it's interesting to me.
I've seen actually around this, it was closer to Raspberry. I saw somebody hiking their llama.
Okay. Yep. That's the thing.
That's a thing.
Interesting. I'm going to put this out there. We need a live stream bingo card that the commentators can start looking for various things and seeing if our field reporters might help us find, a cat on a leash, for example.
And you get points.
Yep.
And then by the end,
we're gonna work together.
You get a Capri Sun mailed to you.
Jamil, I'm putting this out into the world. You need to provide your commentators with bingo cards, and we're gonna work together to cross them all off.
Maybe you get or something from our sponsors. Plug here. Altra is our partner, presented by Altra, and then we have platinum sponsors: Rourke, Martin, 7,000 Foot Running Co., and Osprey. So maybe we can create this bingo. Then they can receive a gift from one of these sponsors.
Let's find ways of getting free
stuff.
It.
Patience.
Yeah, so this is the time that we're obviously in a little bit of a lull between finishers.
We're waiting for our women pack. They're coming in.
Yeah,
we've got
like 4 through 9 or 5 through 9.
5 through 9 are all kind of together, but I think it's 5 through 5, 6, and 7 are really close.
Okay, so Anime, maybe let's go into this. Like, where if you were in that pack, would you be racing still, or would you be like, let's just finish this together? Where do you think you would be mentally?
I would say let's just finish this together.
That's where I would be.
Yeah,
100%. You're there, and I mean, I think for me, it's Podium's a race, and everybody else.
Yeah.
And this is not at all to take away from finishing in the top 10. That is incredible.
Yeah.
But you're there again for the fun and for the community. Maybe, maybe finish them together. And so again, somebody just asked. This is the Shavano aid station that we're looking at right now. A pretty remote aid at mile 81 and change. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. I mean, I feel like I see it more with the shorter ultras as people will try and race to the finish.
Yep.
But I ran my first 100K a couple years ago, and it was a different feel. It was a way different feel from like 50K, even 50 mile, where it's like, meh, like I was out of the top 5. Like, if I'm racing or with anybody at this point, it's just, we're in this together.
Yeah, I think,
and it was a shift that I hadn't anticipated.
Yeah, I think famously, maybe the most famous, we're just going to finish together, was Jason Schlarb and Killian and Hard Rock. It was at 2016 or 17, something like that. Those guys were working each other, and both had so much respect for their other racer that they said, you know what, we're going to kiss the rock together.
Yeah.
And so it's an interesting sport because we're racing each other, but we're also in this together. And that's, Jason was on the mic yesterday and was calling the first 8 hours of this race, and he's an incredible ambassador for the sport, and Killian's Killian.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're even listening to this race, I'm guessing you know who Killian is. Talk about two guys that could have easily said no, like we're gonna run each other to the ground, and whoever wins, and they decided to finish together. So there's always that option of finishing together. And I always think of when you're kind of in that 6, 7, 8, 9 territory, and you've been working with somebody all day, and you've gotten to know them, even if you haven't fed much, you know them.
Yeah.
Let's just finish it together, get it done.
I feel like I've just now, after this whole time here, learned how to navigate this earpiece, because you're putting it over your ear.
Oh yeah.
And I was just going like straight in.
Yeah, this is what you get from a couple of rookie commentators that
like,
kind of just figuring it out on the fly. There's a steep learning curve for me
we
yesterday, and
see if it will
certainly
stick
still
in there.
not as experienced of somebody. We saw him in the chat a little bit ago, Chris Warden, who is, I'll say he's on, the upper echelon of commentary and commentators, and
there we go.
graciously gave me some advice yesterday before I started, and helped calm my nerves. being able to just talk about something that we love and know really well is running. So we're looking here at Lynn, who is now in the Mount Shavano aid station. This is mile 81.8.
I'm back.
We are watching runners come through here. These folks are moving along nicely. They're well ahead of all of the cutoffs. They're not even. They shouldn't even be thinking about cutoffs at this point. They're on their way to finishing this race.
Yep, which is a wonderful place to be. You can really take in, the atmosphere, the environment. Enjoy spending time with your pacer. I feel like this is a prime spot to be.
Yeah. So let's take this moment to maybe just reset the entire race. We started 199 athletes. We've lost maybe about a quarter of those to cutoffs and drops. The top of both the men's and the women's races was absolutely epic. Christopher Ham's overall winner. He was just about 30 minutes off the overall course record. And let's just take a moment. This woman is absolutely living off this aid station.
The first dancer we've seen,
that's
actually.
The pacer, but that's the energy you want out of a pacer.
But that's the first, glimpses of dancing that I've seen.
Oh, you missed all the unicorns
and
stuff yesterday. Yeah. That was epic. So real quick again, Chris Hans, first overall. Alex Nichols, who was leading for I think the first 80 miles or so, basically was leading most of the race. Chris caught him overnight, and then Elon Lieber rounding out your men's podium. Jeff Browning and Kevin Stewart just behind them, and then your first woman overall, sixth place was McKendry Hickory, and only her second 100-mile race,
just incredible.
Obliterated Annie Hughes' course record.
Yeah,
I think it was an hour and 21 minutes off of the course record. And then Laura Hansen, Knowles instructor, Knowles employee, not a stranger to long big mountain races, came also under previous course record time in second. Sarah O, Casey Leekdig, and now we're waiting for the back half of the women's top 10.
And it seems like the fifth and sixth place girl is just right next to each other, right with each other potentially, or about a minute apart from each other. So at the last check-in.
Yep, and looking at some of the notes we're getting from people in the field, I would expect at about 8:45 we got note that next 5 women were within an hour, and that was going on 40 minutes ago. So we're looking at a pack coming through of just absolute crushing women coming through here. So it's going to be really exciting to see.
Getting
a
lot of enthusiasm from the pacers right now.
Yeah,
coming into this blanks.
Looks like Julia. If I saw that number,
Julia Conley.
There it is up here, Julia Conley. Durango, again, another person living in an area with plenty of access to nice mountains. It looks like we do have
somebody coming
one of these
in.
Runners coming in.
Silke.
No. Is that Amy? I think that might be Amy. It's hard to tell, folks. Who?
818. I see a 18.
So 198, if that's what we're looking at, is Amy Hume. Yeah.
198. No.
That's 18. So that's Melissa.
Melissa,
wow. Overnight. Sorry, Melissa. You snuck up on us. Of course, Melissa O is Sarah O's twin sister.
Incredible. Top 5.
Yeah, she came back strong.
She did.
Surprised us. We weren't looking for her quite yet, and here she is.
Yeah.
So kudos
she
to her.
really that section from Raspberry to the finish is really runnable. So it seems like she really had her legs.
The legs left. Kudos to the Ostuazowski family. I'm gonna try to say that fast and apologize if I didn't nail it, but we'll throw it
raining
out
out
there
of
once.
Flagstaff.
They crushed it today.
Crushed
Yeah,
it.
I think Dave in the chat
Yeah.
earlier. I don't know if he's still there. We didn't get confirmation of what the relation
No.
was, but I'm sure he's a proud father, brother, uncle, cousin, somebody with the same last name that was in the chat earlier.
Husband.
Yeah, husband. Yeah,
Maybe.
something.
Something.
I'm guessing not husband because unless he took one of their names.
Oh, right. Yes.
Which is, you
never know.
Could be very progressive
happen.
of him.
Yes. My brain is still. I'm still cramping from the Capri Suns.
The Capri Sun hangover has set in.
Yes. Oh, and a close second.
Yeah, here's a.
That's got to be Silke. Oh, that's no. Man.
Another happy runner coming
Yeah.
in. Don't have a name quite yet, but clearly happy to have ended their journey through the Sawatch Mountains here.
So happy.
That is
19.
Amy.
Amy.
Officially Amy coming in.
Oh,
Amy
wow.
Hume, 50 years old out of Frisco.
Incredible.
Congratulations, Amy.
Must be her son.
That
paced
what
her.
a race.
Wow.
For her.
Incredible.
I believe that's F6. So a sixth place female. Absolutely crushing it.
Oh.
This is husband, I take it. Very proud. Gotta hug the race director. Get your buckle.
So she was at 9th at Hancock.
Yeah. Again, the stats coming up on screen are from 50 miles ago. She was 9th female, but she made her way up into.
That's incredible. She had a really strong
female.
second half. Made up a lot of places there.
So next
to finish to
we're
a
kind
strong
of on
sixth
lookout
place
now for Silke and Liz and Lindsay Wagner are going to be the next pack of women. Again, we're expecting them all pretty close together.
The family.
Oh, I love this.
So great.
Ultra running is a team sport. It's a family sport. I get told by my family that cruise and takes part. They're like, you've brought us to some of the most beautiful places we've ever seen.
Can you look up her story? Because it seems like they've got T-shirts going on. I'm wondering if there's like a cause that she's running for, or if it's just got some family shirts made.
Yeah. So a little bit more on Amy. We said she's from Frisco. She's actually an elementary teacher there. She's got her two boys. We're guessing that was one of them. 13 and 19. She met her husband while ski patrolling in Breckenridge. That's always fun.
Okay.
Let's see what else about her. That she still holds the 600-meter record at her junior high school.
Oh my gosh.
From 1986, the same year of the aerobics competition that we just watched. I'm going to bring it all together as much as I can.
Oh, that's so great.
Anybody not watching is going to be very confused now. And so that was her 13-year-old son, the Crosby, that finished with her.
That's amazing.
Such
Incredible.
an amazing. Her other son, Carson.
So that would have been if he would have paced her for what, 9 from Raspberry?
Yeah, came in from Raspberry. So they just about 10 miles,
10
I think
miles,
that was.
Which is, yeah,
just a little less. 8 miles, 8 and change.
13 years old. That's
at 13.
incredible.
And then
yeah.
Carson is her other son, ran from, I believe, Monarch to Blanks. If I'm on this.
Runner family.
No, excuse me. Carson ran from Blanks to Raspberry.
Okay.
Jen ran Monarch to Blanks.
Wow.
That's a fellow teacher of hers.
Oh, okay.
So talk about an amazing crew of people that will help you as a comrade teacher and then your two sons. That's a
talk
cool
about inspiring.
Crew. Yeah,
no wonder she went from 9th to 6th place. She had so much momentum from the support of her community.
And I'm gonna guess David Ostasowski, who jumped into the chat, is their father.
Okay.
He just said, "Mom and Dad are so proud."
Mm.
Also, happy birthday. I don't know if we can
Oh
get a fact check on this, but is it their birthday today? Holy moly.
Wow. Look at, the Ultra, maybe Ultra and sign up, or if they give a full. It looks like we've got our next finisher heading up the road. We got another confirmation in the chat that it's her birthday.
Okay.
So
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Also, this is a since I'm looking at this information, circling back to Sarah, and specifically her partner, who's as an ultra athlete, just set the FKT on the Colorado Trail by a lot, if I remember correct. I think it's the first person to ever do it under 7 days.
Oh wow.
Absolutely crushed it. So he's obviously still recovering. She said he won't be pacing. So that was Sarah's partner. That is quite the person to have pacing. And of course, Sarah, if we go back, Sarah was our female third place finisher. She had quite the race, and she knows these high mountain races, and we talked a lot about her. So I think we've now rounded off our top 20 overall. If my math, I think that was 16. So we're still looking for, that was 19. So we're still looking for the 20th overall finisher.
Also, it seems like Liz Canty will probably be.
I think it's Liz.
Yeah. I don't have service, but.
Silke and Liz.
Liz and Silke are going to be.
So somebody on this drone shot that we're looking at now, this is the road climb back to the start finish. Not 100% sure exactly where they are in this road, but safe to say that they're close. And when they get to this little climb uphill, and obviously their crew is coming in with them. That's a great feeling, knowing that the hard work for the most part is behind you. You can walk it in with the crew. Here's a better look. So they're gonna keep climbing up, and I think our start finish line is off in the distance to the right. If I am picturing this shot well, maybe it's to the left. Actually,
was it Sarah?
Melissa and Sarah, I believe they're twins.
Okay.
So that would make it both.
Okay.
Yeah. So they went to the right. Yep, exactly. You can see in here is officially our 20th place finisher and 7th female. I think this is Silke.
It looks like Silke.
Love the daughter finish.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of the family finishes and taking that moment with your family when you get to the end, and it's really special to be able to share this. Of course, you got the RMR shirt in the background. Silke is a huge member of the running community through RMR and what they've created there with her husband. So special finish. Well done.
Well done, Silke.
And she is one of our legacy runners.
She
has started and finished every race here since 2018. Kudos to her for another high-low finish. I believe that's her husband in
that's Ryan there.
The brimmed hat.
Yep, the brimmed hat.
Yeah, another High Lonesome buckle to add to her mantle. And she'll get another bottle of Law's whiskey, of course, with that as well.
No, she is a veteran in this sport.
Yeah.
She knows mountain running, that's for sure. Spends a lot of time in the high altitude. Lives in Boulder. You can access a lot of peaks, pretty close by too. But
the Flatirons,
an
iconic,
such an amazing place to
area
be
for mountain athletes.
Yes.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to live in Boulder when I first moved to Colorado. I lived there for about 5 years, and glad I've moved on from Boulder, but it was a great place to spend some time. Looks like we have another finisher here. This is a great view of, they come in off that paved road. They're hearing the cowbells at this point. You're walking in with your crew. If I was racing, this is where I would already be crying, knowing I'm finishing. I'm commenting right now, and I'm already almost crying just watching these athletes, knowing the journey they've been through. It's never easy, but it's always worth it to make it to the finish line of a 100-mile race like this. The emotions definitely should be running strong with the families, with the athletes. It's a special time, and they're just, kind of taking it in here. You can see that finish line just on the right side of the screen. They're going to get into that corral and know that they're a High Lonesome finisher. And this looks like Liz.
Yep. I feel like Liz made up a lot of time here.
Liz is another savvy, grizzled veteran of these hard rock qualifier type races.
Yeah.
Again, former Cruel Jewel course record holder until Sarah O took the title from her there. She knows what she's doing. She's been dealing with some injuries lately, but clearly has what it takes to, no matter what, get to this finish line. Congratulations, Liz. Liz is a teammate of mine on the Speedland team, and
cool.
I've gotten to know her really well through that. Moving from Huntsville, now lives in Colorado full time. Is doing some incredible stuff. So kudos to you, Liz.
She executed a really consistent race.
See if she's usually with her husband. Luke is usually somewhere around. He's also a veteran of these type races. I would expect to see him somewhere floating around. There he is. Yep. That's Liz and her husband. That was who finished with her.
Okay. Oh, the chair feels so good.
It does.
Wow, well done. Top 10 finish for Les Canty.
All right, so we're being asked to reintroduce ourselves in the chat. We have some new audiences. So do you want to take a moment, tell them who you are, why you're here?
Yeah, my name is Anna Mae Flynn. I have been running ultras for probably over like a decade now. Kind of new to trail running though, kind of my late 20s. I am also I'm a coach. My coaching company is Mountain Endurance Team, and I reside in Salida, Colorado.
All right. What's your IG handle? I feel like that's what the kids are asking for these
Anna Mae
days.
Flynn.
Okay, that's easy. That's easy.
Easy.
And my name's Don Reichelt. I am also about a 10-year veteran of ultra racing. I think I'm not the one to fact check myself on this, but I think it's 1,600 plus mile finishes now. USATF 24-hour national champion last year. Cocodona, some big mountain races, training now for Run Rabbit Run 100. I live not too far from here in Fairplay, Colorado, and just an absolute fan of the sport, passionate about seeing everybody accomplish these goals, what they're doing. I'm at Run with Don on Instagram if you want to find me and say hi.
He's a big fan of dogs.
I'm a big fan of dogs, as the chat is now known. I have forced our camera crews to find the names of every dog we have seen on the cameras. So I'm happy to have that. If that's my reputation in this industry now,
it is officially,
as a commentator,
yes, you've been branded.
I'm good with that. And so this is both of our first experience ever behind the mic of one of these races. I guess I lied. This is my second experience. My first experience was yesterday. So we're both kind of learning on the fly a little bit. So
I learned how to put my earpiece in just like 20 minutes ago, and I've been here for almost 5 hours. So
yeah, so we have a shout out to Dr. Brianna, who we had talked about quite a bit yesterday. She is a NASA scientist. Take a look if you want to see somebody doing some absolutely incredible things for our environment, and doing, like, she's doing some incredible things. So just take a moment, look her up, give her some love. We followed her a bit yesterday. I've been looking at what she's been doing today. Amazing to see that her sister is in the chat checking in. We're proud of her too, that what she's able to accomplish. I believe she's a normal athlete, and doing some stuff.
Oh yeah.
But I looked her up yesterday and I just couldn't believe what I was reading, like just constantly going. So she's on the board of Footprints Running, which is really, really impressive. They're doing climate action research.
Dakota Jones.
And yep, exactly. It's Dakota and stuff like that. So you want to talk about somebody that I'm all in
footprint
on. Is Dr. Brianna Rita Pagan, again, an engineering manager at NASA.
It's just
brilliant stuff.
Brilliant mind.
Thanks for the shout out from her sister in there. I've been looking to give her a plug and check in on her because it was really cool to hear from her a little bit and see her yesterday.
The twins had a birthday today.
Yep, officially. And now we're looking at the drone shots here, heading up to the finish line. This gives you a kind of a little idea of this road climb that athletes are gonna face to finish. I think
very runnable, but
Princeton Hot Springs there down the hill
doesn't make it easier.
It does not make it
especially
easier.
with the temperature starting to climb. But yeah, you've got Mount Princeton. It's a little bit out of the shot there, but you see the cliff, the chalk cliffs, kind of there on the left is the signature landscape of this, particular peak. So it's just a stunning valley here.
Yep.
And runners are winding their way up this paved road, probably the only pavement in the whole entire race. So don't see this finish and think that this is a road race by any means, because it is not. And now we're shifting gears. We're here at Blank's cabin, Shavano, which is a little bit before Blank's. And we've got Audrey Lafreniere. I'll try really hard. Seems like she's Canadian because she's from BC in North Vancouver. And she's getting hydrated. She's got her bucket hat on. She knows her stuff. She knows what it takes to make it through these last few miles. It looks like she's feeling energetic and got a great pacer with her.
This is some of the cool backwoods things that
Yeah.
most people don't get to see in these races.
Mhm.
You guys, I love that I'm building a reputation as the dog guy because
people starting to
people are
message
dropping
you?
into my DMs with
No
pictures of their
way.
dogs. Yeah, so
This is my dog.
this is Sage. I've gotten
that's so
pictures of
great.
Sage on a paddleboard. So, please drop your DMs with your dog pictures. This is great.
Ooh, this is a great, this. If you guys haven't tried this before, where you put the gels in the water.
Okay.
This looks like a knack.
Got knack.
It might be just an electrolyte, like a fluid electrolyte, but sometimes I feel like that really helps. Especially if you're dealing with GI distress, is you can take a gel, put it in a little bit of water in a flask, and that just kind of helps get the calories down. So it looks like maybe it was more of an electrolyte product, but I have been known at least to do that. And there's these, kind of, instead of having to deal with opening up a lot of gels over the course of a 20+ hour race,
Yep.
You can consolidate and put these gels, in a kind of flask, it's like a hard flask,
Sure.
Container, and then put a little bit of liquid in it, and then I just feel like that's just a great way to be efficient with your nutrition system.
Yeah, and sometimes these races, it's all about the easiest ways to
Yes.
get the calories in,
Yes.
and that's a great one. At some point, it's not about the type of calorie or how delicious it is. It's just ensuring that you get the calorie in.
Yep.
So for people just chiming in, we're taking a live look here at the Shavano aid station, 81 and change. This is a fairly remote basic aid station, so not one of our bigger aid stations, but one that athletes are coming into, needing some water, getting Capri Sun has been the favorite that we have seen coming in and out of here. If you missed, we also in studio here did a shot of Capri Sun. One of us was a fan, one was not. One might regret that now.
I did. I am regretting it now.
But it's been cool to watch some of these athletes come in and out. I think most recently just rounded out at the finish our top 20 overall. Again, it's been hard to keep track, but yeah, Silka was 20th, and then Liz Canty came in right behind her at 21st, and they were our female 7th and 8th place finishers. We're on the lookout for Lindsay Wagner, Eric Hansel, Jared Ramel, Alex Cummings. They're all on their way. We also had Ian Forsyth. His family was in the chat earlier, giving him some shout outs. He is also inbound towards the aid station, and we're expecting that group to be the next few to trickle in here to the aid station. So it's hard for us to know exactly who they are as they come through. So if you see them early on the camera and you recognize what they're wearing, give us a little aid and call out your family member for us. We'll do our best to catch them as they come to the finish.
Another Capri Sun fan.
Yeah,
this
that's
is Genevieve.
She has a fan in the chat as well. Recently shouted out. Who was that? I saw that name pop up. Hopefully they're still there, because it was a little bit ago, but she has fans for sure in the chat.
Capri Sun is a relief for Genevieve. Locked and loaded, ready to go.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
taking one for the road. Are you a poles or not poles person?
I like the idea of poles. I am impractical, not good with them, and I find they encourage me to walk places I should run, and thus I have struggled to figure out how to use them. Yeah, so Run Rabbit Run now Hares can use poles. I will not be using poles.
It's like becomes more of a crutch.
Yep. This race I would use poles if I was racing here. I think that's the right call here, but no, I get the idea of them being good. I've never been an athlete that has used poles, so they feel clunky for me and a little cumbersome. And I'm not willing to put in the training to figure out how to use them better.
No, same. So I just you would think by now, I would have a pair of Lucky poles, and I just won't do it. One, because they're super expensive.
Yes. And
I just use some old ski poles. I'm old school with it. I'm going to use poles. I'm just going to use ski poles. I don't need to collapse them, whatever. But I just used some the other day, and the locking mechanism and the breakdown, and it's too much for me.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
It's a lot going on. Well, I think there's a little bit of you have to use the force to kind of pull up. There's a pull up system.
Yeah, and then they break down.
Yeah, so
I get that. And I've gotten a thumb pinched.
Yes.
Before.
Yeah. I think if you're at cold and your hands are anyways.
How do you feel about this?
What?
Dylan in the chat. Earlier someone put a Morton gel and a Coca-Cola in a bottle.
Oh. Well,
I have mixed feelings on that. I think I want to like it. I mean, that is rocket fuel. That is rocket fuel. Straight high octane.
I will not disagree with Coca-Cola. So I'm kind of well, if there's a combo,
can you imagine
that might actually supercharge it more than what it already is? Then yes. Give
me the caffeinated Morton in a Coca-Cola. We're talking 200 milligrams of caffeine and probably 50 grams plus of sugar and carbs.
Like we're just waiting for
holy
Coca-Cola to
crap.
sponsor ultras because they just don't know yet. Like
Yeah.
they don't understand.
No.
And like the sport is growing. This is the time, right? Coke needs to come in,
Yeah.
sponsor some athletes.
I don't know who the
I
actually
would-
Rachel Norfleet, who unfortunately didn't make it out of the Monarch aid station, I think she's the head of partnerships for Aravaipa. So I think maybe they can lead the charge, reaching out to Coca-Cola. We have U-Haul on that list now
We
too,
do.
of brands that we need to start partnering with. And Capri Sun.
And
of
Capri
course,
Sun.
Yes. We
Gotta bring
who
it
would we
back.
be without our production crew behind us, reminding that we have talked up Capri Sun at length. Maybe not always the nicest
I
things.
actually
but
didn't even know that they're like still stocked in the grocery stores.
course
like
they
that's
are.
how much like
I picture like you going to the Dollar General store.
Oh, and a dog food company.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think, we're gonna figure this all out. This is our first time live streaming High Lonesome.
Yeah.
We're taking all the
we have a
ideas.
lot of ambitions.
Yep. Yeah.
We've also thought of making a shirt that
Yep,
says
here for the dogs.
Here for the dog race.
Dog stream. I don't know. Which is of course a play on the I'm here for the women's race shirts that I own, and we got
We
out
all
to Western
love
states and
so
love
much,
and
yes.
support.
And like why we're here for High Low, just the support for the women's field. It's incredible just having the 50% representation and representation for and support for the BIPOC community and LGBTQ community. We just love to see it. And it's so important to start to promote this equal access, or to provide opportunities for athletes that wouldn't necessarily have this kind of opportunity, and making that known in a presence in the race community as well, and really challenging other race directors to consider making revisions and edits to their policies as well. So we love that piece
100%.
of High Lonesome. So.
Yeah, and they're doing. I remember just a few days ago seeing a picture of I think of a store run that one of the directors made, and the whole backseat of their truck was filled up with tampons and pads and female hygiene products. Like, all right, every single aid station fully stocked, no matter who you are, what you need, they got you.
Yep.
It's just little things like that.
Little things. It goes a long way.
We're here for you.
And to just be I was at a Trail Sisters race at Lake Sonoma this spring, and Gina Lurquezi had a half marathon, women's only race. And I have never participated in a women's only race, but when I didn't participate, but I was there spectating, and I just got chill bumps because it was like, there is no who's the tension is on you. It's on the female. It's not on, oh, here comes the first place male or the top three male. It's like you're running with women, racing with women. And that I think can go a long ways in introducing women to the sport. Just feeling more comfortable, feeling like trail running is more approachable.
For sure.
So yeah, kudos to Gina for making that happen. She's based out of Buena Vista and trains on these trails a lot as well. So, got to keep your eye on the trail.
Runners heading out here. Donna Forsyth checking in, cheering for Ian, who is in that pack of athletes that we are actively on the lookout for coming into the finish line. So nice that he's got a fan coming in. As we have runners, the live shot here. This is from mile 81.
Ooh, more Capri Sun.
Yeah, I am shocked. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I am blown away at the sheer quantity of Capri Suns that we have seen leaving this aid station.
She is just downing it. Like, it's gone.
Yeah.
It was gone.
This is the time of the race that I will sometimes struggle with like sweet beverages. Like we've been drinking fluids all, and it's like Morton, really nice because it's a simple flavor. And if you, but I'll sometimes try to switch over to something, and you can't purely switch over, but finding anything that has a different flavor profile, something savory. It's hard. Palate fatigue is a real thing, and you can train your palate to get used to the same flavor. My last race, I had the same flavor gel and the same flavor drink for 24 straight hours, and it was a 24-hour race around an oval, so I was able to stay very, very consistent. But I did not at once leave that plan. But that's a trained thing to be able to do. So, but at an aid station like this, where you have options, it's nice to hey, like, give me a cup of broth. At this point, like something different to cleanse your palate a little bit, brush your teeth, get some mint, anything other than a sweet gel.
Well, this is like a great transition to bring in the spring gate a bit, but I was a low carb runner for a while. I was
unintentionally.
Yeah.
You're fat adapted. And you didn't
I
even
was
know it.
very much fat adapted and bonked. Like I would say my first 100K that I did, I would contribute my death march into the finish line due to lack of calories because I was a big Awesome Sauce fan.
Okay.
And then unfortunately I'm trying to figure that out now, and it's been tough, to be honest. Like I don't know if is there another fruit based
Knack I know is popular
Knack
in that space. I stay simple, but hey, there's a shout out from an athlete's dog in the chat. This is the way to get read on the live stream if you say so. Jared Rammel is running, and his dog Simon is with his friend that's watching the live stream. So Jared, I'm sure, is thinking about his dog if he was me right now, and hope to be soon reunited with his dog. This is great. I love where this chat is going and this live stream is going. If I'm never invited back, I'm really proud of my legacy that I've created in these live streams.
You never know. Someone might have connections with, Coca-Cola or Capri Sun or dog food, and then next thing you know it,
we're putting it out in the world.
I've dabbled with Martin. It's okay.
Yeah, it's a simple flavor.
It's a simple flavor.
Man, Simon's getting more shout outs. This dog has friends and fans. Multiple people have shouted out this dog now.
This one here? No, this is another one. That one's Spike, right?
Jared Rammel's dog. No, it's Peanut. Peanut is on screen. Oh, we have another dog.
Sighting. Oh.
This is
so
Peanut is the beagle here.
Hi, Peanut.
Peanut, we don't know this officially, but I'm just going to make this personality up based on what we've seen. Peanut loves sticks and will get very excited about stick.
New friends.
The picture-in-picture dog, we do not yet know. We will work on that and report back.
He likes new friends, but he's very vocal about
he'll tell you a story. That's the beagle way.
It is. How about the other guy that I think we saw? I wonder where that other dog was at.
So Mercedes in the chat chiming in with Precision. I actually run for Precision. That is the brand that I really like. They had 6 athletes in the top 10 at Western. Is a good shout out. It is a good reminder. They're also doing incredible things to support athletes. So it's a reminder that so Morton kind of came onto the scene with their hydrogel and created the idea that there was more and there was better for athlete fueling, and started kind of this revamped approach to fuel athletes. And there's a lot of brands that are doing similarly now, creating products that are palatable and you can actually use instead of feeling full and filling up your gut. I don't know if anybody around the finish line can give us the name of that dog, but we are anxiously waiting. Okay, this is 4 here into Shavano.
Grace
Yeah,
Maniscalco.
I'm glad you tried that one,
Probably
Grace.
botched it, but here we are. From Longmont, Colorado.
It's just outside of Boulder for people that
Yeah.
aren't intimately aware of the Colorado
Right.
landscape.
Yeah, I always forget about that. I'm like, you guys don't know where Longmont is?
It's like, yeah. To us, it's like, hey,
Yeah.
a popular run or bike
Yeah,
ride will
yeah.
be going up that way and then coming back.
mhm.
Especially cyclists will hit up Longmont quite a bit
Mhm.
between Boulder. But Longmont, yeah, it's not too far from Boulder.
She's taking a breather.
Take a look at Grace and see what she's.
She's got
She's originally from North Yorkshire. So she's a Brit.
Oh.
That has infiltrated
Wow.
the Longmont area.
Then we've
Oh
got
my
another
gosh.
aid.
You guys aren't going to believe this. In
What?
her bio,
What? About
she
dogs?
put, "I have a dog called Sky." So she knew that she was
knew that
some
she was going to
fans.
get some fans.
Yeah. Her husband Reed is pacing her for the last 50 miles.
Oh gosh.
That
Wow.
is a duty.
Dedicated.
Yeah. But no, Grace, you've got some fans here in the studio.
Yeah, hi,
just because
Sky.
you called out your dog
Yeah.
Sky. I love that.
We've got another athlete coming into the finish line.
Yep. Here we go. Taking a look at this finish chute off to the pasture road there, and then they're about a quarter mile now.
Made it
to
up
wrap
the
it around.
long road climb.
That road that seems to feel like it'll
Feels
never
like it's
end.
forever, but it's probably only like a mile. Moving pretty well
Yeah,
there
they
to
are.
the finish.
They look really strong.
Yeah.
Here. Great. And we're just over 10 a.m. here in Colorado, so which means we've just crossed the 28th hour that these athletes have been out there. Just for a little perspective, when we say they're moving well, and that's impressive at hour 28 for any race in any time. So kudos to this athlete for putting together a really strong, impressive finish here.
Mhm.
We'll get a name here as soon as we are able. So we're taking a look at this drone shot of this athlete finishing here, wrapping up their journey through the 100 miles of these absolutely gorgeous mountains. We're overlooking the collegiate peaks. Do not yet have a name on this runner, but they do look really good.
Really strong. No hitch in his step, just
No.
smooth.
Yeah, just a really great
Yeah.
finish. It's always a nice feeling to know that you still got some legs and some gas left in the tank to come into the finish of 100 miles. And if anybody in the chat knows who this is, let us know. We still haven't seen a bib officially, so we're diligently trying to catch a name here.
96.
This is Eric Hansel here.
Yeah.
This is bib number 65, Eric Hansel, based on at least his start line photo. It looks,
Yeah,
the beard looks
looks
very
exactly
similar.
like him. That's
So
him.
congratulations, Eric. Another athlete just outside of Denver in Lakewood, Colorado. Looks like he put together a pretty great race. You'd love to see this finish line with the kids. Good stuff here as always. Oh my gosh. So this is his
What?
first
Oh.
100.
What?
To finish like that in your
What?
first 100.
Yeah.
I will always be shocked. Good for him. He had
Good,
one
yeah.
one entry in the lottery and he got in.
And he got it done, and no problem. It seems like just executed
Yeah.
flawlessly.
Yeah, he's been thinking about this race for 4 years. Got it in, finished his first 100-mile race. That is incredible. He wants to shout out Mateo for getting after it in the cold and snow, but he couldn't pace him because unfortunately he suffered a stress fracture. So Mateo, I don't know if you're in the chat. If you are, chime in. But Eric gave you a shout out for helping him get through his training block and getting him to this 100-mile finish of his first ever finish here at the High Lonesome 100.
It takes the team.
It does. He literally called that out. He said, "This is a team sport."
Yeah.
Again, so Eric finished his
there.
lap. He's been averaging elevation.
Oh, look at the girls with the
10,000.
glitter dresses.
Look how happy his daughter looks.
So
Holy
happy,
moly.
being like, my dad has been trying to do this, and this has been probably the most of her life. She's probably 4.
Yeah.
She's been witnessing her dad working
Congratulations.
towards this goal.
Congratulations to this entire team.
Look at this
the family,
team.
the Pacers. It's so hard getting somebody to their first finish line of 100. And
wow, look at this this
it.
effort here.
Oh, and right, so we know who the dog is associated with. Our camera crew is on it. They just thank you.
Dog spotting.
We're gonna follow the text message chain here and see if we can get somebody boots on the ground to give us a dog name and give that dog the shout out that it deserves.
I feel like his name is, or her name is Sandy.
Okay.
It's like a Sandy to me.
So congratulations, Eric.
Congratulations, Eric.
Your family and crew. You've earned the chair.
Earn the chair, earn the buckle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Hopefully this is the start of more to come, because you sir are natural.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a couple more on the road. We're looking for Lindsay Wagner, Jared Rammel, who just got a shout out in the chat as well. Imminent, I would guess.
Yep.
It's hard to guess where they are on this road specifically. And we see 2 people walking, coming up the road. That's most likely a runner and a pacer. It's hard to get an idea of from this point how long it's going to take, but they're close enough to feel it.
Yeah, they're close enough to feel it. They know that they have arrived, but not quite. And I think sometimes, especially if you're coming off of a descent, which would be right before this climb here, you kind of get a sense of urgency, and you might go a little too much of a run.
Yeah.
And then you get to this last little climb, and you're like, oh gosh, here we are.
There's a pair there. It's like the other 2 are walking the other way.
Wrong direction. It looks like
the poles we're going.
it could be. Was it Liz we were waiting for?
No, we're looking for Lindsay Wagner.
Or Lindsay, yeah.
I'm not sure
Liz
what
just
she
came
was
in.
wearing.
Lindsay Wagner from Durango.
Yeah. The signs you see right there, that orange sign, it just says runners
Could
on
be,
the road, just
how about-
reminding people that.
Where is Michelle Cantrell?
So again, we're looking at the same data that you guys can see on the track, and just kind of trying to guess based on how
get an
we've seen them
idea.
last
Yeah.
and how they might be feeling with who we might be seeing coming in now. But yeah, this would be probably Lindsay or
probably Lindsay.
Michelle. I'm guessing this is Lindsay though.
Mm-hmm. Do we have an update on Jenny and Chrissy? I'm curious.
Let me take a look. See if they have made it to over to Booses yet from Monarch. So let's go down. Jenny.
Dirk has made it through it.
Jenny has not made it to Fuses yet.
Okay.
Which is fine.
Just wanted to check for the fans. And Chrissy, do we know where Chrissy?
So the cutoff there at Fuses is at 11 a.m. So
okay.
As we're kind of starting to think about within 45, 47 minutes, they will be facing that cutoff there. So you know, hopefully we can see Jenny, and it doesn't mean she's not there. Sometimes
these the trackings
the
aren't
tracker
always
is a little
accurate.
slow.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm always kind of keeping my fingers crossed on some of these athletes that that their day hasn't stopped. And we saw who was it was Catherine Lemasters, I believe, was one of the last athletes out of Monarch that we were watching closely.
There was a couple more that looked like they
and she is at Fuses.
Oh, she is.
Yep, she's out in and out of Fuses. So she
Wow.
definitely had a little extra pep in her step, being I think the last runner.
Yeah.
To
No,
leave,
she wasn't. Looked like she.
Give or take.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Maybe not.
There was a couple, I think.
Yeah, so she was out at 8:06, and that was Joey Luther. So I might not be exactly right on who that athlete was that left. Yeah, I could be getting that name. I think I am getting that name wrong. Maybe it was Kristen. You guys, there's a lot of names in this race, and I'm going on.
We're trying our best here. We're trying our best. But yeah, so word is Catherine has gone into Fuses. We're still waiting on Jenny to come through.
It was Catherine. I'm just looking at the wrong. This is Catherine Greer was the athlete that left shortly after the cutoff. She left. So the cutoff at Monarch was 9 a.m. And
so she hasn't gone to Fuses
she checked out at 9:01 and has not made it to Fuses.
Okay.
So she was the final runner that they let go from Monarch.
Okay.
So obviously a fan favorite, and our heartstrings are going to be pulled to sit and wait to see what happens at Fuses. They have 2 hours between mile 68.7 and 75.7 to make that section. It's a little bit uphill and a lot of flowy downhill, so it's a pretty generous cutoff if you have the ability to run. So we will keep our fingers crossed.
Yes, fingers and hairs and dog hairs.
For
all
everybody still running, that they make those cutoffs, and there's no more bad news. We will go through. There are some prominent athletes that have unfortunately ended their day early. Rachel Norfleet, fan favorite, studio favorite, Anita Ortiz, Ryan Kaiser, local legend, Jason Murphy. Kevin Canaday is a name that some people will know, as up until this point he has started and finished every single High Lonesome. He unfortunately did not continue his day out of Hancock.
Not Sage Canaday's brother.
No,
but
different athlete.
There's
another name. There's a few other names on here. Sad to see ended their names. Kunlong Cousin is a well-known athlete, a black athlete out of Boulder. He was on the biopic entry list. He unfortunately dropped as well. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He's a face of Boulder outdoor activities for sure. Trying to look another athlete that we have talked about quite a bit in this stream is John Davis, who is coming off of doing hard rock just a week ago.
Incredible.
And John is still trucking along through the Sawatch Mountains and is diligently making his way towards the finish line. If there are any other athletes that people are cheering for or super excited to get an update on one way or another, I'm happy to let you know what we can on them. Drop their name in the chat, give them a shout out.
Fuses and
All right, so I think this is an interesting question. Somebody's asking about running on the wrong side of the road. It's much safer to run into traffic. We can see cars coming and make the decision to step off the road much more easily than a cyclist can. So just for safety reasons, that's why runners traditionally run on incoming traffic, because we can easily see and step off. That is by far the safest way to run when it comes to open roads like this.
And then also, if those are looking at the webcam here, we have drone footage of a different location than you've previously seen before. So this is an area from Foose's to Blank's cabin. This is my personal favorite aspect of the Colorado Trail, at least from like the Salida area. As you can see, it's super buffed out. There's like hardly a rock on this section of trail.
This is clean.
And so you really get an opportunity to just look around, take in the environment, and there's some really healthy aspen groves in here. It's super lush. So you know, if you're into flower identification, this is a great place to do it.
Well, we'll tag in Mercedes, who's going to be on the mic next. She's our certified arborist and forester.
Yeah,
so we're gonna get some deep analysis of the greenery on these shots here to come. And you said this, but say this again. Where exactly are we, and what aid station are we coming into?
We're approaching Shavano.
Okay.
But this will be, you know, essentially you climb. So once you get to Foose's, there's a power line climb. That's kind of quite ugly.
Sure.
But then you kind of continue this gradual ascent as you make your way to Shavano. This is it looks like a cross area where there's a county road that kind of crosses over the trail. There's a couple county roads that cross the trail at some point during this section. And so it's a great place to do some primitive camping. And again, it's you can see the flowers, some of those yellow flowers there on the left. It's just a beautiful area to hike or run. It's again, if you want to just get out into the high country and do an easy 10 mile, you know, out and back, starting from Foose's, really, I would really recommend checking out this section. You can see the county road there that kind of winds up and intersects with the Colorado Trail there. Pretty well accessible too. Like if you wanted to kind of get in a little bit deeper into this section of the Colorado Trail and not go up the 50 and park, you can access some of these county roads and get in a little bit deeper.
Looks like we have another athlete coming into the finish. I wonder if I think this is Lindsay. This is who we were looking for, right?
Yes. Lindsay Wagner.
Yeah, sorry. The best guess is just Lindsay Wagner.
Or Michelle Kent. I don't know.
One of the two.
Yeah.
I think it's Lindsay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lindsay. Incredible.
Yeah, just incredible stuff.
So strong.
Let's get some more cowbell. All these exciting finishes. Are her eyes closed in that picture?
I was gonna say something. I'm like, I don't think she's a adaptive athlete. Like she's blind or something.
Congratulations, Lindsay. Obviously, get the hug from the RD. Get your buckle.
So strong. So that would be, it says 11th female from, that's not 100 mile, right? Yeah.
I believe that was F9.
F9.
So we're ninth place.
Ninth place
finisher.
in the top 10. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
What's the backstory on Lindsay?
Yeah, let's do some storytelling.
Let's do some. We love a good story. Durango, she's pretty close. Close by. Maybe she's.
She has 3 dogs.
3 dogs. I had a
All right,
feeling.
Lindsay.
I was just about to say something, and I was like, "That's gonna be overkill if I bring up dogs." But
I love her
3 dogs.
bullet point style facts about her. I'm just gonna read this as is.
Okay.
I like mint chocolate chip ice cream. I'm not a Tom Petty fan. I have 3 dogs. People call me Lizard because I love the sun. That's how you fill out a bio.
Yes, and not because her name is Lindsay and people would call her Liz, but because it's the sun. I'm also a sun worshiper.
Well,
I feel ya. I love how she's like not a Tom Petty fan.
That's such a weird thing to call out.
That's a weird thing to call out.
We got another one coming in. I'm wondering if this is Michelle.
Michelle Kent?
No.
No. Kathleen Egan? Or Ashley Hall? No.
Yeah, I think this is Kathleen.
Kathleen.
No, maybe not. Maybe Ashley.
79.
We're having a hard time looking at bibs.
We are. 73.
173.
Thank you, cameraman.
Yes.
Person, woman, or they, them. Sorry, I don't know your pronoun.
Yeah, Michelle Kent.
Okay, Michelle Kent.
Yep. And so we were right when we should have stuck with our first guess.
Yes.
And then we wavered quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, Michelle Kent, a 27-year-old out of Golden, Colorado. The gateway to the Rockies.
She's so happy. She looks like she just had a walk in the park. Like, did you even run 100 miles, woman? She's like, yeah.
I don't have a bio.
Wait, we can kind of hear her. Let's see.
I believe that rounds out our women's top 10. I think that's female. So she moved up from almost 20th in the female field.
Wow! Yes.
Quite the experience for her.
Last in, at mile 41, she was 17th, so she had a really strong 60 miles of racing.
So 10th female, 24th overall. It's a pretty good split.
That's amazing. She looks like she knows what she's doing.
She looks super confident.
She's not taking a
She's rocking the power pose.
Yes.
I mean, there's a fine line between just leaning on your poles, but it looks like a power pose, so we're going to give it to her.
Yes, power pose for sure.
So we're now looking for Jared Rammel, who's got some fans in the chat calling him out. Ian Forsyth has been shouted out a few times by, I'm just going to guess, his mom. I can sense proud mom energy, and I think that's his mom.
Yeah, my mom would not touch the live stream with a 10-foot pole. She's like, how long did you race? Wait, 10K? Okay, great. Wait, 50 miles? What? No.
My mom,
You're
my
destroying
first ever
yourself.
100. And we got another dog on the screen.
Dog.
That's
that's where my attention.
We've seen that dog. That's
ADD.
Eric.
Can you tell I have
Eric's
ADD?
dog. Eric's,
dog. Who is this?
Crew's dog.
Who's dog?
I'm not going to remember names.
No,
It's
me
Eric
neither.
Hansel's crew's dog.
Okay, Eric
I'm not going
Hansel.
to remember the people's names and what they're wearing, but
what it
I am
looks
going
like.
to remember
Yes.
the dog that was a part of their crew.
Okay. What a cutie. I love his long ears.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, his wispy ears.
All right, so my first ever 100, Leadville 100.
Back to running.
I was my mom, back when you could crew at Winfield, my mom was out there, and I was like, oh my gosh, I was doing Leadman, and I was broken at mile 50, right? And first ever 100, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And my mom just goes, you can stop. Like, you did good.
Of course. Yes. That's why I don't want my mom
I know.
to be there.
Yeah, so she now stays for the most part away and supports from a distance and incredibly supportive of what I do. But I always remember that. It's like, yeah, you can stop. It's okay.
It's okay.
We're all proud of you. I'll remember that clear as day. It's really funny now.
Oh, the bikers are coming through.
Yeah, we do have, again, these are all open
open trails.
Open to recreate on.
There's a lot of bike
I
packers
would have
that
liked
come
to see
through
the bike
here. and
yield to the
hikers.
runners
Yes,
there. But
same. Yeah, and you think they would know by now?
yeah,
Since they've been riding for
more
a while.
of a pet peeve.
Yeah.
That's the bikers yield.
Yes. Yes.
But I won't spend too much on
nope. This is a little uphill, so we could argue that they didn't see the runners coming and they had already had momentum, but whatever. Yeah, this is kind of hard to tell depth perception wise, but this is a climb. So you're kind of going through a little bit of, I guess, sagey kind of aspect here where it's open and dry, not a lot of shelter. But you get relief pretty soon here. You come up over this little climb, start descending a little bit, and back into the aspens you go. So
in the chat, Cello HMD, Mac Reagan, last we saw her, she looked pretty good, leaving with Chris, and haven't seen her potentially yet on camera to confirm that, but if there's any better pacer in the world than Chris Rogowski, I can't think of it. She'll get her through. She looks strong. So there's your little update. You can scroll back in the live
I love
stream
that.
if you
I'm
wanna
here
see
for
it.
also like the pacers. Like I feel like we need a shirt too.
I'm here for the
like,
pacers.
Here for the pacers, because I'm getting that more and more where like there are some people who actually enjoy pacing more than they do racing, but they would be really good racers. Like on their own, they're incredible elite level racers, but they end up pacing and loving it. And doing an amazing job at it too. Gus Gibbs comes to mind.
Sure.
Is just somebody who is constantly, showing up for friends.
Yeah. I'm
putting in like
I'm a mercenary of pacing. To see what I want. More shout outs for John Davis. Yeah, we talked about John a lot, both yesterday and today. Hard Rock a week ago, crushing this race. He's one of the legacy runners. I think he's done every single iteration of this race, and he is signed up for Never Summer 100K next weekend. So I would love to hear from him at the finish line if he's still thinking about Never Summer next weekend, because that triple to me is unfathomable.
You can do the double now too at Never
gosh.
Summer. You can do back to back like 60K, 100K.
Yeah,
to make it 100.
No. No, thank you. That sounds not fun at all. But yeah, John Davis is out here doing crazy things, and that's what the sport is all about. We're here for it. Another drone shot. So shout out to our drone pilots that are up here capturing these things. This is a first year stream of this race. What you're seeing has literally never been seen before online in these views, and as clear as this is looking, this is every bit as remote of any race that you will see in the US. That our studio doesn't have cell service. We are running all of this race off of Starlink and batteries, and it's incredible how many people it takes. This is both of Anime and my first experience broadcasting, and now seeing it kind of behind the scenes. It's amazing how many people it takes to pull this off. So kudos to the drone pilots and our cameras and our videographers, and especially the ones that are grabbing dog videos for us. Y'all are our heroes, and we just got to talk about what we see on screen.
More trees. Love it. Yeah, I feel like the Forest Service has done a good job kind of clearing out some of the dead pines, which I feel like is kind of the sad thing that I've kind of noticed.
A lot of beetle kill.
But,
we had live commentary from Mercedes yesterday on the beetle kill. And that's only a Mountain Outpost
That's a tough
stream,
part.
folks.
Yeah, that's a tough thing to
arborists
see.
on staff. We have
I'm a big
professional
tree
runners.
lover, so.
There we go. Woof woof from Buddy Dog. Go Jared. We're expecting Jared pretty soon here. So a bunch of Colorado-based athletes have finished recently and continue to come in. There's a big pack of between Castle Rock, Golden, Denver, Wheat Ridge, Boulder, Durango, things like that. Then some California contingent. So this race has been really cool, seeing the success of a lot of West Coast runners, Arizona, California, that have come and done pretty well. 4 out of our top 7 overall finishers were from California or Arizona. So that to me is pretty neat, that this race isn't just a Colorado race. There's athletes coming. We have looks like from Seattle and areas outside of here. Yeah, Portland, boom, shout out. And his dog, yes.
Pearl Bob. That is
All right.
an amazing name. Shout out to Neil McManaway. I went straight to the dog's name before.
I did too. I had to backtrack as well. Skimmed it, saw dog
Pearl
name,
Bob.
stayed there.
Yes. Oh.
It looks like it is getting a little warm out there. Again, we said that it's mountains. The high is somewhere around 80 degrees today, which normally isn't unbelievably miserable, but when you're up at 10,000 plus feet, that is quite hot.
And this section too is like, you get some shade. Like I said, just the cooling effect just from being in a forest, but it definitely, there's not as many stream crossings once you kind of hit that section going towards blanks. I was blanking on blanks.
Blanking on blanks.
Blanking on blanks. And then there's a couple places where you can kind of cool, but that would be definitely a recommendation of mine, is like any chance you get, if there's any stream that you cross from this point on, take a moment, take your hat off, douse yourself, take the opportunity to cool yourself.
And we've had a couple people wonder about interviews with our podium finishers and some of the top of the pack, which finished during the middle of the night, which we didn't capture, but we did get interviews with most of them. So starting at 3 p.m. Mountain Time today, we are going to start airing those interviews that we caught with our M1 through 3 and F1 through 3, our top podium finishers. So anybody in the chat right now that would, that wants to put a little check mark on that, a little pin in that, come back at 3 p.m. and starting there every 15 minutes, we're going to release those live interviews. Here on the Row Art cam. Ian has a lot of fans in the chat.
From your fam. Euchre.
Euchre. Are you not familiar with Euchre?
No.
It's a Midwest game. It's a card game.
I'm
guessing. I don't know much about Ian. I know he lives in Boulder, but I'm guessing. I'm going to just go out and guess that his family is from Midwest, just based on the Euchre comment.
Euchre.
Right,
board game?
I might know it's card game. Yeah, I'm a big Euchre guy.
Card game?
Yeah, it's incredible.
I feel like most Midwest people that I meet are all into cards.
Oh, we're card
sit
people.
Down and just play cards.
Absolutely, like hours of just cards.
Plug Laws Whiskey or whatever this.
Yeah.
Right.
What do we got?
Some Laws Whiskey. You can get some bourbon. Go hang out after the race.
Yeah.
Go play some cards.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sit down with Peanut, the dog.
Yes.
Which is our dog on our shot here. That we're gonna just.
He's taking a leak.
Here for the dog close-ups.
Yes.
What
is he doing now? What is he?
Peanut's hanging out at the
Peanut is waiting for his runner.
Yeah,
he is dedicated.
Yeah,
I'm sure he can smell him. Do you
Peanut,
think he knows? He must know.
Is Peanut a crew dog or an aid station dog? Because
we need to know. Let's find out. Who is he? He will be able to smell his person for what's the range?
I don't know. Impressive
30
amount.
miles?
Something like that. Yeah.
He already knows.
He does.
Who are we waiting for? Everyone? We're waiting for, she said, waiting for everyone.
The future of this camera is going to be like the Purina cam or IAM's dog cam. We're 100%. I'm slowly working on us getting a dog sponsor, Petco cam.
Google says dogs can smell 12 miles away, but can specifically hounds. Beagles.
Let's look up beagles.
I feel like beagles, they're hunter dogs, right? Like they should.
They're trackers for sure. As somebody that I had a basset hound for 13 years, can tell you that they're impressive with what they can smell and their stubbornness.
Yeah. Growing up, I used to live near a hunter family that had beagles, and man, they were loud.
Sure.
Like, big fan of dogs, but not so much about like having.
20K. All right, so that's about that.
It is?
That's
Okay.
out.
Oh, so maybe beagles are the.
We're on it. Mercedes on with the Google machine.
Good job,
Fact-checking
Mercedes. 44 times stronger than that.
Yeah, I've been like, it's cool thinking about dogs. I've been told, like, you know, you come home and you smell a pot roast in a crock pot. You smell the pot roast. They can smell the carrots and the onions and the beef. And they can separate. And you know, there might be a veterinarian or somebody, a specialist that can give us more on that. And I'm happy to read it live. But that's
a
my understanding.
Sommelier or a coffee connoisseur. I definitely know my roasts.
Meanwhile,
I think
this
most
is
showrunners
Chantel
do.
Elmore checking into Shavano Aid.
Oh, look at another doggo!
Yes.
Very furry. Aw. That one's cute.
Some of the smaller ones we've seen.
Yeah.
Oh, and
at the
finish line.
finish. Okay, here we are.
Readjust our finish line camera from the dog to the athlete. Thank you to our camera crew. I wonder if this is Ian.
I just think it's so adorable that the dogs end up being like part of the family that's welcoming the racers in. We're here for it. Who do we got here?
I think this is Ian, but
Ian?
If it is, his chat fans are gonna blow us up. It might not be.
Jared.
No, it's Jared. I'm sorry.
Jared's coming in hot. Jared Ramel from Denver, Colorado.
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah, Jared also has fans, and we actually got info on his dog earlier too. So this is the guy that had big fans of the dog that was with another one of his friends, and everybody chimed in and agreed how much they liked his dog. So Jared and his dog are popular in the chat for sure.
What's Jared's history? The story? Oh, there's another one coming in.
There he is. That's Ian.
Teresa, Ian's adoptive Boulder mom from Donna and Dan in Buffalo. Yay,
Nice
Boulder.
job,
We love a
Ian.
good Boulder mom. I want a
Yeah.
Boulder mom. Can you adopt me? Boulder moms are the best. Boulder moms just get it, you know?
So I don't necessarily know who these people are, but Jared put it in his runner info, so I'm going to give them shout outs. He says that Sandy Jokoi is the bee's knees and Todd Meyer is one dope mofo. I hope that my runners talk about
I
me
like
that
this
way.
vibe, yeah.
Yeah.
One dope mofo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is this him here that he's
that's
talking
him right
to?
there.
That's him.
Well, that's
is that
Jared?
the dope,
I don't know. That guy looks like a dope.
That
mofo.
looks like a dope
I've seen that
mofo.
guy before. I think somebody in the chat is gonna know who that is. I can't place
Can
him.
we confirm that this is the dope mofo that he's referring to? I hope everybody in the chat can appreciate where we're going with the stories.
Yeah, so Jared's dog is Simon. Thank you for the reminder.
Okay, Simon.
I apologize. I've let you all down.
I know.
That
I need
forgot
to
that.
be writing things down here.
Okay, breaking news on Peanut, the dog that has been hanging out at the Shavano aid station. That dog has no association with the race other than that they're local and they live they live nearby the aid station. They're just a fan. I love Peanut even more.
So I have more questions
Well, we have
because
questions.
Shavano,
it's not,
as far as I know, there's no like residence there. So does Peanut like just
off grid, baby? Peanut's living the off grid life.
Good for him. Maybe he's getting little snacks from the hikers.
Yeah, this dog, I think this is Eric's dog that's on screen. We're still waiting on a name of that one. No dog will be left unnamed.
Now we have another shirt.
I'm good with that.
No
Again,
dog.
if I'm never invited back to this, I'm okay with that. That my legacy is that I have acknowledged
I
all the
think
dogs.
at this point you would have gotten booted out. if
Yeah,
this
Jamil would
was
have been
too
like,
much.
"Don,
Jamil's
we need a
"That's enough."
conversation." Enough
He has an
dogs.
earpiece
Earpiece.
in, and I'm sure he's privy to.
Does Jamil have a dog? Does anybody know this?
I don't think so. I feel like he doesn't.
No.
He's too busy.
No, Jamil does not.
He's
have a
always
dog.
on the move.
That's a good point.
I'm sure he wants to have a dog one day when he retires.
Yeah.
Is that a Labo?
Collective
Lab?
dogs. He can claim all of the dogs of these races. That he's
Zooming in. He's got it. Is that? Oh, that is his
It looks a
color.
lot like Spike that
Wow.
we saw last night, but I don't think it is.
What a beautiful coat.
People love Peanut.
Some kind of. Still waiting.
Yep. So here's a
Some
look at
runners
the
kinda
road
coming
up. This is the road up to the final finish line that runners will see. You can see, and just a reminder, these are open roads, so you'll see cars coming down,
Mhm.
coming in. Most runners are going to be running into traffic on the left side of the road just for safety reasons,
Mhm.
coming up this as they're hiking.
Here comes a
and
runner
moving
here.
along.
Race
Yeah,
coming
here we
into
go.
the female. I can't see a bit, but I think that was a pacer that was kind of.
Yeah, this is the runner.
Okay.
This is Ashley Hall.
Okay.
Coming in from Reno, Nevada.
A lot of people are probably familiar with Reno, just because the Tahoe area is pretty close. But she's probably pretty accustomed to running in the mountains as well. Just having the Sierras in her backyard and
and these higher temperature days probably not affecting her.
No, but that's probably one of the best places to train, I would say.
Yeah,
like
it's a
Reno,
beautiful
Tahoe
area.
area. Just because you can get a little bit of everything. There's Jamil
Congratulations,
there.
Ashley.
Good job, Ashley. Is she an Air Vipa, Chica?
Thanks for the confidence boost in the chat, Mercedes. She says, you can talk about dogs as much as you like. She talked about milk at Cocodona. It's fun. With these long breaks between runners, it's sometimes hard behind the mic to just continually talk about things. So naturally, I'm going to talk about dogs.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for the dogs.
I happen to be here for it too. I don't have any human babes, so I kind of have my whole heart is available for doggos.
100%. We're a dog family.
Let's learn a little bit about Ashley's history.
Yeah. What do we know?
I always love the story. I'm just here for
I know.
stories in general.
I love it
Dog
when-
stories, human stories. She seems fairly emotional. Must have.
Scientist. First two lines. I love her already. I'm a scientist. I'm a dog lover.
It's just no matter how much we try and get distracted from the dog theme, it's just popping up everywhere.
She runs with the Silver State.
Oh, Silver
Striders.
State. Okay, cool.
So shout out to the Silver State Striders out there in Reno.
Yeah, John
And-
Trent is kind of heads the Silver State Striders. He's an OG of the sport. I would say he was one of the first humans that I had interaction with that kind of welcomed me into trail running.
Okay.
'Cause I lived in Tahoe.
Oh, great.
There for a bit. So
Yeah.
him and Chaz Shea,
Yeah,
the
her
director
producer,
of Canyons.
Lindsay. She can't wait to share this adventure. Oh man, she's a. See, I love just the athletes that are willing to give us a peek behind the curtain of some of the information. So she's a pretty excellent French braider and hula hooper.
Wow. Okay.
I would love to see how well she could hula hoop at this
Me
point.
too.
Right? Just finished 100 miles. Again, 23,500 feet of elevation in this race that they have run up and over. Average elevation, 10,600 feet. They've been through it.
They've been through it. We got family
what
coming
it's
in
all
with
about.
oh wow, has the strength to pick up the kid mid-run, mid-stride. This is amazing. Look at this family go. Oh, this is
Family
just
sport,
so cute.
the high kick. Alex
yes,
Cummings
so cute.
coming in with his family.
Wow.
We don't have a fun bio on Alex, but clearly a family man enjoying the finish here.
Another Colorado.
Yeah, Wheat Ridge, another
local.
You know, just a little bit outside of Denver proper. I'm sure he tells people he's from Denver.
Yeah,
it's much easier than Wheat Ridge.
Yeah,
and right behind him, here we go. This is where we're
coming
getting
close. Close together, bringing in the whole fam. I love a good family moment here.
Who is who right now coming in? It's Matthew. Yeah, Matthew.
Rigby. I'm not gonna try the
from
first
Truckee.
part.
We're just talking about
Truckee.
Tahoe area.
Yep, they must know each other.
Yeah. We have a Reno and a Truckee back to back. Truckee, of course, being a beautiful area right on Lake Tahoe there. Let's see if we got anything on Matthew. Yeah, and of course there's the race director Caleb there hugging every athlete as they finish.
Or fist bump. Getting photos.
Right. So I'm not making this up. I'm not cherry picking these people that have these things to say.
What?
This is from his bio. I have the two best training partners anybody could ask for. My wife Casey and my doggy Sonora.
Oh my! It lives on forever.
Yeah, these are legend. A couple incredible people of Jacob and Anna from Denver, Colorado. Jacob is his best friend, college roommate. Anna is his cousin. They met now through me, and Jacob is now part of the family. Good stuff. Another finisher coming in here. We'll get some information on them as soon as we're able to from our
Race Owens. His name is Race. His first name is Race. He was born to be a racer, no doubt. From Leadville, Colorado. 26 years old. We should look.
I don't have any information on him, but obviously Leadville, Colorado. He lives up
100?
high. He knows.
Yeah. Curious.
He knows what he's doing.
Grab his Ultra Run
That's
sign
exactly
up.
where I'm at.
You're on it. Clearly you guys are starting to learn that I do not have Wi-Fi on
looks like he has 100-mile finish at Run Rabbit Run 100 last year. So
incredible.
That was a 29-hour finish. So this would be, assuming there's no other
PR.
ones, this is a 100-mile PR for a race. So congratulations.
Yeah.
Similarly tough races.
Yep.
I would say this race maybe just a touch harder.
Just because of the elevation gain
just for
profile.
the altitude is a little bit higher. I think Run Rabbit Run peaks out at just over 10,000
But
feet.
Run Rabbit's a little bit more techie, right?
In spots.
That's what I hear the most.
I think
you think it's...
Run Rabbit is pretty runnable.
Okay.
All things considered.
Okay.
Another athlete. So this is where we're starting to get to the bulk of the pack. Some of these runners coming in together that have weathered almost 29 hours together. They've probably seen each other a lot back and forth. They've probably swapped some more stories at this point.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's another one that we'll grab a name on. This is Jason Pohl here, coming in with his pacer.
She's trying to one-step him.
Yeah, exactly.
Berkeley, California team. California versus Colorado. California, Colorado, and Arizona.
He calls himself a reformed road runner. I love that. He qualified at Never Summer, which is next weekend.
Okay.
And so shout out to his partner Mel, who is his crew chief and pacer. So I'm gonna guess that's who finished with him.
Yep.
Was Mel. And she's running her first ultramarathon this fall as well. So talk about good training, being able to get eyeballs on what it's all about, taking a part of it. And he also wants to give a shout out to his pal Nick. And and his fiance Jen. They're there to hand him snacks and shout Taylor Swift lyrics at him. So
Love a good Taylor T Swift fan.
I can experience.
Are you a Taylor Swift fan?
I am.
I would expect that to be on the bio. Like, surprisingly not a Taylor Swift fan.
No, I'm pro Taylor Swift.
Like, instead of, what was it, Jimi Hendrix, or what did you say?
Oh, not a Tom Petty fan.
Not a Tom Petty.
One of the weirdest fun facts about people is that someone is not a Tom Petty fan. All right, we are
breaking.
I think we have a little break between finishers. We want to make sure we call out everybody we can coming through, but we have a little bit of break. So give us a moment to reset some of our cameras. Let your studio staff grab a drink of water, and we will be right back in a moment.
Why do medals get all the glory? When I wanted to get out there, I found you. You kept me grounded in tricky situations and always knew just how to comfort me. Most of all, you gave me the space I needed. We went out there. We stayed out there. Because I was made to run, and you were made to keep me running. Sure, the trinkets are cool, but I'll never forget who was there every step of the way. Stay out there with Altra.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
I've looked here at the finish line. We're just creeping up on 29 hours elapsed of the 37-hour allotted time frame for these athletes to come in and out of this epic 100-mile course here in the Sawatch Mountains in Colorado, coming live just outside of Buena Vista, Colorado. Let's just level set the race. 23,500 feet of climbing, over 100 miles, average elevation of 10,600, I believe. So lots of exposure, lots of time up high point about 13,000 feet. So athletes that you're seeing finished, rightfully so, they look tired, they look a little wrecked, and they look hopefully happy with their experience here at the High Lonesome 100. Our live stream presented by Altra and some other incredible brands, Roark, Martin, 7,000 Feet Running Company, and Osprey. They're really allowing us the opportunity to do this and bring this coverage to people. This is the first time this race has been broadcasted. So myself, Don Reichelt, Anime Flynn with me. How you feeling, Stilla?
I feel great. I'm recovering from taking a Capri Sun shot still.
Yeah.
There are Capri Suns,
There we are.
if anybody wants to know, that are at the Shavano aid, and it seems to be a fan fave.
Yeah, we've seen countless athletes
Yes.
take Capri Suns with them, either slamming them while they're there or taking a to-go Capri.
Yep. I've also heard of a combo of Martin and Coke.
Yep.
That appears to be a good concoction.
Yeah.
So
that sounds like pure rocket fuel to me.
Yes.
Especially if that was a caffeinated Martin gel.
Mhm.
I guess if it was a gel or a drink mix, not really sure either way. That's a lot of carbohydrates packed into one bottle. But what an experience.
Yeah.
We've seen course records fall.
Not by minutes, by an
McKendry,
hour, over an hour, almost an hour and a
20,
half.
something like that.
Yeah.
McKendry Hickory in her first real true mountain 100, absolutely.
Yeah. Her first 100 was a
onto the
Javelina
scene.
100.
Yeah.
So that goes to show you her
So
range of
I'm gonna
ability
keep
too.
banging the table for this.
Yeah.
She has now has a Hard Rock qualifier under her belt. Dale Garland, the race director for Hard Rock, gets to pick athletes that he thinks can increase the competitive nature of that race. McKendry, in her first ever true mountain race, obliterated a pretty stout course record. I'm gonna start calling for McKendry to get one of Dale's picks for Hard Rock based on her performance here, and I have absolutely no sway on that.
The second place female was also not too far off.
Also under previous
course record. So I don't know what the gap was exactly between first and second, but she is also from California.
Yep.
Raining out of, more
it's about
lower
45
altitude.
minutes between the two.
45 minutes, but still.
But again, both under previous course record pace set
incredible.
by the incredible Annie Hughes back 2 years ago at this race. The top of the men's race unfolded overnight. It was pretty steady throughout the day. Yesterday, we were following 4 athletes primarily at the top. Alex Nichols was leading for the majority of the race, but overnight, Chris Hams took the victory from him in a pretty astounding overnight performance and ended up winning by about 50 minutes and coming back to almost just 30 minutes off the course record pace. So the top went Chris Hams, Alex Nichols, Elon Lieber, Jeff Brown, and Kevin Stewart. And then your first female, McKendry, was 6th overall.
Yep.
Rounding out the women's podium was Sarah Ostwazowski, and honestly, her twin sister, not too far back, was 5th place for the women's field.
It's their birthday today.
And it's both of their birthdays today. So happy birthday to the O sisters. And between them was fan favorite legend Casey Lichtig. Is Lichtig? Lichtig. I will never know. Sorry, Casey. I'll do my best. Lots of incredible performances. It's been an honor. I've been on the mic for I don't even know how many hours at this point. Going to keep rolling for a few more. I think I've been on 13 hours of commentary and a couple more.
Goodness.
I've met some incredible dogs along the way. Called some incredible things. What a special experience. Again, having neither one of us have ever experienced the opportunity to talk about something that we both love.
And I've been here with you guys for almost 6 hours, and this is my first time commentating, like he mentioned. So it's just an honor to be able to showcase this area, talk about the field, and just so inspired by each and every one of you for towing the line, and just love what this race has done in terms of creating equality in the sport.
Leading from the front
in that regard.
Sure.
So big props to the race directors for creating that kind of safe space for the community. So
we have about it looks like 31 finishers are in. We started 199 athletes at last check. About 75% of athletes were still on course, finished, and making their way towards the finish line. So I'll get an update on drops. We have some notable drops, unfortunately. And if you guys are in the chat, just click on that link, take a look to see if your friend or family member might be making it along. We'll do our best to keep people updated on various athletes. There's a few that we've been trying to track and keep our eyeballs on. One fan favorite was Catherine Greer. We highlighted her as the last athlete out of Monarch Aid. We are at the cutoff now of Fooses, and I do not have a new split for her. So we're gonna keep our fingers crossed and wait to hopefully get an updated split. Some of these are delayed from us, so does not mean her day is done yet, but we just don't have the information on it quite yet.
And then also another fan fave is Jenny
Jurek
and Chrissy Mull.
Chrissy Mayo is somebody.
I
only say it like that because
male,
like mailman.
Oh, male.
Exactly. Quote from
her.
Chrissy.
Okay.
When I asked her, can you just tell me how to pronounce it? She's like male, like mailman. And she's like, Shell, I'll know that you're a telemarketer on the phone if you mispronounce it.
Love that.
So for anybody curious, it is Chrissy Mail, and she's of legendary UTMB winning, Hard Rock winning, Chuckanut directing fame. I
think she also brought awareness to the Tahoe Rim Trail FKT.
Okay.
She was the first to set that So
Jenny
at least
Jurek
that we know.
last left Fooses
Modern day.
a little over half an hour. So she's a half an hour up on cutoffs there. Chrissy was ahead of her last check-in. Let's take a look and see how our good friend Chrissy is. And she's been racing Chuckanut for 20 years now, I think. I think she took that over when I think it was 26 years old.
Yeah.
So she left the final aid station about 30 minutes ago. So we are looking, it's taking athletes, the last few athletes that have come through, it looks like it's taking them just under 2 hours to make that 7 or 8 mile stretch into the finish. So we might be an hour and a half to 2 hours away from a Chrissy finish.
And then for Jenny, has she gotten down to Fooses?
So she's out of Fooses.
Oh,
was
excellent.
the last update there.
Excellent.
So that was
sorry,
a half an hour ago.
Sorry.
Jenny is out of Fooses. 36 minutes ahead of that cutoff there. So Jenny's next leg is going to be from Fooses at 75.7 over to Shavano, which is we've been showing that tent. That's where Peanut, our current fan favorite dog, is residing, just for people to play along at home here. That's mile 82.2.
Be on the lookout.
So just an idea of where some maybe your fan favorites are.
Yeah.
John Davis, another athlete that runners are keeping their eyes on closely. Of course, John, if you've heard us talking about him, he started and finished Hard Rock last weekend. I think he has started and finished every single High Lonesome. So he's here today, and he's currently signed up for Never Summer 100K next weekend. So John is a absolute masochistic personality in the sport, and we love that. He last left Blank's cabin at mile 84.1. Shoot, I lost where I was. 84.1. That was at 9 a.m. So 2 hours ago. And he's moving up to Raspberry 2 at 93. So runners there have been taking 2.5-ish hours, it looks like, give or take, in those times. Maybe closer to 3 for some of them. So nothing shocking that we haven't seen John checking into Raspberry quite yet. Probably in the next hour, we'll look forward to seeing him. Shout out to the folks in the chat too.
Yeah,
you guys are keeping us
so great.
moving. We're still up on screen. It's good to see everybody.
Woohoo, we're here.
This is the fun part. These are the athletes that do it for the passion. A lot of the athletes finishing in these hours, they didn't show up to that start line thinking that they were going to win. They're here to get their 100-mile experience and to just have a great fun weekend in beautiful mountains.
Yep. Yeah, and beauty it is. I mean, just take a look at the start-finish line. You've got Mount Princeton in the background there with the classic, Chalk Creek cliffs that are kind of hidden here, but they're more to the left of the summit. This distinguishes this summit from others in the area. We've talked about before. This is this course goes up and over aspects of what is also the Nolan's 14 route that starts in Salida, runs up to Leadville, encompassing 14,000 peaks, and it's left to the runner to pick and choose their path. This is not an official race, but it is
It's
something.
one of the most gnarly challenges that one could attempt.
Yes.
14,000 foot peaks, no official route.
No.
You have to kind of wayfind between the peaks, over 100 miles. It's really gnarly. And especially it's tough because this is the time of the year that it's most likely to do it because of snow conditions, but it's also the time of the year that the weather tends to be the harshest at 14,000 feet. So you're really trying to time things in this area of going up and down mountains when you're not going to potentially get hit by lightning or caught in a hailstorm. So anybody interested in Nolan's 14, just Google it and take a look, because it's a remarkable challenge to undertake.
Yeah, I honestly would argue doing it in like the earlier part of the summer when there's still snow on the peaks, because then you don't have to worry so much with the talus and you can kind of glissade. Like if you feel pretty comfortable on snow. I mean, it would be awful timing wise if you're hitting a peak and like the peak of the day and it's like you post holing and it's sloppy. But I don't know, I think I would prefer to just
these mountain storms can roll in really quickly, and when you're
Yeah.
up exposed above tree line, as our athletes were
Yeah,
yesterday,
yeah.
on Antero,
Mhm.
like it's scary.
Yep,
You
it's-
can
yeah.
can hear the rocks starting to buzz when those lightning storms roll in, and
Mhm.
it's not a comfortable
Yeah.
sound to know that there is electricity in the air, and
Mhm.
I need to get low as fast as
As
possible.
possible, yep.
We're lucky enough that we didn't see any of that yesterday,
Mhm.
but these are mountain races. You never know. I think it was Jared Campbell a handful of years ago that got hit by lightning during Hard Rock and
Yeah.
still finished.
Yep.
That dude.
I think I was there that
yeah,
year.
That there's wild stories about
Wasn't there that was the year where someone also
Oh,
was
we
it
have
Luke
another runner
Nelson
coming
who
in.
had a rock fall hit his head? There was somebody.
Maybe.
It was that. Yeah.
All right, so we'll try to get eyeballs on our next finisher here. 181 is Chris Chamberlain out of Seattle, Washington. Chris looks very excited, as he should
Yeah.
be, clapping. Guessing maybe that's his wife alongside him here for the finish or partner. Hold those hands, celebrate. Finish line hugs, always a must. And now the realization of you've done it.
I've
You
done
have
it.
just completed what you set out to complete. It's gosh, I can never get enough of this.
Chris Chamberlain, Seattle, Washington.
So that's not sure if it's his wife or his mom, because both are a part of his race this year. He says, my mom, Liz, and wife, and her wife, Cam. So it's his mom or mother-in-law.
Okay.
Excuse me, are both accomplished ultra runners. They will be volunteering at Cottonwood Gear Check before helping me as a crew later in the race.
I think it was his mom.
So it's 100% his mom.
Yes.
Congratulations to either Liz or Cam. It was one of those two. Impressive seeing.
I could tell by their mannerisms, like they both like put the way that they.
See, I was trying to look up information, and you're.
I was like, they're
language.
related. They're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good catch. Good catch. He's a longtime member of the Seattle Running Club.
Oh, okay.
So shout out to the Seattle Running Club if there's anybody.
What Seattle Running Club? Like the Seattle Running Club?
The Seattle Running Club.
I feel like there's so many running clubs, but I didn't
the
realize there was just one. I feel like I have a lot. There's a cowgirl group.
Yeah, we have
another one.
Another finisher now coming in. We're pretty steady here. Let's see who we can get our eyeballs on here.
Steady Eddie.
Is this Kathleen?
Steady Kathleen.
I'm guessing this is Kathleen.
Come on, Kathleen. Look at her.
Maybe not.
In her blues. Let's see. Who would it be? Ashley Hall? 42? Reno, no.
Yeah, it's Kathleen.
Okay.
Yep. Definitely Kathleen. Bib 155. Kathleen
already had
Egan.
Ashley Hall come through.
Another Seattle finisher. You think she's a member of the Seattle Running Club?
She's got to be.
Yeah.
I mean, there is the cowgirl group too. Like, I guess it depends on who you talk to.
She's got a background as she spent her formative years in Germany as an Irish citizen.
Oh, there's
depth there.
Very much so.
Interesting. Do you think she has a German-Irish accent?
But she's Irish.
I know, but she lived in Germany during her formative years.
Oh, formative. Yes, I'm sure that she speaks German fluently.
I'm sure she speaks it.
Yeah.
All right, so her crew chief is John, and he paced one of the legs. Shout out to her local friends, Gina.
Shout
and
out
Nicole.
to the guy on the left that has a shirt that has Twinkie on it.
The Twinkie shirt guy. That's a strong t-shirt choice.
That is a strong, and it matches his shorts.
Yep.
Like he deliberately chose that. Maybe that's her favorite.
More so that he deliberately chose it, he deliberately bought that. There was a moment in his life that he was thinking through that he needed to own a Twinkie shirt.
I mean,
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. I am here for it.
Where else could you wear a Twinkie shirt than an ultra race?
Oh man. No. The answer is no. We need Twinkies and Capri Suns together.
All right, so Kathleen's story,
Pretty
I
great.
stopped reading, and her story of her international flair just keeps going. So, I'm just going to read it in her own words.
Okay.
Here. So I spent my formative years in Germany as an Irish citizen surrounded by Americans, which makes me a third culture kid. It was in North America where I met my husband, and our journey together led us to getting engaged in Africa and eventually marrying in Asia.
World traveler.
She's a world traveler.
Where in the world is Catherine San Diego?
I know. This is impressive. So you can tell
Kathleen. Sorry.
Kathleen. She definitely loves seeing the world by foot. She is a veteran of 200 milers. She did Bigfoot 200 miles. She knows what she's doing out
She knows
here.
what she's doing.
Another finish under her belt. Super, super impressive from her.
Incredible. I'm Irish, Canadian, and American,
All right.
but I speak American.
That was appropriately said.
A?
There you go. All right, it's 11-11. I'm going to call it out.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that's
That's
people
appropriate.
think that's good luck, right?
I think so.
If you notice it, you say it.
Yeah, I don't know if you're supposed to say it or not.
I see some people posting it online. I don't know.
Because I think okay. All right. So we've got Kathleen from all over. I'm curious to know what her favorite meal is then. You know, like if you're someone who's kind of lived, she's Irish, born in Ireland. She never, that's the tricky part.
There's a lot to unpack there. She's an onion.
She's an onion.
We're gonna need to
we
unpack
have
it.
no idea.
She's an Irish citizen, but she grew up in Germany.
Okay, so she's from Ireland, maybe born there. Shad is tagging in here talking about the running club. They also have a Brooks competitive team.
Okay.
So, and he's a videographer.
Okay.
For
Are they out here?
High Lonesome.
Okay. Oh, he's one of our videographers. All right.
He's
we're trying to
he's
relay
on the
messages
ground.
we're getting from
He's
our
on
team.
the ground. He's on the ground and he's
Cool.
He's
So Seattle Running
relaying.
Club is well represented is what
Yeah.
we're trying to say
Yes.
here. Another athlete. Looks like, is this the finisher shoot here? Or is this leading up to?
This is, we're going back to, well, it's hard to know, but I want to say it's this CT section coming. Oh no, it's the finish.
This is the
You're
final
right.
stretch. Yep.
Yep. I should know
so
by
this,
now.
This is another finisher here that's, a couple hundred yards away from.
He's just like
ending
"You
their
guys, this is where I'm at. Take me as I am." He looks like a solo rider.
Yeah,
Can you check and see? Is he a solo?
Who is
I
it?
wonder if he because it seems like most people have been greeted by pacers and by.
Do we have a name?
Oh no, we don't have a name yet.
We'll get who this is and give him some love.
He
in the
looks
chat.
like a solo rider.
He's got to have a crew or somebody at the finish line waiting for him.
He's like, I'm actually off course, you guys. I'm a through hiker.
I know. He's like, I'm part beagle.
Actually,
I smelled the snacks.
I smelled the snacks. Someone gave me a Capri Sun, and I just was wondering where the next available goodie is. I'm here for the bingo game.
I'm here for the Capri Sun.
The bingo.
I know. We're checking off our bingo
we
card
are,
pretty
we are.
rapidly.
We've seen a biker, but we have not
I feel like
we haven't seen a through hiker yet. Like maybe we can get our cameraman to find us a through hiker.
There was one that
there
walked
was?
past the camera. They had their full sleeping pack over their head and they just walked past it. So I'm guessing that was a through hiker.
Yes.
So anybody just coming into the chat, you've missed a lot. We've talked about 1980s aerobics, lots of dogs. We're just having some fun out here.
Yes.
Ultra running is fun. A lot of what we were talking about is based on what the runners have given us that they're interested in and what they're passionate about. So we luckily don't have to just make this stuff up on our own.
No.
Another athlete coming in here.
Looks like a solo guy, but we will soon find out to finish.
Yeah, we're trying to grab a name here.
He got a high five. He's got a buddy. Nope, that's the race director, JK.
Is this Nathaniel?
I'm calling solo. He's a solo artist.
Maybe the chat
at work
can help us out here. We're not getting a bib number.
Turn around, Justin. I'm not even gonna try that last name. Durango, Colorado.
Ponelt? I'm gonna say
Pohinelt.
Well, one of us is wrong. Probably both of us. Another Durango participant. Lots of Durango.
Lots of Durango. Durango is a pretty good showing. I would say the county in Colorado with the strongest showing in this race has got to be Durango.
Yep, I would agree with that.
Right? Like,
I mean,
maybe Boulder?
Jefferson County has
Jefferson,
had quite a bit.
Jefferson County.
But your overall winner, it's hard to.
What does Jefferson County encompass? Like Longmont, Boulder, all of that?
I think it's Denver. I don't know. I'm not
just
good on
Denver.
my
Okay, yeah.
counties.
Okay, I'm gonna
but
step
Durango,
out. I'm
Colorado's
stepping out of that thread.
Chris
then.
Hams
I'm not
is
gonna
from
go into
Durango.
This. I'm
Our
not gonna
overall
die on the sword. Okay. Did we find out anything about him? Did he leave anything
Also,
in his message?
Mango Mike,
Or his
another
story?
fan
Oh, Mango
favorite
Mike.
from
Is he
Durango.
coming in?
No, Mango Mike was
He was already in a long time ago.
So we don't have anything on. Trying to.
Sorry, I'm getting mixed up with who has come in, who hasn't, these storylines, but I'll get them all sorted. Just give me another sip of coffee. We'll be fine. Here comes another finisher.
Yeah, love this.
Their crew or pacer, both team, support team. Love to see it. I like to have less people, the better for me.
Yep.
I don't like to have pace. I don't like people talking when they're pacing.
Funny.
And I like to have
All right.
one crew person.
So why have a pacer then?
I actually have considered, because I've never run 100 miles, and I'm
Okay.
considering not having a pacer.
Yeah, every long race I'm doing this year, I don't have a pacer, and I've kind of enjoyed
You can enjoy it? Yeah.
All right, so we have no fun facts on Justin.
I think he's a solo. He's like, I'm not going to get. He's
a
solo
just true
artist.
bare bones.
Yes, bare bones.
Not giving us any information.
No.
Just coming up,
No.
running 100 miles,
I'm
and
here,
going home to Durango.
and I'm done.
Another athlete coming in here. Is this Armin? Yeah,
Armin
this is
Gooden.
Armin.
Broomfield, Colorado.
Yep, another Broomfield between Boulder and Denver. For those that aren't familiar with the landscape,
He looks peppy and fresh.
happy as can be.
Yeah.
He's out for a 200 mile.
Yeah. He's like, are we going back for more or what?
Let's see what we can learn about Armin. If he's got any fans in the chat, chime in. He's done a couple of 100-milers. He's excited about the course, of course. And then, all right, he's shouting out Brandon and Caitlin Yonk at Run Infinite. They're his coaches. So shout out to the coaches.
Coaching
That's
staff.
always a good one to shout out. He's shouting out his parents. who
Mom is right
travel.
there.
Yep, that's clearly
Definitely.
mom
Def
and dad.
mom and
He
dad.
says they've
The
traveled
lime
far
green.
and have seen every one of my 100-mile finishes.
Armageddon. What is this about? This is the name of their
Well,
crew.
that's his name is Armin.
Oh,
and it's
done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is brilliant.
Brilliant.
I can get behind a good cruise shirt.
Yes,
especially
me
if it's
too.
a play on words.
I also like the color. It's like, hey, we're here. Like, come find me.
So his
like,
crew
there's
chief-
no like, hey, wondering where you are.
Yeah,
Where are my
yeah, yeah.
people? It's like they are loud, they are visible, and
There they are. You're not going to miss them.
They're
His crew chief
united.
is Curtis. He's out there pacing. Let's see who we got. Big thank yous to Crestone locals Neil and Shanda, who will be pacing and crewing me. So he's got a pretty nice sized crew out there, as we can see with his Armageddon shirts.
Yeah.
I love the parents rocking
me
the
too.
theme shirts.
So cute. Man, I'm sure it's a little tough to watch their son endure a race such as this and to be supportive and pushing them through some lows. But big kudos to them for
Yeah.
for
Colin in
showing.
the chat. We're doing our best to sort the stories, but they are just definitely getting mashed all together at this point. So 90% chance the information we're giving you is on the right person. But they're coming in fast now, right? This is definitely the meat of the pack. We're trying to keep up. A couple of rookies behind the mic reading spreadsheets and talking about running here.
I'm here for the stories, like whatever we can. And I've actually think I've gotten the dog stories down pretty well at this point.
Yep.
The people's stories are definitely blending a little bit, but it's okay.
Camera at blanks. So we've had a couple people ask in the chat about blanks and getting a camera up there. We're working on putting a camera up there. It should be soon. Don't have an exact time, but there will eventually be a camera showing us that view.
At blanks. Okay.
Yeah, blanks. Another runner come up the road. This is
Up the
probably the
road.
best we've seen
Wow,
anybody come
look
up
at this.
road.
I don't think we've seen anyone run up
No,
the road. Like,
no.
and this isn't just a jog. Like, this is a full-on run.
I'm guessing it's pacer up front, runner up back.
Yeah.
Just the pacer just working
Dude,
the
the
runner.
pacer's like, let's effing go. Wow. I think this is like all out. This is like 10-minute pace up this.
I want to hear from this pacer of like what's going through your mind to make your runner just throw down uphill at this point.
Yeah. Oh no, kind of. I was like, maybe it's just sub 30. Maybe this whole
That's
time
what I
he's been
first
trying
thought.
to get
I was
the sub.
looking.
Is there sub 30 but belt buckle? No.
We don't
Okay.
know.
Well, maybe that was his A goal. Was like sub
knows?
30.
But
Who knows?
That was an
But this
impressive
is
climb up this
impressive.
hill. We're on this little road again, about a quarter mile now to go. 400 meters, give or take, for our for our crew.
Look
in
at this.
Ireland.
He is leaving it all out on the course before our very eyes. Incredible. He is
Get this
looking
guy a Capri
so
Sun.
Yes. Maybe he had one.
That's it.
That
We're-
was
we're now
totally.
starting
He
to see
had
the-
one at
the
Shavano.
athletes coming
or at-
through that have been
yes,
drinking
and
Capri
now
Sun.
it's hitting.
It is.
Maybe he took a couple to go.
Maybe this is the
This
Coke
is
and
the
Martin
start of-
guy.
Maybe it's the Coke and Martin guy. If anybody has any information on what this guy's nutrition is, we need to know stat.
Yeah, this is impressive. I don't think I've ever run up a hill to finish a race quite like this before.
No.
Good for
him.
This is awesome. There's a story behind this.
There's
finish.
a
I
story.
promise you.
Yes.
There's a lull at some point in this person's race that they went through it, and now that they're back
They're
out
back.
of it, and
Yep,
they're celebrating
back
that right now.
Yep.
Like,
let's just pass people.
Yep.
Like, let's just
Yep.
dig deep and
It'll be
make a
interesting.
big
We
comeback
won't be
story.
able to tell the full story, but
No.
whenever this person's finished, we'll get a bib, and I'll be able to look back at some recent splits and get an idea of just what we're talking about over this last 20 miles or so. Again, they should be any second here turning into the final finisher shoot.
Man, this is a long run. I mean, they didn't even wait until
Yeah, he's
like
cruising.
the downhill. Like this has been. I'm really curious to see what these splits are from wherever the turnaround. Oh, he's like hyping him up and everything.
Hard to see that.
This guy.
Nathan Gilbert.
Nathan Gilbert.
Yep, was bib number 27.
Gilbert does it again.
Yeah, that was the most impressive finish we've seen.
Yes.
Of that last half mile or so. Holy moly.
Let's see what we can
we're gonna learn
glean
a little
from
bit about
this.
something. He's a never summer 100K finisher previously, so knows what he's doing in these big gnarly mountains.
Raining out of Denver, Colorado.
Oh, he's a former volunteer. He's volunteered out here a handful of times. Cottonwood, Hancock, Blanks, and Raspberry. So he knows this course pretty well, most likely.
Let's look at his splits.
Yeah, so I'll take a look at what he's been up to, because maybe he just did it for the camera. He could hear the drone and decided that, all right, now
you never know. You never know. Sometimes
I've done it.
I'll admit. No, actually, I haven't. I don't think I've done a race where there's been a drone in it.
Yeah, the camera's at the end.
Oh, at the end. Yeah. Just to look get that shot.
Oh yeah.
I guess. I think I'm so out of it most of the time that I have no idea what's happening, and then I get the shot, and it's always the down step, and the mouth is open.
Yeah, it is. Catching a shot on the down step never results well.
No.
It looks like he's definitely picked up the pace compared to the field over the last couple H stations. Picked up some spots. Good for him. Strong finish. Congratulations.
Do you see does it seem like there's any kind of turnaround or no? Just like
it's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
Just looking at times and splits in 8 stations. Let me pull back. We're probably an hour away from a Chrissy Mail watch.
Yay.
Coming in. Would be my these are all just pure speculative guesses. Maybe even just a little bit less than that.
Yeah.
Because it's taken 2 to 3 hours, depending on 2 hours seems to be the average of these last handful of people finishing.
Okay.
So we're looking at about 12:30 for Chrissy Mail.
Okay.
To come rock and roll into the finish.
We've got some people just here celebrating
as
the
they
finish
should.
line and taking it all in.
Hopefully there's maybe a little pull of Law's whiskey or a local brewski that they might be able to sip on if they take part.
Yeah.
If not, a cold seltzer water
sounds pretty dang good.
Would be pretty good right about now.
Yeah. We need to get seltzer water to sponsor Ultras.
Absolutely.
I'm like addicted.
Oh, same.
It's not okay.
The Soda Stream's the ticket.
But it's something also with the habit of like,
Yeah.
it's kind of like cracking up open a beer. Like, I feel like I'm a binge.
Well, that's why I go with the Soda Stream. I just pour myself a bottle of it.
And then you're done.
And then I'll try to keep that for a day.
I'm going to be bummed if that we find out at some point that there's some science proving that there's
It's not good for you.
It's not good for you.
I've heard that it's not great for your teeth.
Really?
I have no science behind that or why I think
that would be like your bone density in general.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay, well, I'm not going to quit. So sorry about it. I've already given up a lot of things in my life. I'm not going to give up.
I can't quit you.
I can't quit you. Love sparkling water.
So sitting here looking at just an absolutely beautiful shot. I'm guessing this drone is somewhere high above our start finish line. Taking a look out here. Beautiful day here in the mountains.
Yeah, can't ask for a better second day.
Welcoming our athletes back from their 100-mile journey through this epic course. It's almost primarily a so we got soda water delivery service.
Yeah.
So this is a primarily looped course, which is one of the reasons that people love it so much. You're not seeing a lot of the same
first
stuff
step.
You good?
It's just been a long time since I've had sparkling water, since yesterday. I've been craving it for so long. Okay, we're good. We're back.
We're back.
Okay.
Reeling it in. I don't know where I was going. You take it.
Beautiful. Beautiful surrounding mountains. Look at this landscape. Yes. So right here, you're seeing the infamous kind of chalk cliffs, which is the signature landscape of the Princeton Peak, which is coming into your view here. Right there is Princeton. You can actually drive up. You can see a little bit of a crossroad, like about more than halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way up. And you can actually drive pretty close to that road there. There's a parking space. Maybe I shouldn't be giving out this local knowledge, but you can drive up pretty far up the road and hike up to the top of Princeton.
There you go.
Yeah.
Couple updates from the back of the pack. We've been talking a lot about Catherine Greer. She was our last athlete to leave Monarch. Still don't have a timing checkpoint from her into Fooses. So it could still be a misread. She could still be out there, but at this point, if she has not moved on from Fooses, it would mean her day is unfortunately over. We don't know for sure because it's not reading anything, but we'll keep an eye on it. Maybe it'll update, but unfortunately, we do not have anything from her in at Fooses.
So heartbroken already.
Yeah, I know. That means there are 147 or 148 athletes still out on course.
Okay.
So we've lost about 50.
We'll just continue to root her on.
Yeah, send some energy her way. Make sure that even if she doesn't end up leaving Fooses, that she gets there safely and is proud of the 75 miles that she was able to get done.
Yeah.
In these mountains.
And we were talking earlier on our feed was that, it's sad when someone has to end their race, not because they can't, but because of a time barrier. But, there's so much to be proud of and for have gone as long as that you have, and some people DNF for so many various reasons, and I think there's still so much to be proud of in finding your race line out there. At some point you kind of have to draw that line for yourself and just say this is where I'm okay. I accept my fate, and this is today. This is today how this day is going to unfold, and
it's a tough line for a race director to have to draw too, of saying the cutoff at this aid station is X and X time. And that's for a lot of reasons. It's for safety reasons. It's for yes, we would all love you to have 5 days to be able to do this race. But unfortunately, it's just not realistic to staff and support a race like this for that amount of time. So at some point, there has to be a very hard decision that says this is the time that we're going to tell people that they're no longer allowed. And race directors will do absolutely everything in their power to give you as much time possible.
Yes.
And let you prove that you can stay on course, but eventually the tough decision has to be made that somebody needs to tell you that your day is over.
Yeah. And I think, volunteers and aid is definitely the number one kind of, thought process there, but also like permitting. So there's, a lot of permits that go into being able to access public lands. And so there's a certain amount of time that's allotted. And so they have to be strict with those as well.
Yeah, and I know a handful of athletes that have had their bib, their timing chip taken from them or something like that, and they just decided that they're gonna either come back to that same spot the next day and fast pack it and just say, hey, I've done 75 miles. I came here to do 100. Tomorrow I'm gonna go hike the 25, and I think that's a respectful way of doing it. I sometimes struggle with the idea of athletes say, no, I'm not leaving the course, and they stay on. Then you continue to become a risk to the agencies that are permitting this. So I'm not telling anybody not to finish their journey, but just be respectful. When somebody says that your day is over, it can be hard to hear that, but respect the organization and their time and their cutoffs. No updates from Jenny Jurek yet either. Another fan favorite, but again, that's what we expected. Did not expect to see an update from her. Based on data, she's looking like she's probably in that last 5 or 6 at the back end of the pack. But we also know we had the firsthand interview from Scott saying that she had a pretty tough night, but she's coming back and she got her legs back. So that was an exciting interview to hear, that she's got her legs back. If they continue to be back, he was pretty confident that she can pick it up a little bit and stay ahead of cutoffs.
Yeah. I think she can do it.
Yeah, I if there's anybody that can do it, it's a Jurek.
Yeah.
They know what it's gonna take.
Just keep putting energy her way, and
yeah, another fan favorite.
Hope we can
Dr.
get that.
Brianna Pagan.
Yeah, where's she?
Let's check in on her. She looks like, I'm gonna take a pause on that and get over to our finisher cam here. We have another runner coming in, completing their day successfully. Is that bib 3?
Bib 3. I like the bandana.
Yeah. That's Joshua Brink out of Gunnison. Congratulations,
Woohoo!
Joshua.
Hyped. Yes. Oh my gosh. Was that a tornado? We had like a full spin.
Good.
That's a
on
first.
Him. His bio
Incredible.
simply says he's a Scorpio and he loves dogs.
The dog thread is back.
I am not making any of these up. You guys can fact check me all you want. That is literally the entirety of information that he gave us. He's a Scorpio and he loves dogs. All right. I feel you, Josh. Congratulations.
That's amazing. Good job, Joshua.
He put Josh in the about him
Oh,
stuff.
okay,
So
okay. Let's go
I'm
with Josh.
calling him
Yes,
Josh.
I'm not your mom. It's fine. You're not in trouble.
Yep. Yeah.
Brink. I also love the last name Brink.
Brink. Okay.
I don't know why, but I like it. Brink. Josh Brink. Coming at you.
Coming at us. All right, we're gonna go back and look at Brianna. Dr. Brianna Pagan. If you weren't in our chat earlier, she is a NASA scientist, an engineering manager at NASA. She's a board member of Footprints Running, doing incredible things for the environment and trails and things like that.
Naturally runs for normal
and
too.
runs for normal,
Yeah.
of course. So we have a soft spot on our heart. Her sister was in the chat earlier as well, calling her out. And she is on her way to the last aid station, Raspberry 2.
Yay.
So she's moving along nicely.
Got another racer coming in, looking super strong. Looks
Hey,
like
does
Dad
it
is
have
pacing.
141
Wait,
maybe?
what? Who is who? Dad is pacing son. That's kind of what the vibe I'm gathering. Kind of more impressed with. Dad is looking great.
Garrett
McAllister from Belgrade, Montana.
Okay.
I think it's Dad. Dad was pacing.
That's definitely Dad. Yeah.
Definitely
We're gonna
Dad.
assume. Shouldn't say definitely when we're just guessing, but
Yeah. I love seeing a father-son
I
moment.
agree. Yep. So he has completed his 100-mile lap of the range and is back celebrating this finish. 23,000 feet up and down in those legs.
Incredible.
Yeah. I always love the sheer span of how athletes look at the 100-mile finish line.
Yeah.
You're going to get some that just like, you said finish, I'm going to sit right here for a bit. Some just smiley, giddy, jumping. Just saw a guy do it, jump and spin and dance a little bit. Others they immediately need to go lay down and get checked by medical. And it's just part of the sport.
Yep.
You get a little bit of everything. The one thing that is consistent with all of those athletes is that they have a story to tell. They've gone through something. And I for one, am here for the stories that come out of these races. I don't necessarily care about your time, whether you were first or last, or even if you DNF'd. That doesn't matter. The stories and what you went through, that's what interests me.
Me too. I think that like ultra running is a story of resiliency and grit and determination, no matter if you're first or if you're last DNF, not making cutoffs. Like, we all share that bond.
Yep.
And we can all relate in that way.
So Garrett was officially the 37th finisher
Okay.
we've seen today. We're at 29 hours and 41 minutes, so slowly approaching the 30-hour mark of this race that has a final cutoff of 37 hours. So just a little over 7 hours left for these athletes to continue their day and successfully make it here to the Freestone Endurance finish line arch here at the High Lonesome 100. And of course, our live stream brought to you by Altra. We thank those guys and our other sponsors, Rourke, Martin, 7,000 Foot Running Company, Osprey. I say it time and time again, but the fact that we are here, being able to sit in a cabin with zero cell service in a community with zero cell service anywhere, and live broadcast a race with drones and just using batteries and Starlinks is mind-boggling, and something that we don't take lightly. So our sponsors allow this to happen, and we thank them for elevating the sport as a whole. Got the pacer throwing on some Chacos, finally out of the running shoes.
Oh, the seat. It's going to be hard to get out of that one. Dad is proud. Mom is proud.
Love the mom taking the cell phone pictures.
I like her little side
the little
pocket hip belt.
Hip belt, fanny pack.
She's hip. She's a hip
bum
mom.
bag. I've heard them called recently.
Yeah. Bum bag.
Bum bag.
Bum bag.
I don't know what the kids are saying these days.
Me neither. I saw those take off, the fanny packs, and then I was like, I've got a couple laying around. It's back to the poles. Like, why would I buy Lucky Poles when I've got poles? Like, why would I buy $100 fanny pack from Lululemon, or however you ever say it, Lulu, when I can just...
You know what you should buy, though? You should buy an Osprey pack next time.
I have an Osprey. I did.
Okay.
The one purchase. We've talked about this.
Yep.
I have one really good backpack, and it was an Osprey pack. And I think I spent like half my paycheck back
I think
then
I spent
on it.
all the money I had in my pocket after I graduated college on mine.
Yeah.
And it's probably why it's one of the few things I've kept for so long, because comparatively, I spent all of my money.
Same. Just like my first road bike.
Yeah.
I spent all my, I was a lifeguard in high school, and I spent all my money on my bike. Anyways, neither here nor there. What? Same. Yeah. And now I'm doing it with shoes, running shoes. I'm like, well, I hear of all these really great carbon running shoes, but I think I'll just do what I need to do with what I have until
Another athlete
come my way.
This is another athlete that looks strong. We didn't get a chance to see him on the road section.
Look at this hat. So we've been talking about sun coverage.
Ben Kaufman.
We'll talk about it after. So yes. Ben Kaufman. He has the sun protection down.
Yeah, very aware of that. He's got the short knee length.
He's local, Alamosa.
Yep.
Yeah. Just a hop, skip, jump away. Oh. Use those poles.
What
Ben
do you know about
Kaufman.
Ben?
But I love the hat.
Anybody that's been listening to us for a few minutes knows we are very pro sun protection here in this. We don't have any extra information on Ben, but we do know that he respects his skin. And,
he does.
Really minds not getting sunburned, which is a good fact to know about somebody.
Great fact to know.
He tells you a lot about a person.
He's all about self-care. Prioritizing self-care. It's giving me desert vibes for sure.
So he's also a never summer 100K finisher.
Okay.
He's a Tushers finisher, and a Sawatch Ascent finisher. So if Ultra Sign Up is correct, this would be his first 100 miler.
Okay.
So Nice performance out of
Yeah.
Ben, coming in under 30 hours here on this course.
He executed brilliantly.
He has now earned the right to enter the Hard Rock Lottery. So if he
Yeah.
desires, one of the many perks of a race like this is that it is a qualifier for Hard Rock 100, which is the goal. I wouldn't say all of these athletes, but quite a bit.
Rock event. Wait, run. Hard Rock run. Hard Rock is not a race. It is a run.
Yes.
We're getting close to that 30-hour time mark, benchmark. Curious to see if we have any athletes kind of striving to dip under sub 3 hours. I know that would be something that would drive me, just to be like, I think I can do it. I think I can do it.
Yeah, it's always, it's
something to, like, we're talking about having like these carrots.
It's an artificial barrier, but it's still a
still
barrier that you want. It gives you something to think about.
Yeah.
Especially when you're struggling at times and you're going to finish. It's like, okay, well, here's a barrier.
Yep.
Here's something I can push
towards.
I mean, even if you don't hit it, it's kind of meaningless.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have an external motivator at that point to push through.
I'm so externally well, I'm a little bit of both, but I find that like I have to have something like that. Like it has to be a time goal or a place goal. And I feel like even like after I'm out of kind of overall, female contention, I would probably go with age group. Like I think I would be that age grouper that's like, oh yeah.
Is this a finisher or is this a pacer?
Pacer?
Yeah, pacer.
Okay. Oh my God.
I was gonna say, I was like, this guy came out of nowhere.
Wait. What is he doing?
I wonder if he got dropped.
Oh, yes, it was. Oh my God, I love it.
He's owning it.
He's owning it.
If he got dropped as a pacer, he is leaning in and absolutely owning it.
Yes. That happens a lot, but
hilarious.
I have not seen it.
I was gonna say
right
that
now.
guy.
Yeah.
Like, where did that guy come from?
Yeah. Usually you see it quite a bit. I've seen it in Western states unfold.
Yep. And it's almost as a 100-mile racer, it's always something that you want to do.
Yes.
To me, anyways.
Yes.
It's like I would love to drop my
pacer
right now. Yeah. Most famously, the worst example of somebody dropping their pacer was Jim Walmsley's first 100. He dropped his pacer and then he missed a turn at mile 92. He took a left turn.
If only he would have
and
stuck,
then DNF'd. Or walked in. I don't remember the finish for sure, but yeah, he was up big and made a wrong turn and then got so deflated.
But if that didn't happen, then his story wouldn't have been there.
I still remember like the I run far, and somebody's like, I just saw Jim this far off course sitting on a curb, and everybody's like, what? That's part of the reason the sport is so amazing is all of these stories.
He like ran towards no hands.
Yeah, they took a left turn when he should have took a right. Or I don't really remember the story, but obviously it hasn't impacted his career.
Mm-hmm.
He's done okay.
He's done okay. He's been fine. We are now looking at Raspberry.
This is Raspberry. Yeah,
Right.
I recognize this view from early yesterday at some point. Do we know if they have the theme? One of the things that we loved yesterday was the themes that the aid stations really lean into. Raspberry was the first aid station runner saw. They were hair metal.
Hair metal?
Yeah, just hard rock.
Okay.
Hair metal. We then saw unicorn rainbow aid stations. We saw Christmas aid stations. That looks like we still have the guitars.
This is guitar, maybe rock and roll.
The rock and roll metal.
Yeah.
So shout out to this aid station. They've been keeping this shtick up for now.
Is this guy's
over 24
hair?
hours.
Is that his hair, or do you think it's a wig?
They all have wigs yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So as we look at Raspberry, this is the last aid station on our course. Yes. Just about mile 93, a touch below that. So athletes have about 7 miles to go.
Yeah.
Once they leave this aid station to check in and be a High Lonesome 100 finisher. I think that was that Sauna that we just saw in the clip. She was a recent hard rock finisher last weekend in about 40 hours.
Yeah, I feel like I knew the athlete that was just leaving there, but I couldn't quite get.
It's so hard. You get glimpses of people.
Whoa.
And there they are.
Wait.
You can't recognize them? We can look at
Can you look at that? I do. I think he's based out of LA.
Yeah, I'm going to look at splits out of Raspberry.
Like, I feel like I have his name of his Instagram handle on the tip of my tongue. But
So,
I'm like,
that actually might have been John Davis. John Davis, of course, being our athlete that ran Hard Rock last weekend, finished it, is now, just getting another Hard Rock qualifier for some reason. No, kudos to him. This is a really gnarly back-to-back, one that most athletes wouldn't even sanely think about. And on top of that, he's registered for Never Summer 100K next weekend.
we got a female, looks like a female finisher
coming
coming
up
into
the
the
road.
finish. And then an athlete here who's moving pretty well into Raspberry.
And that
So-
was John Davis
It
that we
was.
just saw
Okay,
leave Raspberry.
okay.
So lots of people on the chat have been big fans of John. He is a legacy runner. I think he's
Mhm.
started and finished every single iteration of this race. And it looks like he is well on his way
Yes.
to grabbing another one of these High Lonesome 100 belt buckles as he just left with about 7 miles to go. Looks like another runner without pacer.
Mhm.
This is certainly a lonely section.
Mm.
But the draw, again, you're here, even though you might be, this is kind of a windy road.
Yeah.
They'll definitely be able to hear the aid station
Yes,
at this
yeah.
point, even if they're
They
a
know they're
mile
there.
plus out on this road.
Looks like they're
100%
trying to
chance-
call their family. Oh,
100% chance that they can hear an aid station. Maybe this is a pacer that lost somebody.
trying to. Well,
Yeah, and
to
there's
be
their-
determined.
There's I think the high point of this little climb at the radio tower. They get a walk up and then up around the corner to the other direction. Our right here, I believe, is the finish line. Yep,
Just
as
so
this-
beautiful
as this
here.
continues to wrap right. If we keep going a little bit more right, we'll be able to see the finish
Looks
line.
like
There's
this
that
runner is maybe actually unsure of where
Yeah.
to go
Yep,
because
there we
maybe
go.
there's not as many markings and it would
Yeah.
seem more like
keep going.
obvious, but I think they're just a little
Yeah,
out of-
it gets a
out
little
of it.
delirious. You've been
Yeah.
out there running for 30
Yeah.
hours. You hear the aid station. She can probably see it between
Yeah.
the trees. And she's like, why am I going on a road that looks like it's going in a different direction? So
And then GPX watches can be so off, so maybe she's
finicky.
already hit 100 miles and just not.
So they would have started
Yeah,
on
and she
this
doesn't have
road
a
too,
pacer,
so
so that's
maybe-
a long.
I
You
think-
never know what her
Yeah.
story is, but
They should know this road, but
Yeah.
again, that was 30 hours ago. that
Yes,
they ran down
yeah,
it.
yeah.
So who knows?
it's been a long 30 hours for the soon-to-be finisher. Pretty incredible. I think she's figured it out. She's like, well, I'll just keep going.
Yep, we are cruising in, following. We don't have a bib on this runner. I wonder if this is Christy Amaro. If it is, Christy had some fans in the chat earlier. I'm gonna go look back to see who that was. I think it was a family member. Yeah, it was her mom. Diane Amaro
yeah.
is in cheering. She may or may not be able to recognize her daughter from a drone feed, but we think that might be Christy. somebody just checked in and told us that Luke Nelson is now at that final aid station as well. So you're starting to see runners make their way. It always, definitely he's in that final aid station, getting what he needs. And then there is such a incredible feeling knowing that you've left the last aid station. The next time you see anybody, you're done for the day. It's one of the greatest feelings, not quite as great as the finish line, but you just know that next time I see my people, I'm done. So Luke checking in there. Can look back, see if we have maybe Jenny has.
Uh-oh. It seems like this athlete is a little bit in distress at this point. I wonder what that sign says.
So that sign, if I remember correctly, simply just said runners on road. And it's the warning for cars to know that there are athletes out running on these roads.
She's very much turned around. She's pulling out her phone. I wonder if there's a way to get someone.
Hopefully she has a course map. She's so close.
She is so close.
This could be potentially a crew member or a pacer that lost their runner. We don't know for sure.
We don't know, but
who this is or what their story is.
Yeah.
We know that they do appear to be slightly confused.
Yep.
But luckily she has her phone open, so hopefully she has a map on it. One way or another, we have enough athletes coming through that somebody should sweep her up pretty quickly.
Yep.
And confirm that, if she's going the wrong way at that point. But that's
she's
the
so
reality.
close.
The reality of these races
yes.
is it doesn't matter how close you are until you're there.
Yep.
Something can always happen and go wrong.
Yep.
You might turn around, you might miss a turn, you might break an ankle. Like there's just so many factors in these races.
Yeah, that's a good reminder that like when you're leaving that last aid station, like when I first got into ultras, people would always remind me that this isn't a time to stop fueling and stop hydrating. You still need to maintain your system.
The hay's not in the barn.
Until the very end, until you're crossing the finish line. Do we see a number on this person?
No. She is
definitely she's very.
She's got gaiters on.
I personally think that she's a racer and she's very out of it. But that's my take. Oh, is that a runner?
Yeah, so these people should be able to confirm that you need to keep going. There's a whole pack here. Good.
Okay, then we'll see if ends up going.
Yeah, she's heading with them. Maybe she was just waiting for this person. Because she looks like she knows them and jumped in on the train here. So
okay, maybe she's a family member.
Yeah.
Maybe she's a racer.
Just a reminder that we're seeing the feed exactly as you are. And,
trying to understand the situation.
The only difference is that we have microphones and need to try to tell.
Well, also we've been here, mind you, for over 6 hours, and I have not seen any. I have not seen any footage of somebody walking back and forth on the road like that. So it was just a different kind of, different than what we've been seeing. And so just, it kind of threw us off for a little bit. I told someone at the finish that they are headed out.
And luckily it sounds like worst case scenario, Lauren down near the finish there or knows somebody that we're going to head that way. But it does look like if that was a runner confused about where to go, another pack of runners came and swept her up, welcomed them into their group, and now we'll be escorting her safely to the finish.
Yep.
But it's a real factor of running. You're
at
30 hours, you haven't slept.
Yep.
It's one of the reasons that I do highly recommend a pacer is because you can make some weird decisions when you get very tired and maybe a little under calories and underfed. So having a pacer isn't just for somebody to keep you entertained. It's to keep you safe and make sure you're going the right way and not getting lost.
Or, I mean, there was, I think, Rachel Norfleet, fan favorite, who was taking a nap, just outside of, not Monarch, but the one before that one. Purgatory. And it's like she had a pacer, which is great. But if it's dark and it's cold and you're just on the side and maybe you went off a little too much off the trail and no one has eyes on you,
you just never know.
You never know. So you just have to be If you can have a pacer for a 100-mile race, especially in the mountains,
Yeah.
do so.
Yep.
I'm really curious to see who comes in this pack here.
Yeah, we should see them any moment really coming on, because she was so close and walking back and forth. So I would guess within 30 seconds we should see them pop out into this field, and maybe our drone shot can grab them coming in here.
Yep.
It looks like a pretty healthy pack of runners, crew, and or pacers coming in to safely complete their day at the High Lonesome 100.
Yes.
That's the main goal.
That's what we want. At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Safety first, always.
Safety first. Dog pets second.
Yes. That's another shirt.
Yes. Do whenever you check out.
Okay.
At noon it says. So we should be about on a ship change.
We're gonna do it when this group comes in.
Great.
Okay. Perfect.
Great. There's both an athlete and a dog. This is oh no, this isn't Heather. I thought this was Heather. No, we met Heather's dog earlier in the day. That's a dog we haven't met yet. Future friend dog. 163 maybe.
Oh. I like her pink socks. Pink high socks.
Yeah, hard to get a look at that bib. I'm not really sure.
153.
This is Christy.
Okay, Christy.
So we were thinking the other gal was Christy. This is Christy.
Okay.
So I believe her mom is in the chat. Mom, I hope you're proud. Christy is officially a High Lonesome 100 finisher. Absolutely
Woohoo!
incredible. I don't care who you are. Running 100 miles is freaking hard.
I think we've got,
it's something to be celebrated.
I feel like Dawn Glover hasn't come in.
Okay.
And there's a Helen Kospolich.
Yeah, so we have this little
around
bit of a
that
pack
kind of
that's coming through.
So
here.
I think there's.
Oh, and that lady in the orange.
That
shirt,
was.
So she was a crew member.
She was a crew member. Whew. All right, guys. No.
So
no
she
need
wasn't
to
confused.
alarm.
She was just
Yes.
looking for her runner.
Sorry if I wrote increase anybody's anxiety in the chat. There's no racer in the vicinity that we know of that's hallucinating.
And that's
We're
like,
good.
I kept thinking we couldn't see a bib.
Yeah.
And that's why. Yeah. She was a crew member.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, good. She was just looking out for her racer.
I hope my crew looks that worried about
Same.
me sometimes.
Yeah. That's something I would do. I would also pee in the woods and not know that there
Right
was
over the
drone shooting.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
we talked about that a little bit yesterday, and that was.
I'm surprised we haven't seen. Have you
that
guys
was-
seen one of those yet? That's part of the bingo
The
card.
staff has. That's
Yeah.
on the Mountain Outpost bingo card for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. I would. Do you guys can if I'm ever at one of these, you can just follow me around because it
You're
will
here for
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my biggest fear in Cocodona. It's like I could hear the drones and I had to go to the bathroom, and you just gotta wait until I can't hear a drone anymore.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, it's been a pleasure being here with you all and greeting in your runners, racers, and commentating and on how the racers' journeys have been unfolding over the past 6+ hours.
Yeah, I've been in this seat now for I don't even know how many hours. I did 8 hours yesterday talking about these athletes.
Yeah.
I feel an emotional connection.
Yeah,
now to
me
each and every
too.
one of
It's
them.
hard to abandon the post.
I'm inspired. I am in awe,
challenge.
and honestly, I'm honored that somebody made the decision to trust me with a microphone to talk about running. I'm really thankful that Mountain Outpost and our partners Altra, Rourke, Martin, 7,000 Feet Running Co., Osprey, are allowing this to happen. Just as somebody that genuinely loves this sport, to be able to showcase it to more and more people,
Mhm.
it's really special. So I am officially signing out for the day. Thank you all for playing along with us in the chat about dogs. We had some fun during some lulls in the race. Drop me a DM with your dog, and I would love to give it a virtual pet. But thank you,
D-pics,
everybody.
but dog pics.
Well, that seems like an appropriate way to end.
And we're out.